Chapter 479. Absorbing blood essence. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were cold. Under the cover of his mental power, he floated in the air and looked down at Lu Yuanhua like a high and mighty king. Lu Yuanhua, I've said it before. The gap between you and me will only get bigger and bigger. It won't shrink. So get defeated. After saying that, Zhuowen lightly stepped on the ground and waved his right hand. Countless sword lights flickered around him and condensed in the air, forming a huge sword that was a few 100 feet long. It was like a pillar that supported the heavens as it descended from the sky. Flying sword controlling slash. An indifferent voice rang out. The gigantic sword in the air let out an earth-shattering, buzzing sound. The body of the sword trembled, and like a gigantic mountain, it smashed down towards LV Yuanhua below with a rumbling sound, breaking through the air. The flying sword controlling slash was the first move of the everlasting sword aura. Compared to the other two moves, it was slightly lacking. However, after the everlasting sword aura was upgraded, its power had increased by a lot. It was comparable to the second move of the everlasting sword aura before it was upgraded. Lu Yuanhua's expression changed slightly. The huge sword that Zhuowen had casually condensed gave him a strong sense of danger. It was as if he wasn't facing a sword, but a huge mountain. Blood Demon Death Hand. Lu Yuanhua stepped on the ground and boundless blood qi enveloped him. He stretched out his right hand and the dense blood qi immediately condensed into a bloody hand that was a few 100 feet long. The nauseating smell of blood continued to rise. Boom! Countless rays of sword light surrounded the giant sword and instantly descended upon the bloody hand. Countless explosions rang out continuously as the surrounding space collapsed, forming countless vortexes and black holes. Zhuowen pinched the sword fingers on his right hand, and the huge sword trembled in the air. Countless sword lights spread out and directly shattered the bloody hand. It then smashed down towards Lu Yuanhua with irresistible force. Blood Demon Soul, appear! LV Yuanhua's face was gloomy to the extreme. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the bloody aura around him became more and more intense, forming a monstrous sea of blood. Behind him, the shadow of a blood demon that could shake heaven and earth formed in the void. Awoo! The blood demon raised his head and roared. His mountain-like bloody hand reached out and grabbed the giant sword. With a loud boom, the blood demon caught the giant sword in his hand. Explode! Zhuowen did not hold back at all. The moment the giant sword was grabbed by the blood demon, he swept up the mental strength in his mud pill palace between his eyebrows and controlled the giant sword to explode. Rumble! An earth-shattering boom rang out as the huge sword turned into countless sword rays and exploded. The entire sky was filled with dazzling sword rays that flickered and spread out, directly blowing up the blood demon's huge right arm into countless blood foam. LV Yuanhua's face was incomparably pale. However, he still gritted his teeth and controlled the blood demon, which had already lost an arm, to continue rushing toward Zhuowen. The remaining arm fearlessly smashed down on Zhuowen's head. Boundless sword aura, falling flower wave, breaking kill. Once again he pinched the sword sign, and the boundless sword force turned into countless sword rays. The sword rays swept across the void like withered petals. As the sword rays flickered, countless sword rays burst out, turning into monstrous waves that rolled over. Under the effect of the sword rays swept across the sky like a huge wave wrapped in petals and blasted towards the blood demon. Boom! 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 The sword rays were like a water vortex that directly sucked in the blood demon's left arm. The powerful force of the vortex crushed the remaining arm of the blood demon. Moreover, the force of the vortex did not decrease as it spread around the blood demon's body. In 2 breaths of time, the blood demon's huge body was turned into countless blood foam under the powerful force of the sword rays. Blood foam flew everywhere, and the entire hall seemed to be covered in a bloody rain. The entire hall was shrouded in the color of blood. Pucci, Lu Yuanhua's face was deathly pale. The blood demon's soul was closely related to him. At this moment, the blood demon's shadow was crushed. His mind shook as he suffered a huge backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His face was filled with defeat. I lost. I still lost in the end. While flying, Lu Yuanhua glanced at the figure not far away with a complicated expression. The corner of his mouth was filled with bitterness. He hadn't expected that he would still be defeated by Zhuowen after painstakingly cultivating for 2 years and even using a secret technique like the blood demon's descent. At this moment, Lu Yuanhua thought of many things. He thought of the youth that could only look up to him in Vine Armor City. He thought of the youth that he hadn't paid attention to in the ancient immortal cave. He thought of the youth that had stepped on him outside the ancient immortal cave. He also thought of the figure that was getting further and further away from him. At this moment, Lu Yuanhua finally discovered that while he had indeed made progress in the past 2 years, Zhuowen had also made progress. Moreover, Zhuowen's progress was much faster than his own. The gap between the two of them had become even greater. With a soft sigh, LV Yuanhua finally accepted reality. With a bitter laugh, he beckoned with his right hand and tossed the heavenly class imprint in his palm to Zhuowen. Soon after, he disappeared from the large hall under a light pillar. Zhuowen, you are indeed very powerful, but there are many people stronger than you in the Origin Qi Tower. Just you wait. You will eventually meet my second brother, LV Yongshen. He will settle this debt with you. The moment LV Yuanhua disappeared, his somewhat crazy and ferocious voice reverberated throughout the entire great hall with a wave of his right hand. He caught the heaven rank imprint thrown by Lu Yuanhua. Zhuowen looked at the Lu Yuanhua disappearing into the pillar of light and narrowed his eyes. He sneered, "You ran pretty fast, but unfortunately I'm not afraid of LV Yongshen. If I really did meet LV Yongshen, it's hard to say who would win." Zhuowen's current strength was indeed extremely powerful. With his mental strength at the 4th level, he was no weaker than an early-stage ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Coupled with the trump cards he had, Zhuowen believed that he wouldn't be afraid of a mid-stage ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's gaze shifted slightly and landed on the 3 drops of essence blood in the chest of the skeleton sitting on the throne in the center of the hall. His eyes were immediately filled with fanaticism. This was the essence blood of a genuine ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. It was self-evident how helpful it would be to him. With a light wave of his right hand, Zhuowen directly sent Lu Yuanhua's heaven rank imprint into the restriction around the throne. Ripples spread out in a ring shape and soon dissipated in the air. Clearly, the restriction had been broken. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen arrived on the throne. He didn't take the initiative to remove the 3 drops of essence blood from the skeleton's chest. Instead, he looked at the skeleton on the throne with a solemn and dignified expression. This is a supreme ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but he still died so miserably in the end. After his death, he couldn't even be buried. Instead, he was placed on this throne and used by someone else to store his essence blood. Speaking of which, this senior is quite a pitiful person. The expert on the throne was an overlord like the master of Meteorite Garden, Xin Yuanli, and a few other overlords. Now that he had died in such a miserable state, Zhuowen couldn't help but feel sad for him. With a soft sigh, Zhuowen lifted the hem of his pants with his right hand and knelt on one knee. He respectfully kowtowed to the throne and said with a serious expression, "The 3 drops of essence blood belong to Senior. This junior has taken the liberty to come and take them. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." After kowtowing, Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand and reached into the skeleton's chest. With a gentle gesture, he drew the 3 drops of essence blood into his palm. After taking the 3 drops of essence blood, Zhuowen's gaze was quite fervent. However, he still kowtowed to the skeleton again seriously and said, "Zhuowen will never forget the kindness of giving you this blood. I will definitely remember it in my heart in the future." However, what Zhuowen didn't see was that after he kowtowed, an imperceptible light actually flashed through the skeleton's empty eyes. Then it actually turned into dust and disappeared from the throne. Once the skeleton disappeared, Zhuowen slowly stood up. However, what he didn't see was that the 3 drops of essence blood in his palm had begun to flicker with a strange golden light. Whoosh! 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 3 whooshing sounds rang out. Zhuowen was startled. Immediately he felt a chill in his chest. Then he discovered that the 3 drops of essence blood in his palm had all entered his chest on their own. What's going on? Why did the 3 drops of essence blood enter my body on their own? Zhuowen was instantly shocked when he felt the icy coldness on his chest, and his gaze was filled with surprise and bewilderment. Aren't these 3 drops of blood essence too strange? I haven't even intended to use them. Yet they actually bore into my body by themselves. Kid, don't worry. These 3 drops of essence blood should have integrated into your body on their own. Feel the situation in your body carefully, and you will know how much benefit you have received. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Zhuowen hurriedly closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. Sure enough, he discovered that extremely pure golden blood was continuously gushing out from his heart. This golden blood spread from his heart to his entire body, causing Zhuowen's entire body to feel extremely comfortable and warm. It was as if he was in a hot spring. This kid is really lucky. If these 3 drops of essence blood were to be refined on their own, I'm afraid that it would take a lot of time. However, now that the essence blood has automatically come to him, Zhuowen probably doesn't even need to refine it to absorb the surging energy within the essence blood. Xiao Hei, who was in his sea of consciousness, was very clear about the changes in Zhuowen's body. After the 3 drops of essence blood entered Zhuowen's heart, they used the power of his heartbeat to integrate into his blood, allowing Zhuowen to completely absorb the rich energy within the essence blood. Looks like this kid really hit it by accident. I'm afraid that the skeleton on the throne still has a trace of the original owner's consciousness. This kid's respectful attitude earlier has very likely left a good impression with the original owner of the essence blood. That's why the essence blood has voluntarily integrated into Zhuowen's blood. Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with envy. Even he was extremely envious of Zhuowen's good luck. He knew that once Zhuowen completely absorbed the energy within the 3 drops of essence blood, his cultivation would rise to the peak of the 2nd wheel of the ultimate Emperor realm at the very least. Of course, if he was lucky, he might even be able to undergo 3 heavenly tribulations in advance and advance to the 3rd wheel of the ultimate Emperor realm. We'll probably have to wait until he completely absorbs the energy within the essence blood before we know what level this kid will reach. Chapter 480. Generous Conditions Thump. 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 A sound that sounded like a heartbeat slowly rang out in the deep and spacious hall. A slender and lonely figure sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, surrounded by golden energy. Just now, the sound of a heartbeat had come from this golden energy. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were tightly shut. The golden energy around him pulsed rhythmically, and the aura in Zhuowen's body grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. Boom! When this aura reached its peak, a slight explosion suddenly sounded. Then, a wave of air took the shape of a ring, with Zhuowen as the center, and suddenly spread out, sweeping up the dust on the ground. The blood essence of a 9th wheel ultimate Emperor realm cultivator is truly miraculous. It's only been an hour, but this kid has already broken through to the advanced 2nd wheel ultimate Emperor realm. Moreover, from the looks of it, he should be able to break through to the peak of the 2nd wheel ultimate Emperor realm. Xiao Hei, who was in Zhuowen's consciousness, was constantly paying attention to Zhuowen's situation. At this moment, when he saw such a wild and ferocious aura erupting from Zhuowen's body, He nodded in satisfaction. As expected, before Xiao Hei could finish speaking, the aura in Zhou body grew explosively once again, like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Just as Zhou was sitting cross-legged in the hall, absorbing the energy from the 3 drops of blood essence, the top of the training mountain seemed to have exploded. The entire platform was extremely noisy, and an uproar could be heard incessantly. This was especially true when the screen of light showed Zhou mental energy that had reached the initial 4th grade. The scene of him defeating the blood demon in a clean and efficient manner was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Heavens! This Zhou mental energy has reached the 4th grade? He's definitely a 4th grade Arcana Master. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to unleash the might of a 4th grade origin array. Didn't you see how the blood demon summoned by Lu Yuanhua couldn't resist at all? Yeah. After using the blood demon's descent, Lu Yuanhua's aura skyrocketed to the peak of the 2nd wheel of the ultimate Emperor realm. Coupled with the terrifying blood demon, he shouldn't be afraid of a cultivator who'd just broken through to the 3rd wheel of the ultimate Emperor realm. But now he's been defeated. Clearly, Zhou is a 4th wheel Arcana Master. At this moment, the entire platform went crazy. It wasn't that they hadn't seen a rank 4 Arcana Master before, but they had never seen one as young as Zhou. Moreover, Zhou was a 2nd wheel mid-ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. In other words, Zhou was a dual cultivator of spiritual energy and origin energy. Moreover, he had cultivated both to such a terrifying level. What kind of talent did he need to be able to cultivate both spiritual energy and origin energy to such a high level? Lu Nantian, the master of the meteorite, and the others who stood at the front of the group were all shocked. They hadn't expected Zhou to be a rank 4 Arcana Master. After all, none of the 5 superpowers had a single rank 4 Arcana Master. A rank 4 Arcana Master had an extremely esteemed status in the Azure Mystic Empire. Although he couldn't compare to the 5 of them, he wasn't someone they could casually offend. This Zhou is truly a monster. I originally thought that he was only a martial arts genius. I didn't expect his spiritual energy cultivation to be so profound. This kid needs to enter the house of Marquis Qin to be able to unleash his full potential. Lu Nantian could no longer remain calm. He stared at Zhou on the screen with bright eyes, his hands trembling unconsciously. This Zhou had truly exceeded his expectations time and time again. He absolutely couldn't let go of such a monster. The master of the meteorite, Qin Ye, Su Chang, and Shen Yuanli also stared fixedly at Zhou figure on the screen. They didn't care that Zhou was a martial arts genius. After all, although it was rare for someone to reach the 2nd wheel ultimate Emperor realm at Zhou age, there were still quite a few of them in their respective superpowers. However, it was extremely rare for someone to reach the lower tier of the 4th realm of spiritual energy at Zhou age. They had never seen such a young rank for Arcana Master. Brother Lu, you're wrong. Although the House of Marquis Qin is powerful, it's not necessarily suitable for Zhou. The number of Arcana Masters in our Jade Lady Astral Court is much greater than that of your House of Marquis Qin. In terms of spiritual energy, we're much stronger than you. It's right for Zhou to enter our Jade Lady Astral Court. The master of the meteorite was no longer silent, although she didn't care much about Zhou at first. Now that Zhou had displayed his spiritual energy of the 4th realm, she couldn't wait to get Zhou into her Jade Lady Astral Court. Sister Yinqing, you're not being kind. Your Jade Lady Astral Court basically accepts women. I'm afraid it's not suitable for Zhou to enter your Jade Lady Astral Court. It's right for him to come to our house of Marquis of Baichuan, the short and fat Su Chang said with a smile. Su Chang's smile was quite heartless, but he didn't know that his 2nd son was killed by Zhou. If he knew, he probably wouldn't be smiling now. The limitless sword aura that Zhou used just now is a sword Dao. Our Imperial Sword School is blessed by the heavens when it comes to sword Dao. Zhou Wen will only be able to develop best if he enters our Imperial Sword School. The elegant Xian Yuanli couldn't help but speak. He was very interested in Zhuowen. Now that Zhuowen was a fourth realm arcana master, he didn't want to miss out on such a genius, lest he regret it in the future. Just like that, the 5 magnates kept arguing in front of the group about who Zhuowen should belong to. Zhuowen's identity as a fourth realm arcana master was enough to make any force drool and fight over him. Gu Yutian, who was in the middle of the crowd, felt like he was in a dream. He didn't expect Zhuowen to be a fourth realm arcana master. This was really beyond his expectations. Lord Gu, congratulations, congratulations. I didn't think that such a monstrous genius would appear in Vine Armor City. It looks like there's hope for Vine Armor City to rise again. After this Origin Chi Tower battle, even if Zhuowen doesn't get a good ranking, he'll probably be favored by the 5 superpowers. The time for Vine Armor City to soar has arrived. Lord Gu, after we return, Vine Armor City must cooperate with us more. While Gu Yutian was immersed in shock, the city lords of the 4 factions were eagerly trying to curry favor with Gu Yutian. Among them, there was no lack of city lords from high-ranking cities. They all knew that once Zhuowen revealed his identity as a 4th realm arcana master, Vine Armor City's status would undoubtedly soar in a short period of time. This was because they were well aware of the status of a 4th realm arcana master in the Qingxian Empire. It could be said that even if Zhuowen failed in the Origin Chi Tower battle, he would still be valued and fought over by the 5 superpowers. This was because 4th realm arcana masters were just too rare, and one as young as Zhuowen was even rarer. Feeling the envious and fervent gazes of the surrounding city lords, Gu Yutian only felt that his body was as light as a feather. One must know that he was merely the city lord of a low-grade city, and in the entire platform his status was the lowest. Now that he saw the city lords around him, whose status and reputation were above his, all smiling and trying to curry favor with him, Gu Yutian naturally felt like it was unreal. He even thought that he was dreaming. Are you the city lord of Vine Armor City, Gu Yutian? Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. Immediately, the originally noisy crowd quieted down. Then, the dense crowd consciously parted to form a path. Lu Nantian, the master of the meteorite, and the other leaders of the 5 superpowers slowly walked over. Looks like Vine Armor City is really going to prosper. Even the 5 lords of the 5 superpowers have personally come. They clearly intend to recruit that Zhuowen. Nonsense. That Zhuowen isn't even 20 years old, and he's already a 4th realm arcana master. How many people in the Qingxian Empire have such a talent for spiritual power? If I wasn't an idiot, I would naturally try my best to rope in such a monstrous genius. You're right. I just don't know how the city, Lord of Vine Armor City, Gu Yutian, will respond to the 5 lords' invitation. Seeing Lu Nanshan's group of 5 walk over, the surrounding crowd immediately began to whisper to each other. They looked at Gu Yutian with envy. If their city could also have a monstrous genius like Zhuowen, then their city would definitely benefit greatly. Seeing Lu Nanshan's group of 5 walk over, Gu Yutian trembled all over. He hurriedly bowed respectfully before Lu Nantian and said, "This lowly one is Gu Yutian. May I ask what business you have with me, Marquis Lu?" At this moment, Gu Yutian was extremely nervous. Lu Nanshan's group of 5 represented the peak experts of Muqing County. Their status was revered and they were powerful. Even the city lords of superpowers would have to lower their heads and be respectful before people like them. Yet they were being so courteous to him right now. No need to be so courteous. You should be aware of the reason why I have come here this time around. Your Vine Armor City has taught an outstanding genius. A genius like this deserves better resources. If you agree to let Zhuowen join our house of Marquis Qin, I, Lu Nantian, promise to turn your Vine Armor City into a super city. I will also give you 5 King Tier armor skills, 5 Earth Tier spirit treasures, and all the resources you need. Lu Nantian patted Guyu Tian's shoulder very enthusiastically and stated a condition that no one could refuse. Gasp! When Lu Nantian's words left his mouth, it naturally caused countless people in the surroundings to suck in a breath of cold air. Their gazes were blazing as they looked at the somewhat uneasy Guyu Tian. At this moment, Guyu Tian was also shocked by Lu Nantian's extremely generous conditions. As the city lord of Vine Armor City, Guyu Tian really couldn't think of how he could refuse such a condition. Even Qiu Qiu and Ouyang Yunta beside him were shocked speechless. Lu Nantian was truly bold. He had actually proposed to turn Vine Armor City into a super city, and he would even give away 5 King-tier armor skills and 5 Earth-tier spirit treasures. Emperor-tier armor skills and Earth-tier spiritual treasures were not something that could be bought from a street stall. Even some super cities might not necessarily have these things. Even if they did, they would at most have 1 or 2 Emperor-tier armor skills and Earth-tier spiritual treasures. But now, LV Nantian had directly said that he would give away 5 Emperor-tier armor skills and 5 Earth-tier spiritual treasures. Chapter 481. Against LV Yongsheng this. Guyu Tian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He could only stare at Lu Nantian in front of him with excitement. Lu Nantian's offer was so generous that he couldn't think of any reason to reject it. The master of the meteorite, Xianyuan Li, Su Chang, and Qin Ye's expressions changed. They didn't expect Lu Nantian to be so bold as to give away 5 Emperor-grade armor skills, 5 Earth-grade spirit treasures, and turn Vine Armor City into a super city. They could also offer such conditions, but once they did, the forces they belonged to would definitely suffer great losses. Brother LV, you're really bold. You're willing to make such an offer just to get Zhuowen. The master of the meteorite sighed and shook his head helplessly. Although the Jade Lady Astral Court was rich, it wasn't as rich as the house of Marquis Qin. If the Jade Lady Astral Court made such an offer, they would suffer great losses. Xianyuan Li, Su Chang, and Qin Ye looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The House of Swords, House of Marquis Baichuan, and House of Marquis Yongsheng were ranked behind the Jade Lady Astral Court. If the Jade Lady Astral Court couldn't make such an offer, they naturally couldn't either. Seeing the master of the meteorite and the other 3 shaking their heads and smiling bitterly, Lu Nantian sighed in his heart. For Zhuowen, he had put in a lot of effort. It was because he knew the strength of the other four that he made such a high offer. Only with such conditions would the other 4 factions not compete with him. However, even LV Nantian felt a bit of pain when he suddenly promised such generous conditions. However, when he thought about how he was getting a rank 4 Arcana Master with limitless potential in exchange, his originally unbalanced heart calmed down quite a bit. Seeing Lu Nantian being so polite, Guyu Tian was naturally flattered. However, he didn't lose his mind. He knew that, although he was the mayor of Vine Armor City, he didn't have the authority to make such a decision for Zhuowen. After thinking for a moment, Guyu Tian said carefully, "Thank you, sir, for your kindness. If Zhuowen can enter the house of Marquis Qin, it would be his fortune. However, whether Zhuowen stays or not, I can't decide. If you want to recruit Zhuowen, you can wait until he comes out. It's more appropriate for you to ask him yourself." Hearing this, Lu Nantian furrowed his brows and said, "Lord Gu, aren't you the mayor of Vine Armor City? Speaking of which, you should have the authority to make the decision. After all, Zhuowen was nurtured by Vine Armor City." Guyu Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Let's be honest. Zhuowen's improvement really has nothing to do with Vine Armor City. In fact, Vine Armor City hasn't provided him with many resources. His abilities were all obtained through his own efforts. As such, I can't make any decisions about him. Oh, did he get it all by himself? Lu Nantian was shocked. Originally, he thought that Zhuowen's achievements were due to the resources of Vine Armor City. He never thought that this wasn't the case. Instead, it was Zhuowen who had cultivated all by himself. For Zhuo to be able to cultivate to such an extent on his own, Lu Nanshan's talent was probably beyond his expectations. Lu Nantian was even more delighted and had a higher opinion of Zhuo. He knew that even if he couldn't get Zhuo to enter the house of Marquis Qin, he had to do his best to establish a good relationship with him. A genius like this had a limitless future. Zhuo sat cross-legged in the gloomy hall. Golden light revolved around his body and pulsed like a heart. The aura within his body continued to rise. He had already reached the peak of the late stage of the second wheel. He only needed an opportunity to reach the peak of the second wheel. The golden light pulsed for only an hour before a powerful aura surged out like a tide. It was like a wild beast that reverberated in every corner of the hall. Rustle! The rustling of clothes rang out. Zhuo opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. His face was filled with excitement. He had never thought that 3 drops of essence blood from an ultimate Emperor Realm expert would allow him to reach the peak of the second ultimate Emperor Realm. He was only half a step away from the third. Furthermore, he could sense that the 3 droplets of essence blood in his heart had yet to be completely absorbed. The energy within the essence blood was just too great. With his current physical constitution, he was unable to absorb it all, so the remaining energy was temporarily stored in his heart. Once Zhuo broke through to the pinnacle Emperor Realm, the energy stored in his heart would erupt like a geyser. It would spread through his limbs and bones, constantly nourishing his meridians and dantian. Xiao Hei, how long did it take me to absorb the essence blood? Zhuo asked comfortably as he stood up and stretched his limbs. He felt like his entire body was brimming with energy. He could also feel that his heart and meridians seemed to have been reborn after being nourished by the essence blood. He felt extremely comfortable. It's been 2 hours. Now you should go to the last hall. As long as you defeat the opponent inside, you'll have completely passed the Trial Mountains test. Blackie smiled faintly. Nodding slightly, Zhuo moved a few times on the spot. With a stomp of his foot, he directly rushed towards the open silver door in front of him. He rushed towards the last hall. He knew that the most crucial battle would take place in this last hall. It's the final battle. I wonder who my final opponent will be. In the tunnel, Zhuo moved as fast as lightning. At the same time, he thought about the opponent in the final hall. He knew that the opponent in the final hall was definitely much stronger than LV Yuanhua. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to last until the final round. Thump, thump, thump. Clear footsteps slowly rang out. When the sound of footsteps completely vanished, Zhuo's slender figure slowly appeared. He raised his head slightly and looked at the end of the tunnel. A tightly shut golden door stood there. The final hall, the final opponent. Let me take a look at you. As he spoke, an earth-shattering aura suddenly burst out from Zhuo's body. As Zhuo moved forward, the aura on his body seemed to have reached its peak. It was like a towering mountain. Who is it? The moment the last sentence was uttered, Zhuo's aura reached its peak. He took a final step towards the bottom of the golden door. With a cracking sound, the golden door shattered into countless pieces. Golden fragments filled the sky. It was gorgeous and dazzling. Under the golden backdrop, Zhuo took a step forward and directly entered the hall. His gaze became exceptionally solemn. This hall was majestic and vast. It was as spacious as a huge plaza. At a glance, one could not see the end of it. It could be said to be extremely vast and boundless. Zhuo narrowed his eyes. With a glance, he noticed a figure sitting quietly at the center of the hall with his back facing him. Although there was no sound, the aura of the entire hall revolved around this person. A soundless clamor gradually rose and shook one's soul. As the golden door collapsed, the tightly shut eyes of the figure slowly opened. His gaze silently stared at Zhuo. A moment later, a dark and cold voice slowly reverberated throughout the entire hall. Zhuo, Your luck is really good. To think that the two of us would meet in the final round. Zhuowen's gaze also landed on this figure. His open pupils seemed to shrink slightly as the power of heaven and earth within his body instantly boiled. In a low voice he said, "My luck is indeed good. To think that I would meet you. It just so happens that we still need to properly settle our debt." Upon hearing these words, the figure softly chuckled. It seemed to be mocking and ridiculing. He then turned around, revealing a pale and cold face. Looking at this face, Zhuowen clenched his fists as he muttered to himself, "Elvi Yongxing." When the final round of the training mountain entered, everyone on the platform began to boil. They all knew that the final round of the competition would be the most exciting. It would be a clash between the apex geniuses. Unknowingly, the second level of the Yuan Qi Tower battle is about to end. Out of nearly 10,000 geniuses, only 1,000 will have the qualifications to walk out of the training mountain and obtain the qualifications to enter the third level of the Yuan Qi Tower. Lu Nantian somewhat sighed as he looked at the light screen. That's true. Fortunately, the apex geniuses of our 5 forces did not meet. Otherwise, when 2 tigers fight, one of them will definitely be injured. The master of the meteorite nodded. She was in a very good mood. The geniuses of Jade Lady Astral Court that were focused on training did not encounter very strong opponents in the final round. Therefore, she believed that there would be a lot of spots for Jade Lady Astral Court to enter the third level. Qin Ye and Xian Yuan Li were also in a very good mood. The situation of their forces was similar. The geniuses that were focused on training did not encounter very strong opponents, so it was relatively easy for them to enter the third level. However, Su Chang's expression was somewhat unnatural. One must know that their house of Baichuan had lost 4 seeded contestants, including Su Liang in the Dark Forest. They were all geniuses of the second round. Therefore, the number of spots for the house of Baichuan to enter the third level would definitely be reduced by a lot. They could no longer be compared to the other 4 forces. Thinking of this, Su Chang's mood became extremely gloomy. In his heart, he cursed the murderer of Su Liang and the other 3. That Zhuowen is actually facing Elvi Yongsheng of the house of Marquis Qin. Xian Yuan Li's gaze subconsciously moved to the light screen where Zhuowen was, and immediately saw that Zhuowen's opponent was actually the second genius of the house of Marquis Qin, Elvi Yongsheng. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. As soon as he said this, Lu Nantian, the master of the meteorite, and the others immediately looked over. Sure enough, on the light screen, Zhuowen and Elvi Yongsheng were facing each other from a distance. This Zhuowen is really unlucky. With his strength as a 4th level Arcana Master, as long as he doesn't encounter any top geniuses, entering the 3rd level is not a problem at all. However, now that he has encountered Elvi Yongsheng, I'm afraid he will be eliminated in the 2nd level. The master of the meteorite said with some regret. The master of the meteorite is right. This Zhuowen is very strong, but his luck is too bad. He actually encountered Elvi Yongsheng. The others also shook their heads and said regretfully. Lu Nantian laughed and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Even if this Zhuowen is eliminated in advance, I, Lu Nantian, will not lower the conditions because of this. This Marquis will still recruit this boy into the house of Marquis Qin." Although Lu Nantian was quite surprised that Zhuowen was facing Elvi Yongsheng, Zhuowen was a 4th level Arcana Master. He would not let go of such a genius. Therefore, after Zhuowen was eliminated, he planned to directly teleport Zhuowen and ask his opinion. Chapter 482. Blood Demon Bone Eroding Spear Zhuowen. Looks like we're really fated to meet each other in the final round of the trial mountain. Elvi Yongxing's eyes were downcast as he stared at Zhuowen in the towering hall. A cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, as if he had found his beloved prey. There is indeed some fate between us, but it's extremely fated to meet you and your brother. I just eliminated Lu Yuanhua in the last round, and now I'm meeting you in this round. But don't worry, I'll send you out of the Yuan Energy Tower to meet your brother very soon." Zhuowen shook his head as the corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile, while coldness gathered in his eyes. "You've met third brother? And even eliminated him?" LV Yongxing's originally calm face finally darkened when he heard this. He stared at Zhuowen as his killing intent gradually surged. He coldly said, "I originally wanted to spare your life, but since you don't know what's good for you, it looks like I was too merciful." "Spare my life? LV Yongsheng with your current strength?" Zhuowen sneered and suddenly took a step forward. Waves of surging aura suddenly surged out from his body, practically forming countless terrifying suction cyclones around him. The atmosphere of the entire hall instantly became much more solemn. Peak of the second wheel Ultimate Emperor stage? LV Yongxing's eyes narrowed when he sensed the aura released from Zhuowen's body. A sliver of surprise appeared on his face, but it was quickly replaced by coldness. "No wonder you were able to defeat third brother. However, I'm afraid that this is still not enough." As he spoke, LV Yongsheng slowly took a step forward. With this step, the originally calm hall became like a flood, surging and churning wildly. A powerful aura surged out from LV Yongxing's body in wave after wave. A terrifying pressure pressed down like a towering mountain, causing the entire hall to violently shake. The heavy atmosphere created by Zhuowen's aura was completely crushed by this pressure. The aura of a peak early-stage Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. As soon as LV Yongxing's aura was revealed, Zhuowen knew that the benefits LV Yongxing had obtained from the Origin Chi Tower were not as good as he had imagined. He had only reached the peak of the early stage of the Ultimate Emperor Realm. However, this level of cultivation was already extremely terrifying. Even Zhuowen had to take him seriously. Bang! LV Yongxing stomped his foot, and a powerful force spread out from the bottom of his feet, causing the entire hall to shake violently. Soon after, his figure flew up, and his hands grabbed the air. Immediately, the surrounding Yuan Qi crazily condensed, and golden light surged, transforming into two huge golden scales claws. The golden scaled claw was several tens of meters long, and it was suffused with golden light. It was like the claw of an ancient golden crow, majestic and indestructible. Golden crow scale claw. LV Yongsheng twisted his waist, and the huge golden crow scale claw condensed in his hands suddenly flung out. The powerful force propelled the huge golden claws towards Zhuowen like two mountains of gold. The golden crow scale claw was a low-level Emperor Realm armor technique. It was one of the many Emperor Realm armor techniques that the House of Marquis Qin had. Its might was even greater than the mountain-splitting steel palm, and when LV Yongxing used it, it was even more vigorous and powerful. Humph! Zhuowen snorted coldly, but he was not afraid. Although he was only at the peak of the second wheel, his true battle prowess was actually not inferior to that of an ordinary early-stage Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Immediately, all the muscles in his body swelled, and veins of blood extended all over his body. Bloody flames erupted from his body, like magma from a volcano. Then, Zhuowen clenched his fingers into fists and directly punched at the two golden crow scale claw. Bloody flames filled the air, and the air exploded. Clang! The crisp sound of an explosion reverberated in the main hall. Enormous power erupted from Zhuowen's body like a volcano, and the huge golden crow scale claw was directly shattered. Countless golden raindrops scattered throughout the main hall. Courtesy demands reciprocity. LV Yongsheng, try this move too. After shattering the golden crow scale claw, Zhuowen's momentum did not diminish. He stretched out his right hand, and countless bloody flames filled the air, condensing into a huge bloody hand that was several hundred meters long. It was like a mountain, and directly swept towards LV Yongsheng. Whoosh whoosh! Looking at the compressed air and the blood hand that was rushing towards him at high speed, LV Yongsheng frowned slightly. His feet moved slightly, and his slender fingers moved slightly. Countless black strength chi burst out from between his fingers, like hidden weapons in the night. Hiss! 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 The huge bloody hand was cut by the black energy, and it actually collapsed and dissipated. Startling cloud, limitless art. With the bloody hand broken, Zhou figure did not slow down at all. He pulled out a strange bone spear with protruding joints from his back, and with a shake of his right hand, he rushed towards LV Yongsheng like he was riding the wind and breaking the waves. The surrounding area of nearly 100 meters was immediately filled with a thick fog, and LV Yongsheng was instantly submerged in it. Startling cloud, limitless art? It's just a small trick. LV Yongsheng shook his head, and the fingers on his right hand moved slightly. An endless storm was set off within a few meters of his body, and like a spiral storm, it overflowed in all directions, directly blowing away the surrounding fog. Clang! The moment the fog was blown away, a crisp, buzzing sound quickly swept over from behind. As the fog dispersed, Zhou eyes were cold. His figure was like a shuttle, and the bone spear pierced directly towards LV Yongsheng's back. Humph! It's useless. LV Yongsheng did not even raise his head, and the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. He clenched his hand, and countless rays of golden light gathered. In the blink of an eye, a huge golden spear that was several hundred meters long was condensed, and the surface of the spear flickered with dense and overbearing fluctuations. Break for me. As the huge spear condensed, LV Yongsheng's fingers trembled slightly, and the huge golden spear shot out, instantly appearing behind him, and accurately locking onto the tip of the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear. Golden light flickered, and the huge golden spear suddenly began to spin. The bone spear that had been advancing with unstoppable momentum suddenly became motionless at this moment, as if time had stopped. Zhou expression changed drastically. He could feel the vast power coming from the spear hilt, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was practically numb. Thump, thump, thump. Zhou retreated a dozen steps, his gaze dark. LV Yongsheng's strength was far greater than that of an ordinary three-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm practitioner. His wrist trembled slightly, and Zhou expression became rather unsightly. Jumping clown! Do you really think that you can challenge me just because you defeated my third brother? Today, I will settle the score with you, along with my third brother. So go to hell. LV Yongsheng's face was full of coldness. He curled his right finger, and the huge golden spear in the air was like a hot knife through butter. With a flash of golden light, it directly chased after the retreating Zhou. It was obvious that LV Yongsheng was unforgiving. Humph. If you advance, the proud dragon will regret it. If you retreat, the thistle will grow. Ascending dragon style break. Zhou continued to move. He gripped the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear with both hands, and the spear tilted from top to bottom. His right foot pushed forward, and an incomparably powerful aura burst forth. At this moment, it was as if Zhou and the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear had become one. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated throughout the hall. Shortly after, Zhou space cracked open, and a dragon head the size of a mountain fell from the crack. Countless strands of dragon chi were like astral winds, shattering space and tearing the air apart. The ascending dragon style was a secret technique contained within the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear. It had 4 styles: the ascending dragon style, the crouching dragon style, the swimming dragon style, and the dragon rages in the wild. The ascending dragon style was the first style, and it was extremely powerful. At this moment, the tip of Zhuowen's foot cracked the ground as an incomparably powerful energy spread out. The tyrannical dragon scale bone spear in his hands that had been accumulating power suddenly swept out. With the support of the huge dragon head in the sky, it directly smashed into the huge golden spear that was shooting towards him. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, like countless firecrackers going off at the same time. The huge dragon had bared its steel-like teeth and bit down on the surface of the golden spear. It didn't take long for the golden spear to shatter into golden fragments. LV Yongsheng frowned slightly when he saw the golden spear shatter in an instant, and a cautious look appeared in his eyes. Zhuowen really wasn't simple. He was clearly a peak second-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but he hadn't been at a disadvantage in the previous exchange. His right hand pressed against the air, and a thick golden door descended from the sky, blocking LV Yongsheng's path. The huge dragon had whizzed past, but it was directly intercepted by the golden door. The golden door actually shattered it into countless fragments, and a powerful wave of qi spread out, causing LV Yongsheng's robes to flap loudly. The attacks of the two were extremely fierce and violent. In a short period of time, they were basically equally matched. Therefore, it was impossible to determine the victor quickly in a short period of time. Zhuowen stood in the air, his eyes sharp and cold as he stared at LV Yongsheng. Is this all that the second genius of the House of Marquis Qin has? If that's the case, everyone will laugh their heads off if they hear it. It's just as third brother said. You're really arrogant and unbridled. But you should know that there's nothing wrong with being arrogant and unbridled. But if you don't have the corresponding strength to back it up, you won't have a good ending. The coldness in LV Yongsheng's eyes grew even colder. He stretched out his right hand, and countless blood veins appeared on his palm, pulsing like countless meridians. Then, the blood veins abruptly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, a blood-red spear, filled with the stench of blood, appeared in his palm. The moment the blood-red spear appeared in his palm, LV Yongsheng's aura instantly became fierce and violent. His eyes were filled with countless blood veins, and waves of bloody aura surged out from the apertures on his body. In an instant, the entire great hall was shrouded in a dense bloody mist, and a nauseating stench of blood filled the entire great hall. Zhuowen, I'm sorry, but you're not the only one who knows how to use a spear. My weapon is also a spear. Clang! LV Yongsheng waved his right hand, and the blood-red spear cut through the air with a piercing sound. Countless bloody mists rolled and swept out, and the stench of blood seemed to become even more intense. His scarlet eyes stared coldly at Zhuowen, and he grinned coldly. This spear is called the Blood Demon Bone Eroding Spear, and it's the personal weapon of the Blood Demon King in the ancient times. It devours bloodlines and chews on corpses. It's the overlord of blood. Zhuowen, you should be proud to be able to become nourishment for the Blood Demon Bone Eroding Spear. Chapter 483. Regenerating Blood Essence. Pill the Blood Demonic Bone Eroding Spear was an extremely bloody and terrifying demonic weapon. A demonic weapon was a spiritual treasure that was filled with countless negative energies. The Blood Demonic Bone Eroding Spear was an earth-rank spiritual treasure with terrifying power. Moreover, the backlash of the Blood Demonic Bone Eroding Spear was extremely frightening. Its previous owners had all been devoured by the backlash after obtaining this demonic weapon. It was basically impossible to completely control this demonic weapon. Many experts from the House of Marquis Qin had tried to tame this ferocious demonic weapon, but none of them had been able to do so. But now, LV Yongsheng was holding it in his hand, and he didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of discomfort. It was obvious that he had completely tamed this demonic weapon, as expected of the second genius of the House of Marquis Qin. He's actually able to tame this demonic weapon. Brother LV, although your second son is only at the peak of the initial stage of the ultimate Emperor Realm, with this demonic weapon, his strength is no weaker than a mid-stage ultimate Emperor Realm expert. There was a trace of surprise in the master of the meteorite's beautiful eyes, especially when she saw the Blood Demonic Bone Eroding Spear in LV Yongsheng's hand. Her face was no longer calm. LV Nantian nodded in satisfaction. The son he was most proud of was naturally his eldest son, LV Tao, who had made it to the 15th place on the Green Emperor leaderboard. He naturally doted on his second son, although LV Yongxing's cultivation was far inferior to LV Tao's. The fact that he had made it to the top 100 of the Green Emperor leaderboard had earned him a lot of face. And the fact that LV Yongxing had managed to tame the blood, demonic bone, eroding spear made him extremely happy. Yongxing's talent is very good, and he's also very bold. Back then, the other geniuses in our house didn't even dare to approach the blood, demonic bone eroding spear, but he dared and even took the initiative to approach it. Although he suffered a lot, he was still able to tame it in the end. LV Nanshan's face was full of smiles. After all, LV Yongsheng was his son. As a father, he was naturally gratified and happy to receive praise from others. If you want to tame the blood demon corroding bone spear, you need to have enough courage. In fact, in the last battle for the Vitality Tower, that genius from your house of Marquis Qin was so stubborn that he insisted on choosing the blood demon inheritance on the 4th floor. That kind of inheritance is too terrifying, and it's not something an ordinary person can withstand. In the end, he was unable to withstand the corrosion of the blood demon's terrifying, baleful aura. Fortunately, that genius had a firm will. Although the inheritance failed, he relied on his tenacious will to forcefully bring back the forbidden technique. Blood demon descends, and this blood demon corroding bone spear. However, his final outcome was... When the master of the meteorite said this, she quietly sized up Lu Nantian. She didn't continue speaking. She knew that the previous house of Marquis Qin was the brother of the Lu Nantian. Lu Nantian's face darkened. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore. Although our house of Marquis Qin missed out on the inheritance last time, we won't miss out on it this time. As he said this, Lu Nantian's sharp gaze dimmed. The last battle for the Vitality Tower was a matter of 100 years ago. At that time he was still young, and that genius was his elder brother, Lu Hantian. At that time, Lu Hantian's talent was extremely terrifying. His cultivation was much higher than that of his eldest son, Louis Tao. Apart from the top 10 geniuses of the imperial city, he was also a peerless expert ranked 11th on the Azure Emperor leaderboard. Unfortunately, Lu Hantian was a wanton and unrestrained person. He did as he pleased and didn't like to be bound by rules. As long as he wanted to do something, even 10 bulls couldn't pull him back. In the previous battle for the Vitality Tower, Lu Hantian unsurprisingly suppressed many geniuses. Even the top geniuses of the other 4 superforces could only look up to Lu Hantian. However, when entering the 4th floor of the Vitality Tower to explore the ancient ruins and accept the ancient inheritance, Lu Hantian stubbornly chose the most powerful and terrifying inheritance, the Blood Demon inheritance. However, the Blood Demon inheritance was too terrifying. Even though Lu Hantian was extremely talented, he still couldn't resist the endless negative emotions of the Blood Demon when accepting the inheritance. In the end, he was seriously injured by the Blood Demon's backlash. Fortunately, Lu Hantian wasn't a pushover. Although he was affected by the Blood Demon's backlash, he relied on his terrifying willpower to maintain his consciousness. Moreover, he directly plundered the forbidden technique, Blood Demon's descent, and the Blood Demon's bone-corroding spear from the Blood Demon inheritance. However, after teleporting out of the Vitality Tower, Lu Hantian was already at the end of his rope. Even though the House of Marquis Qin spent countless resources to extend Lu Hantian's life, they could only keep him alive for half a year. Thinking of that high-spirited figure, Lu Nantian had a bitter expression on his face. He knew that if his elder brother was still alive, his current cultivation would be extremely terrifying. Moreover, their Muqing County wouldn't have lost so miserably in the War of the 9 Counties. Whoosh! Suddenly, ripples appeared around Lu Nantian. A white light flashed, and a somewhat dazed Lu Yuanhua suddenly appeared in front of Lu Nantian. At this moment, Lu Yuanhua's expression was extremely pale. He had used up nearly half of his essence blood, and his body didn't have a trace of strength. This is the top of the trial mountain? Father, why am I here? Lu Yuanhua blankly looked around and asked doubtfully, Humph, you still ask me why you're here? Who gave you the blood demon's descent? Is this forbidden technique something you can learn? Fortunately, you've only learned a little bit of it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Nanshan's expression was extremely solemn, and his eyes were filled with indifference. He was extremely angry that Lu Yuanhua had practiced the blood demon's descent without permission. If this forbidden technique wasn't controlled properly, it could cost one's life. LV Yuanhua shrunk his neck back. This was the first time he had seen LV Nantian so angry. He weakly said, the blood demon descends was something I secretly took from the mansion's scripture pavilion. At that time, it was also because I was very unwilling and didn't want to lose to that bastard Joan, so I was forced to use the blood demon descends. Don't use the blood demon's descent in the future. This forbidden technique will harm others and yourself. In the end, you'll even pay with your life. Take this life blood pill. It can help you quickly recover your essence blood. Lu Nantian coldly snorted. With a flick of his sleeve, a warm red pill shot into Lu Yuanhua's palm. A surge of vitality flowed out from the pill. Feeling the warmth of the pill in his palm, Lu Yuanhua's face was filled with joy. He hurriedly said, Thank you, Father. I won't use the blood demon's descent in the future. The life blood pill wasn't an ordinary pill. Its value wasn't inferior to an earth-rank spiritual treasure. Lu Nantian rarely used this kind of precious pill. Now that he had taken it out for Lu Yuanhua, it naturally moved Lu Yuanhua's heart, and he repeatedly promised, In the future, you'll do things more steadily. Now, stand by my side and watch the final round of the trial mountain. This will be extremely useful to you. Lu Nantian nodded. Soon after, he placed his hands behind his back and no longer paid attention to Lu Yuanhua. Instead, he looked at the screen of light on the heaven and earth monolith. After swallowing the life blood pill, Lu Yuanhua's complexion became much rosier. His originally weak body was filled with energy. His entire body felt warm and comfortable. Seeing that Lu Nantian didn't say anything, Lu Yuanhua naturally didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he locked his gaze on the screen of light on the heaven and earth monolith. I wonder who Zhuan's opponent will be in the final round? It'll be best if he meets the strongest monstrous geniuses and suffers a crushing defeat. I found this kid. While browsing through the screen, Lu Yuanhua immediately found the screen of light where Zhuan was. However, when he saw Zhuan's opponent, he suddenly laughed. This was because Zhuan's opponent was actually his second brother, Lu Yongshen. Haha, it seems like enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Zhuan, this little bastard, actually met my second brother in the final round. With my second brother's strength. Even if this Zhuan has level 4 lower mental power, it's unlikely that he'll be a match for my second brother. Now, my second brother can avenge me. Lu Yuanhua had strong confidence in Lu Yongshen. This was because he knew that Lu Yongshen's true strength was extremely terrifying, especially when Lu Yongshen revealed a demonic weapon like the blood demon corroding bone spear. Then, Zhuan's chances of winning were even lower. In the main hall, countless blood mists rolled and the smell of blood permeated the air. Crash! A scarlet luster, like sticky blood, spread out from the blood demon corroding bone spear. The nauseating smell of blood permeated the entire main hall. Blood demon corroding bone spear! As if he was sleep-talking, Zhuan's lips slowly wriggled. However, his gaze became much more serious. This blood spear gave him an extremely strong sense of danger, much stronger than Lu Yongshen's. Since you forced me to use this blood demon corroding bone spear, you won't have any regrets if you lose. Lu Yongshen roared in a low voice. The tragic blood color in the depths of his eyes spread out. turning his entire eyes into a terrifying scarlet color. At the same time, he took a step forward. Countless blood auras erupted, and Lu Yongxing's entire body turned into a terrifying blood shadow, rushing straight toward Zhuowen. Buzz! A clear buzzing sound rang out. The blood spear swept across the air. The spiral-shaped spear tip actually trembled slightly, emitting a strange, ear-piercing buzzing sound wave that rapidly spread out in the air. Zhuowen's face darkened. This was because when he felt the sound wave approaching, the blood in his body started to boil uncontrollably, as if it wanted to break out of his body. What a strange demonic spear. Just the sound wave it emits is actually able to affect the blood in my body. Zhuowen stirred the blood flames in his body and forcefully suppressed the boiling blood in his body. His gaze was grave, but he was not the slightest bit afraid. The dragon scale dominating bone spear in his hand stretched out. His 5 fingers suddenly moved, and the huge bone spear began to violently spin. Countless forces swirled in the air, flying straight towards the incoming Lu Yongxing. Swoosh! Lu Yongxing was the first to arrive. With a shake of his right hand, countless blood-colored spear shadows burst forth, enveloping Zhuowen. A powerful force spread out in all directions, causing a bloody mist to erupt. The smell of blood permeated the air, and even the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. Advance, and the arrogant dragon will regret. Retreat, and the thistle will grow. Arrogant dragon style, come out. Chapter 484. Blood Demon Chlorumble. Space exploded as the several hundred feet long dragon head appeared once again. It was like a mountain as it pressed down on LV Yongxing. Humph! LV Yongxing, who was in midair, snorted coldly. He stomped his feet in the air, twisted his waist, and spun 360 degrees. The blood demon corroding bone spear in his hand turned into a blood-red light under the force of his waist and directly blasted towards the dragon head in the sky. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions rang out as the surrounding space instantly collapsed. Blood chi filled the air as the bloody spear seemed to be able to shake the heavens and earth as it destroyed the ascending dragon-style attack with irresistible force. LV Yongxing's figure did not change after the huge dragon head was destroyed. His feet gently stepped on the air as he instantly arrived above Zhuowen like a bloody arrow. With a shake of his right hand, countless bloody spear shadows rained down like raindrops. Zhuowen did not dare to be careless in the face of LV Yongxing's attack. His right hand that was holding the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear suddenly tightened as the bone spear shot out, turning into countless spear shadows that blocked the countless bloody spear shadows. Immediately, the sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the hall. Ding! 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 The 2 figures were like ghosts as they flew across the entire hall. Every time they crossed paths, dazzling sparks and terrifying energy would appear. Bang! In the air of the hall, the 2 figures fiercely clashed once again. Violent ripples spread out in all directions like ripples. Immediately, one of the figures was actually directly sent flying. He repeatedly retreated over a dozen steps in the air. Finally, his feet stepped on a stone pillar not far away. The powerful force caused countless cracks to appear on the surface of the stone pillar. Raising his head slightly, a handsome yet gloomy face was revealed. It was Zhuowen. In the previous exchange, Zhuowen was actually at a disadvantage. LV Yongxing, who possessed the blood demon bone eroding spear, was indeed incomparably powerful. Sizzle! The surface of the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear in Zhuowen's hand was actually entwined by sticky black blood. A corrosive sound was constantly emitted as the black blood began to corrode the body of the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear. What a strange demonic artifact. Just the blood chi it emits has such terrifying corrosiveness. Zhuowen's expression changed as he frowned. Haha, the blood demon corroding bone spear is known as a demonic artifact, but that's not just a title. The terrifying negative energy contained within it is extremely corrosive. Even if the tyrannical, dragon-scale bone spear in your hand is a mid-grade Earth-rank soul artifact, it is still unable to withstand this corrosive power. LV Yongsheng also saw the movement of the bone spear in Zhuowen's hand. The corners of his mouth parted, revealing a row of eerily white teeth. That might not be the case. Zhuowen smiled faintly and clenched his right hand. Suddenly, a blue and green flame burst out from his palm. Following that, Zhuowen rubbed his right palm on the spear, and the two-colored flame covered the entire tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear. The black blood on the spear was evaporated by the high temperature. LV Yongxing frowned. He didn't expect that the terrifying blood chi unique to the blood demon eroding bone spear would be destroyed by Zhuowen's strange two-colored flame. This was somewhat out of his expectations. You do have some ability, but that's all. LV Yongsheng only snorted coldly after his attack failed. Soon after, his right hand gently rubbed the blood demon eroding bone spear's body. Following that, he directly stabbed the spear in front of him. His hands quickly formed a seal, and in an instant, the blood demon eroding bone spear spewed out endless blood chi like a fountain. Blood demon claw. The moment the complicated handprint was condensed, LV Yongxing's right hand fiercely bombarded the ground. Immediately, countless densely packed black runes burst out from his palm. With him as the center, they spread to a range of several tens of feet, forming a huge black area. His right hand suddenly pressed against the ground as the tip of LV Yongxing's foot touched the spear's hilt. He looked down at Zhuowen from above and said, "Zhuowen, have a taste of true hell." As he spoke, LV Yongsheng pushed with both hands. The black area of several dozen meters instantly enveloped Zhuowen in the center. Zhuowen only felt a strong sense of crisis. He stomped his feet, wanting to escape from the black area. Who knew that the gravity in this strange area was hundreds of times stronger than the outside world? Every step he took was as if he was stepping on a swamp. It was very painful and helpless. Plop, plop. The sound of stones and water continuously resounded in this black area. The area of several dozen meters was instantly filled with countless black, ghostly hands, all of which stretched out from the ground. The ghostly hands were incomparably black, as if they were dyed black bone hands. The sharp five-finger bones were like the claws and teeth of ghosts. Looking at them made people feel a chill down their spine and sweat on their forehead. It was indeed very appropriate to describe them as ghostly hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the countless ghostly hands appeared, they actually grabbed towards Zhuowen, who was in the center of the area. Wherever they passed, the smell of blood spread, adding a sense of horror to this gloomy environment. What a good move. You actually have this move. Zhuowen's face was gloomy. He patted his Qinkuan bag with his right hand and immediately summoned the nine-wheel burning sky cauldron. He did not hold back and patted the top with both hands. Immediately, the nine-wheel burning sky cauldron spewed out 4 types of earth fire. Under the effect of the nine-wheel burning sky array, it turned into a 4-colored firestorm that violently surged out. Boom! Boom! In just an instant, the 4-colored firestorm immediately swallowed the surrounding ghostly hands. The violent energy swept out, and the stone pillars around the hall immediately collapsed and shattered. Another Earth-tier spirit treasure? LV Yongxing's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. He'd never imagined that Zhuowen would actually possess 2 earthly rank spirit treasures. Isn't this fellow from a tiny low-level city a bit too wealthy? LV Yongsheng, are you satisfied? If you are, then it's my turn. After breaking the blood demon claw, Zhuowen stepped out. With a wave of his right hand, the nine-wheel burning sky cauldron spewed out 4 types of earth fire again. They condensed into a 4-colored firestorm that directly swept towards LV Yongsheng. At the same time, Zhuowen was not idle. His right foot stepped on the ground, and his entire body turned into a shadow. He followed closely behind the four-colored firestorm. The dragon scale, dominating bone spear in his hand, was ready to be used. Once LV Yongxing showed a slight flaw, Zhuowen would mercilessly stab at him. You think you have victory in your hands just because you have 2 Earth rank soul treasures? I think you are really too naive. LV Yongxing's eyes were gloomy. He stepped lightly and retreated a dozen steps. At the same time, he pressed his right thumb between his teeth and bit it. His right thumb gently rubbed the spear, and a strong bloody aura surged out. Blood demon real body, appear! With a low cry, LV Yongxing's hands rapidly formed a seal. Immediately, a monstrous bloody aura rushed out from the spear and gradually condensed behind him, transforming into a several thousand feet large, bloody, illusory figure. Regardless of aura or size, the blood demon real body was much more powerful than the blood demon that Lu Yuanhua had summoned. The two were not even on the same level. Bang, bang, bang. The four-colored firestorm swept across the empty space of the large hall. Many stone pillars collapsed and exploded from the frightening energy. Immediately, the entire large hall was filled with dust and falling rocks. Roar! The blood demon real body was completely condensed the instant the four-colored firestorm swept over. The huge blood figure that was like a pillar supporting the sky suddenly transformed into a huge bloody glow that whizzed out. Countless bloody auras erupted, and the entire large hall turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Rumble! The firestorm and the enormous blood figure finally collided with a loud bang. In an instant, an earth-shaking loud sound suddenly sounded. The entire large hall shook intensely as countless rock fragments rolled down from the top of the large hall. In just a few moments, cracks began to appear on the hard walls around the main hall due to the ripples. The cracks continued to expand, and the light mirrors hidden in the walls for surveillance were shattered into dust under the effect of the ripples. Dong! With the destruction of the light mirrors, the light screen that belonged to Zhuowen and LV Yongsheng on the Heaven and Earth tablet at the top of the Trial Mountain instantly became blurry. The scene inside could no longer be seen clearly. Many people who were originally paying attention to this light screen were stunned. They never expected that such an unexpected situation would occur when the battle between Zhuowen and LV Yongsheng had reached its climax. This caused many people to feel extremely depressed in their hearts. At the front of the group, Lu Nantian and the others who were watching nervously also did not expect such a situation to occur. Helplessness filled their eyes as they looked at the blurry light screen. Zhuowen's cultivation has increased so quickly after absorbing 3 drops of the ultimate 9th Wheel Emperor Stage Warrior's blood essence. Moreover, the strength that he has displayed is also so powerful. It seems that I have underestimated Zhuowen. Lu Nantian had basically seen the entire battle between Zhuowen and LV Yongsheng. He was also extremely shocked by the strength that Zhuowen had displayed. It should be known that LV Yongsheng had even taken out a demonic weapon like the blood demon bone eroding spear. However, Zhuowen still showed no signs of being defeated. Moreover, he knew that Zhuowen's strongest mental energy was the 4th grade. If he used his mental energy, the outcome of this battle would be difficult to predict. Father, don't worry. You still don't know second brother strength. This Zhuowen can only jump around for a while. Once second brother gets serious, Zhuowen will definitely lose. Lu Yuanhua, who was standing beside Lu Nantian, did not look worried at all. Although he was a little surprised by the evenly matched battle just now, LV Yongsheng had yet to display his true strength. He did not believe that Zhuowen would be able to block his second brother's attack when the time came. Lu Nantian shook his head. Lu Yuanhua's strength was too low to see how terrifying Zhuowen was. How could he not see it? It should be known that from the moment Zhuowen entered the main hall and saw LV Yongsheng until now, there was not a trace of fear on his face. What did this mean? It meant that Zhuowen had great confidence in facing LV Yongsheng. However, the stronger Zhuowen's performance, the more valuable it is to recruit him. The outcome should be decided very soon. Although Zhuowen's strength is indeed strong, Yongsheng still has a trump card. It is already very impressive that Zhuowen was able to force Yongsheng to use the blood demon bone eroding spear. However, it will end here. Yongsheng should be able to win in the end. Chapter 485. Boundless sea of blood. The ancient hall was filled with dust. The stone pillars were crooked and vision was blurred. The entire hall was a mess. Whoosh! A figure suddenly shot out from a corner of the hall. The spear in his hand shuttled back and forth in the dust. Wherever it passed, countless cyclones and astral winds swirled, and the surrounding dust was directly swept away. Zhuowen, just die. You are indeed very strong to be able to break my blood demon real body. Unfortunately, your opponent is me, LV Yongsheng. So just die peacefully. As the spear swept past, dust flew everywhere, revealing a cold and pale face. It was LV Yongsheng who was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered, his hair was disheveled, and his body was bleeding from many wounds. LV Yongsheng streaked through the air and instantly flashed from one corner of the hall to the other. There was an enormous pit in that corner, and there was a slender and miserable figure struggling to get up from within the pit. When LV Yongsheng looked carefully, he realized that it was actually Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen was in a worse state than LV Yongsheng. His clothes were almost torn, revealing his muscular upper body. Blood was flowing from the hideous wounds. LV Yongsheng's blood demon real body was too terrifying. Although Zhuowen had used the four-colored firestorm, it was still unable to block the powerful attack of the blood demon real body. Moreover, Zhuowen was injured by the aftermath of the energy and was in such a sorry state. Whoosh! The blood spear swept through the void and instantly reached the top of the pit. The cold and bloody tip of the spear was aimed at the space between Zhuowen's eyebrows. It was as fast as lightning, like an extremely fast bloodlight. Zhuowen die. LV Yongsheng's eyes were filled with joy, and his face was filled with a crazy smile. This annoying Zhuowen was finally going to die in his hands. Thinking of this possibility, LV Yongsheng could not help but feel extremely excited. LV Yongsheng, you underestimate me too much. Seeing the blood spear rushing towards him, Zhuowen's eyes were cold and calm. His mud-pale palace spun crazily, and his mental strength poured out like a tide, forming a transparent defensive wall in front of him. Oh, it's mental strength? I once heard from my third brother that you are also a grade 3 Arcana Master. However, do you think that grade 3 mental strength can stop me? Seeing the unique transparent ripples of mental strength in front of Zhuowen, LV Yongsheng was first stunned. Then, the corner of his mouth twitch of disdain. The spear in LV Yongsheng's grade 3 mental strength studio. In his eyes, Zhuowen's mental strength of Yongsheng, S grade 3 mental strength. Boom! When the blood spear reached the mental energy wall, a dense circular ripple spread out. The blood spear, which was originally unstoppable, seemed to have entered a swamp as its speed rapidly decreased. In the end, it completely stopped when it was an inch away from Zhuowen's forehead. Is you. This spiritual energy isn't something a third-rank Arcana Master should possess. Could it be that you're already a fourth-rank Arcana Master? LV, is. Just as you can see, this is mental strength of the initial grade 4. Zhuowen smiled faintly. With a thought, the transparent mental energy wall suddenly exploded, turning into countless transparent, hidden weapons that shot at LV Yongsheng. The sound of countless energies flying rang out continuously. LV Yongsheng's expression changed drastically. He pulled back his right hand and pulled out the blood spear. Then he swept it horizontally. Blood, qi surged out, blocking the numerous hidden weapons. LV Yongxing used the recoil to retreat a dozen or so meters. He stared darkly at Zhuowen in front of him. "You are a grade 4 Arcana Master." LV Yongxing's face was filled with shock and uncertainty. He did not expect Zhuowen to have already become a grade 4 Arcana Master. This was too sudden and unexpected for him. After all, advancing from 3rd rank Arcana Master to 4th rank was a qualitative change. Once an Arcana Master reached the 4th rank, he or she would basically become a powerhouse. The reason why a grade 4 Arcana Master was so much stronger than a grade 3 Arcana Master was because the mental strength of a grade 4 Arcana Master was no weaker than an Earth tier spirit treasure. In other words, a casual attack from a grade 4 Arcana Master was equivalent to a cultivator using an Earth tier spirit treasure to attack with all their might. Their strength far exceeded that of an ordinary cultivator. It was precisely because a grade 4 Arcana Master was so terrifying that advancing from grade 3 to grade 4 was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was 100 times more difficult than advancing to the ultimate Emperor realm. It was said that some extremely talented Arcana Masters only took 2 years to become Arcana Masters, but it took them more than 20 years to go from Arcana Master to Arcana Master. Some of the less talented Arcana Masters might not even be able to become Arcana Masters in their entire lives. From this, one could see just how difficult it was to become Arcana Masters. However, what LV Yongxing could not imagine was how old Zhuowen was. He was not even 20 years old, yet he was already a grade 4 Arcana Master. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he definitely would have thought that this was a lie made up by someone. However, now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. Zhuowen slapped his Qinquan pouch and countless sword beams flashed out. Numerous sword-shaped spirit treasures with flowing lights and vibrant colors revolved around Zhuowen. Zhuowen's entire body slowly floated in the air under the effect of his mind power as he coldly looked down at LV Yongxing. "I've said before that I'll settle our debts with you one day. Now is that day." Zhuowen's gaze was extremely calm. Under the influence of his mental strength, Zhuowen's hair and clothes danced wildly. The terrifying wounds on his body slowly healed under the effects of the Hell King's heart. He was like a demon or a god. LV Yongxing's face became extremely gloomy when he saw the awe-inspiring Zhuowen above him. Zhuowen's strength had already exceeded his expectations. God damn it! How does this guy cultivate? It hasn't been that long, but he's already so strong? I should have hardened my heart and killed this little bastard back in the Mortal Tier Pavilion. He wouldn't have become so difficult to deal with now, he cursed inwardly. LV Yongxing's eyes were filled with regret as he cursed inwardly. Zhuowen had only been a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator before the tower had been opened, while he was a 3-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. At that time, Zhuowen had been completely powerless against him. But now, not only did the little bastard in front of him possess strength comparable to his own, he was also a rank 4 Arcana Master. Outside of the Origin Energy Tower, this kind of strength and identity was definitely an existence that was worth fighting over. Father has probably already noticed this bastard. Once this bastard leaves this place alive, even I won't have another chance to act. He might even become the focus of Father's nurturing. This is my last chance to kill him. I must kill Zhuowen this time. LV Yongxing's eyes flashed with killing intent. He knew that he had to kill Zhuowen in the Trial Mountains, or there would be endless trouble in the future. Zhuowen, you must die today. With that, LV Yongxing suddenly grasped the blood demon bone eroding spear and swiped his palm across the tip of the spear, causing blood to spurt out. Asterisk splash. Asterisk as the blood spurted out. a bloody light suddenly surged out from the blood demon bone eroding spear. Strangely, this bloody light was like countless blood insects, madly surging into L.V. Yongxing's body. For a moment, L.V. Yongxing was completely enveloped by the bloody light. Under the infusion of the blood light, L.V. Yongxing's aura skyrocketed like a rainbow piercing through the sun. On the surface of his body, countless blood lights wriggled. If one looked carefully, these wriggling blood lights changed shape rapidly, turning into ferocious human faces. Asterisk wails like ghosts and howls like wolves constantly rang out from the bloody lights. These human faces were all the vengeful spirits that L.V. Yongxing had killed over the years. The vengeful spirits of these people were nourishment for the blood demon bone eroding spear. Now that they had been released, they could actually greatly increase L.V. Yongxing's strength. Asterisk roar. Asterisk L.V. Yongxing roared at the sky, his eyes scarlet and his expression ferocious. A bloody sound wave spread out, causing the ground to crack. Thump, thump, thump. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. With a thought, the boundless sword force protected his body as he retreated dozens of steps. Looking at the bloody figure in the distance, Zhuowen's expression became extremely serious. With the support of the bloody light, L.V. Yongxing's aura skyrocketed several times. He rose from the peak of the early stage of the Ultimate Emperor Realm to the mid-stage of the Ultimate Emperor Realm. At this moment, he was surrounded by bloody qi, causing the space to crack. Zhuowen, die! As he spoke, L.V. Yongxing stomped his foot. With the support of countless bloody qi, the ground cracked. His entire body was like a bloody giant as he brazenly charged at Zhuowen. The bloody spear in his hand seemed to have become one with him. He waved it casually, tearing through the air with vast power. Boundless sea of blood. Thick blood gushed out from the blood demon bone eroding spear, engulfing the entire hall. It was as if the entire hall had sunk into a sea of blood. L.V. Yongxing stood at the top of the sea of blood. With a slap of the spear in his right hand, the spear merged into the boundless sea of blood. Raging waves surged as the sea of blood filled the air. The stench of blood roiled, and the bloody qi permeated the air. For a moment, the hall was almost dyed blood red. Bang! 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 Within the hall, cracks began to spread out. The entire hall was showing signs of collapsing. Zhuowen's expression became extremely grave. He could sense that the sea of blood rushing towards him had an extremely terrifying aura. It was the fear of death. He knew that if he was enveloped by this sea of blood, he would definitely die. Phew! Looks like I'll have to go all out. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of madness. He liked the feeling of hovering between life and death. He enjoyed it because only a cultivator who had experienced life and death could possess the key to the path of the strong. Zhuowen loved this feeling. His Naiwen palace began to spin wildly. Zhuowen's expression was grave. He suddenly waved his right hand, and an endless amount of spiritual energy poured out and merged with the boundless sword intent around him. Buzz! The 108 sword-shaped spiritual treasures buzzed in unison. The clear sword chime reverberated throughout the hall, faintly forming a special symphony. Chapter 486. Annihilation soared light invisible mental energy spread across the entire large hall like floodwaters. Soon after, sword light flashed across the sky. The sword light was like drifting snow as it enveloped the entire large hall. In an instant, with Zhuowen at the center, the area within a few hundred feet had turned into a domain of flashing sword light. The enormous sword light domain seemed to revolve around Zhuowen, like a nebula in the universe, brilliant and colorful. The cold light that flashed outside the sword light domain was so powerful that it caused the space to collapse and turn into a black hole. Swoosh! The instant the enormous sword light domain was formed, L.V. Yongxing also rushed over with a boundless sea of blood. A sharp blood light flashed out from the sea of blood. Wherever it passed, the sea of blood split apart and space collapsed. It was L.V. Yongxing's blood, demonic bone eroding spear. Both Zhuo Wen and L.V. Yongxing had used all of their trump cards. The outcome of this battle would be decided in this intense clash. Rumble. At this time, the huge hall was almost divided into two strange areas. The monstrous sea of blood and the endless sword light each occupied the area of the hall. Then they swept out with a whistling sound and finally collided with each other like meteorites colliding. Bang! An earth-shattering sound resounded throughout the entire hall. The impact of the collision caused fine cracks to appear on the ground. They were like a spider web that was densely packed. Ring-shaped waves of air swept out in all directions and bombarded the walls around the main hall with unparalleled power. Countless pieces of rock were directly shattered, and the few remaining stone pillars in the main hall were all shattered inch by inch, turning into fine powder that filled the air. The instant the sword light domain collided with the boundless sea of blood, Zhuowen's body trembled as the blood in his body surged. With a groan, he retreated as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Block it! Seeing that the sword light domain was being suppressed, Zhuowen roared towards the sky. The mental energy in his Naiwen palace poured out without any regard for his life, adding to the infinite sword aura. Instantly, countless sword cries gathered as the sword light domain swelled and turned into a rotating nebula. Humph! As soon as the sword light nebula formed, it blocked the invasion of the boundless sea of blood. At the same time, a soft groan rang out from the boundless sea of blood. Clearly, L.V. Yongxing was not feeling too well either. L.V. Yongxing was indeed powerful. His strength had almost surpassed that of an ordinary three-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. One had to know that ever since Zhuowen had increased the might of the boundless sword intent, the might of the three sword techniques it contained had been greatly enhanced. The most terrifying one was naturally the third sword move, the 9 consecutive moves of the Heavenly Sword Dance. The principle of this move was to use the 108 sword-shaped spirit treasures of the infinite sword aura to perform 9 sword moves at lightning speed. From there, it quickly formed an extremely terrifying sword light domain. It was like a nebulous storm that could crush everything. Originally, Zhuowen thought that after he used the 9 consecutive moves of the rotating Heaven Sword Dance, he would be able to obtain a crushing victory. However, he did not expect that L.V. Yongxing's boundless sea of blood would not be easy to deal with. Its power was even stronger than the sword light domain. Roar! Seeing that the sword light domain had gained the upper hand, a beast-like roar suddenly rang out from the sea of blood. Above the sea of blood, L.V. Yongxing's eyes were scarlet red. His face was ferocious as he stared coldly at Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with ferocity and bloodlust. Kill! Kill everything! A sharp, low roar reverberated over the entire hall. Immediately, L.V. Yongxing's hand swiftly swung the blood spear. In an instant, many blood-colored spear shadows that were 1,000 feet long rushed over from all directions. All of them smashed into the sword light domain. Thump! 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 The sword light domain showed signs of being pushed back by such a crazy attack. Zhuowen was not feeling well at all. Maintaining the sword light domain consumed a great deal of mental energy. I'll suppress you even if I have to risk my life. Suppress. Zhuowen was going all out as well. Mental energy was continuously released from his Naiwen palace. At the same time, the 81 strands of mental energy cultivated from the myriad expansion scripture were used to reinforce the sword light domain. In an instant, the sword light domain expanded a little. Sword light filled the sky as sword chi rampaged. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering sound reverberated in the hall. The countless blood spear shadows that L.V. Yongxing had unleashed were directly crushed by the strengthened sword light domain. They turned into blood light and disappeared. LV Yongsheng, who was above the sea of blood, spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked a little dispirited. This is a good opportunity. Seeing LV Yongsheng's dispirited expression, Zhou eyes lit up. He formed a sword sign with his right hand. Suddenly, the sword light domain suppressed the sea of blood. LV Yongsheng retreated again and again. Blood flowed from the surface of his body and formed a layer of blood clothes on the surface of his body. I won't lose. Blood demon soul, descend upon my body. My blood essence will be your meal. The veins on LV Yongsheng's forehead bulged. His face was ferocious and his eyes were scarlet. His face was filled with madness. His hands formed a complicated seal. In an instant, the dispirited aura in his body recovered a lot. Blood demon's descent. Zhou face changed when he saw the seal on LV Yongsheng's hands. This was not the first time he had seen such a seal. Lu Yuanhua had also used such a forbidden technique. However, Lu Yuanhua's cultivation was shallow and he did not display the full power of the blood demon's descent. However, LV Yongsheng was different. LV Yongsheng, who could tame the blood demon corroding bone spear, was probably the most suitable candidate to use the blood demon's descent. Moreover, his strength would definitely increase by a terrifying amount. Boom! LV Yongsheng slowly stood up amidst the bloody aura. At this moment, he was basically covered in blood. The viscous blood slowly flowed all over his body, emitting a somewhat disgusting, gurgling sound. At the same time, the void behind him collapsed and a huge black hole appeared. A blood shadow that was thousands of feet tall stepped out of the black hole. It was as if the sky was shaking and the earth was shaking. Blood chi filled the air and blood light soared into the sky. The blood demon soul that LV Yongsheng had summoned was much stronger than the one that Lu Yuanhua had summoned. Just its aura alone was enough to make people tremble in fear. With just a raise of its hand, it could create a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The blood demon's soul glanced at LV Yongsheng indifferently. Its eyes were filled with coldness and bloodlust. It nodded and shrank, entering LV Yongsheng's body. Roar! Mournful roars rang out continuously. With LV Yongsheng as the center, blood-red sound waves spread out in all directions. The space collapsed and the air boiled. The roars gradually calmed down. At this moment, LV Yongsheng's entire body was covered in blood. It was as if he had put on a layer of blood-red armor. On his forehead, elbows, knees, and back, there were blood-red horns that emitted a blood-red light that sent chills down people's spines. At this moment, LV Yongsheng did not look like a human at all. He was simply the world's most perfect killing machine. Creak! Creak! As LV Yongsheng moved his limbs, ear-piercing explosions rang out around him. It was as if every step he took was shattering bones. The sound was chilling. Zhuowen, your blood, your life, all belong to me. LV Yongsheng's right hand, which was covered in blood-red thorns, gently touched the blood-red spear. On the surface of the blood demon corroding bone spear, sinister blood-red horns squirmed and grew. It looked like a hedgehog, sinister and terrifying. Boom! With a stomp, LV Yongsheng almost turned into a blood-red shadow. Under the scouring of the sea of blood, a blood-red spear that looked down on all heroes swept out. The perfect combination of man and spear arrived at the sword-light domain in an instant. LV Yongsheng pointed his spear at the void. Countless blood-red lights spread out and bombarded the sword-light domain. Bang! This spear possessed a peerless beauty, a desolate and decisive aura, and an indomitable spirit. With a clink, the blood spear smashed into the sword-light domain and directly forced it back a step. On the other hand, Zhuo Wen's mind shook. He let out a muffled groan and also took a large step back. It's not over yet. Zhuo Wen, I'm going to beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy. A cruel laugh came from LV Yongsheng's mouth. Shortly after, LV Yongsheng stomped his foot and the blood demon corroding bones spear danced in the air. The powerful force almost forced the sword light domain back again and again. At the same time, LV Yongsheng used both his hands and feet, bombarding the sword light domain with extreme speed. Dang, dang, dang. Retreating a dozen steps, Zhuowen's face was pale. Blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. His face was ferocious, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Last move. I'll directly break your sword light domain. LV Yongsheng was unforgiving. His right hand touched the blood-red spear, and his left hand slapped the handle of the blood-red spear. The blood-red spear turned into a blood-red light and drilled into the sword light domain. At the same time, LV Yongsheng, whose body was covered with blood-red horns, roared towards the sky. His whole body spun crazily in the air and turned into a blood-red meteor, falling rapidly behind the blood-red spear. Boom! 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 The blood-red spear stopped at the periphery of the sword light domain. It only paused for a moment before it pierced through. In an instant, countless sword lights were corroded by the blood-red light and dimmed. Break for me! LV Yongsheng rushed into the center of the sword light domain. His hands, which were covered with blood-red horns, tore the surrounding sword lights into nothingness. In an instant, the sword light domain collapsed into nothingness under LV Yongsheng's wanton destruction. Puff! As soon as the sword light domain collapsed, Zhuowen flew out. He couldn't help but spit out a big mouthful of blood. His face was gloomy to the extreme. After fusing with the blood demon's soul, LV Yongsheng's strength was too abnormal. He actually broke his sword light domain so easily. Boom! He smashed heavily into the ground, causing the ground to crack, forming a crater that was dozens of feet wide. Zhuowen knelt in the center of the crater on one knee. His muscular body was already drenched in blood. Fortunately, he had an extremely abnormal recovery ability, so he was not too worried about these injuries. Thump! 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 LV Yongsheng, who was wearing a ferocious blood-red armor, slowly walked over and finally stopped at the edge of the pit. His face was covered by the blood-red armor, revealing only a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. At this moment, he was staring coldly at Zhuowen. Zhuowen, you've already lost. In fact, it's a pity to kill a genius like you. I've changed my mind now. I don't plan to kill you. As long as you sign a contract with me and become my slave for all eternity, I will spare your life. Licking his lips, LV Yongsheng stared indifferently at Zhuowen. Zhuowen was a rank 4 Arcana Master. It would be a pity to kill him just like that. As long as LV Yongsheng could become his servant, LV Yongsheng would have done a great service to Muqin Marquis Estate. Lost? LV Yongsheng, you think too highly of yourself. I don't think so. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhuowen slowly stood up. His hands quickly formed a seal. The 9-wheel sky-burning cauldron suddenly spewed out 3 types of earth fire in front of him. Then Zhuowen formed a seal, and the 3 types of earth fire merged together. Chapter 487. Blooming tricolor, lotus. The 3 different colored flames merged and formed a brilliant tricolor refining flame. A terrifying aura surged out from the tricolor refining flame and spread throughout the hall like a tide. LV Yongsheng's scarlet eyes slowly narrowed. Looking at the tricolor refining flame in Zhuowen's hand, a trace of fear appeared on his face. He felt that the tricolor refining flame's aura was threatening to him. This kid still hasn't run out of tricks? This guy. Shock finally emerged in LV Yongsheng's heart. Originally, he thought that after Zhuowen's level 4 mental strength was broken by him, Zhuowen was at the end of his rope. However, this guy actually still had a trump card like the tricolored refining flame. LV Yongsheng, I've said it before, it's not that easy to defeat me. Licking his lips, Zhuowen's face revealed a trace of madness. He stomped his foot, and instantly, The dense tricolor refining flame condensed together like a storm and finally turned into a boundless sea of fire. Taste the power of this tricolor refining flame. As soon as the tricolor sea of fire formed, Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the sea of fire swept forward like raging waves beating the shore. It directly pressed down on LV Yongsheng in front of it. LV Yongsheng's face was extremely gloomy. The power of the tricolor refining flame was somewhat beyond his expectations. He could feel the intense danger contained in the sea of fire above him. He knew that if he was hit directly, he would definitely be seriously injured. Humph! You dare to stop me with this little trick? Ridiculous. With a sneer, LV Yongsheng straightened his back and was not afraid. He waved the ferocious blood spear with his right hand and wiped the tip of the spear with his left palm. Blood spurted out and scattered in the air. Then, LV Yongsheng's long spear pierced through the blood droplets in the air, and his left hand continuously made seals. Blood demon flurry eyes. With a low roar, the blood droplets that had been pierced through the air immediately turned into a boundless curtain of blood. With an inconceivable speed, it rapidly spread around the entire hall. For a moment, the entire hall was dyed in a mournful red. What was strange was that these blood curtains were pulsating as if they had a life of their own. It was as if the entire hall had turned into the internal organs of a giant beast, and they were trapped inside. "Eye open!" With a stomp of his foot, LV Yongsheng raised his head and roared. His eyes flashed with a dazzling blood-red light. Countless blood-red lines burst out from his body and sprinkled into the blood curtain around him. Rumble! An earth-shaking loud sound reverberated over the entire hall. Immediately, the blood curtain that covered the entire hall wiggled wildly. Soon after, densely packed blood eyes appeared within the blood curtain. The blood-colored eyes continued to move back and forth, as though they were curiously observing their surroundings. There were billions of blood-red eyes in the blood screen. They were densely packed together and looked extremely strange and disgusting. Clang! Countless blood-red lines exploded. The ferocious blood-red armor on the surface of LV Yongsheng's body slowly peeled off, revealing a pale and bloodless face. The blood spear was stabbed in front of him. He held the blood demon corroding bone spear with both hands and knelt on one knee. His ferocious eyes stared at Zhuowen, who was not far away. "Zhuowen, the blood demon flurry eyes is my most powerful move. It is also a move that will cut off all means of retreat. After using this move, I no longer have any fighting strength to speak of. If you can take this move, then I will lose. If you can't, then you will die. Haha." LV Yongsheng held the spear with both hands. His blood-dyed hair danced in the wind. He looked up to the sky and laughed like a madman. He had fought to his heart's content in this battle. He did not expect Zhuowen to force him to such an extent. He knew that even if Zhuowen had the three-colored refining flame, it was unlikely that he could withstand his blood demon flurry eyes. The final victory would be his. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, the eyes of the countless number of blood eyes on the enormous blood curtain were focused on the three-colored sea of fire that was surging over. A strange, sharp cry sounded. Immediately, countless number of bloodlines surged out from the blood eyes. Countless bloodlines turned into a huge blood net in the void, blocking the three-colored sea of fire in front of the void. It only stopped the surging three-colored sea of fire in an instant. Boom! 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 What made Zhuowen's face turn gloomy was that the three-colored sea of fire was like a fish caught in a net in front of the blood net. It struggled with all its might, but it was of no use. Instead, the blood net was getting tighter and tighter. In an instant, the three-colored sea of fire was directly crushed into countless pieces by the power of the blood net. Humph! With a muffled groan, Zhuowen continuously retreated. His eyes were extremely gloomy. The power of the blood demon flurry eyes that LV Yongsheng had used in the end was too terrifying. Moreover, The entire hall was densely packed with blood eyes. It was as if he was under surveillance from the sky to the ground. There was nowhere to hide and nowhere to run. "Haha, Zhuowen, you're dead, you're dead." The blood demon flurry eyes is almost invincible. Even peak three-wheel Emperor Realm experts like Su Tianliang and Qin Batian would be put in an extremely difficult position by this move, let alone a mere peak two-wheel Emperor Realm expert like you. LV Yongsheng laughed heartily. He stared straight at Zhuowen as if he was looking at a dead man. Swoosh! Swoosh! Countless blood-red eyes suddenly blinked, and the sky and the ground were filled with terrifying blood-red lines. Like countless lightning bolts, they enveloped Zhuowen, who was in the center, from all directions. At this moment, Zhuowen couldn't even dodge. What a frightening move! It seems that if I don't use that move, I won't be able to block it. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhuowen's expression became extremely calm as he felt the bloodlines sweeping towards him from all directions. He patted the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron and skillfully condensed the tricolored flames once again. As soon as the tricolored flames appeared, they were like walls of fire. Brilliant lights and vibrant colors enveloped Zhuowen's entire body. At the same time, Zhuowen clenched his fists. The Icefall Saint rune on the back of his hand began to light up. At this moment, Zhuowen was finally prepared to use the Icefall Saint rune. Furthermore, he was using the tricolored flames to fuse the ice and fire energy. This was the first time he had used the tricolored flames, which were even more powerful than the blood flames. He knew that the backlash would be extremely terrifying. At this moment, it was already a matter of life and death. He had no choice but to take the risk and try to fuse the tricolored flames with the extreme frost. He knew that only the fusion of these two extreme ice and fire energies might be able to block the terrifying blood demon flurry eyes. What a tenacious fellow! Zhuowen, your tricolored flames are completely useless in front of the blood demon flurry eyes. You're just struggling in vain. Seeing Zhuowen release the tricolored flames again, LV Yongxing's eyes were full of contempt and disdain. The tricolored flames were indeed terrifying, but the blood demon flurry eyes were even more terrifying. In front of the blood demon flurry eyes, the tricolored flames were as fragile as tofu. Boom, boom, boom. Just as LV Yongxing said, countless bloodlines arrived in an instant. The walls of fire formed by the tricolored flames completely collapsed and dissipated under the effect of the bloodlines like tofu. In 2 breaths of time, the tricolored wall of fire around Zhuowen had completely collapsed and disappeared. In the next moment, the dense blood veins that looked like blood vessels rushed toward Zhuowen, who was within the wall of fire. Under the bombardment of so many bloodlines, Zhuowen was bound to be blasted into dregs. The joy in LV Yongxing's eyes became even more intense. His face was brimming with a crazy smile. Boom! When the bloodlines were only 10 feet away from Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged below, time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Gusts of strong wind constantly surged in front of Zhuowen. Then a budding tricolored lotus flower gushed out from Zhuowen's palm. The tricolored lotus flower rapidly expanded and directly enveloped Zhuowen in the center of the lotus. At this time, the bloodlines had already arrived in front of him, but they were all blocked by the tricolored flames. Although there were occasional sparks, it ultimately blocked the invasion of the bloodlines. What? It actually blocked it? What is this tricolored lotus flower? It actually blocked the attack of the blood demon flurry eyes? LV Yongsheng, who was in the distance, was finally shocked. His eyes widened as he stared blankly at the tricolored lotus flower around Zhuowen. Pist, pist, pist. A soft sound was heard. Then, LV Yongsheng was shocked to find that the tricolored lotus flower was actually slowly blooming. The 3 petals of different colors slowly opened just like that. Finally, the huge tricolored lotus flower bloomed completely just like that. At the same time, a terrifying and shocking aura suddenly overflowed. Within the tricolored lotus flower, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. There was a touch of excitement in the depths of his eyes. He finally succeeded in blending. Under the pressure of death, he successfully blended the tricolored lotus flower. However, the price he paid was also extremely high. His arms were almost mangled, revealing eerie white bones. If it weren't for his extremely strong recovery ability, Zhuowen's arms would have been completely crippled. Slowly getting up, Zhuowen gently waved his right hand. The tricolored lotus flower enveloping his body finally, gradually shrank to the size of a palm and fell into his palm. Then Zhuowen stared at LV Yongsheng in front of him with a cold smile on his face. LV Yongsheng, perhaps the final victor won't be you, but I, Zhuowen. The blood demon flurry, is indeed powerful, but... As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped his foot and threw his right hand with all his might. The beautiful and elegant tricolored lotus flower turned into a tricolored shadow and quickly rushed towards the surrounding blood curtain. Powerful fluctuations slowly spread out, and even the surrounding space showed signs of collapsing. Boom, boom, boom. Countless blood eyes on the blood curtain also felt the threat from the tricolored lotus flower. They condensed terrifying bloodlines and rushed towards the tricolored lotus flower, wanting to completely destroy this strange lotus flower. However, the tricolored lotus flower's power was too terrifying. These bloodlines were like clay oxen entering the sea. They couldn't cause any damage to the tricolored lotus flower at all. Damn it! Blood demon flurry, I explode! Seeing the tricolored lotus getting closer and closer, LV Yongsheng was finally afraid. The power of the tricolored lotus flower was a little too terrifying. Even the blood demon's bloodlines couldn't cause any damage to it. Boom, boom, boom. LV Yongsheng's shout caused the surrounding curtain of blood to wriggle madly. Next, the numerous blood-red eyes within the curtain of blood abruptly widened and an aura of devastation surged out. Next, the curtain of blood blew up. Explosion isn't your specialty. I can do it too. Tricolored lotus flower, explode! Zhuowen wasn't afraid at all. With a low shout, the fresh and refined three-colored lotus shrunk and tightened. Unexpectedly, it also exploded abruptly. Chapter 488. A Pyrrhic, Victorian, earth-shattering explosion rang out, causing the entire hall to shake violently. The surrounding walls, which were as hard as steel, were finally completely shattered at this moment, revealing the deep passageway outside. The blood barrier and the tricolor lotus collided in the end. The intensity of the double explosion had completely exceeded Zhuowen and LV Yongsheng's expectations. The space around the hall completely collapsed at that moment, forming an oval-shaped region of vacuum. Boom! 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 In the end, the hall was split into two regions. One was the region of the blood-red explosion, while the other was the region of the tricolor flames. The two huge balls of energy were locked in a stalemate in the air of the hall. The little bastard's tricolor lotus has actually blocked the explosion of the blood demon flurry eyes. LV Yongsheng's eyes widened as he stared at the tricolor flames in the air. He clenched his fists tightly. In order to unleash the blood demon flurry eyes, he had basically used up all of his battle prowess. If he couldn't even finish off Zhuowen with the blood demon flurry dance eyes, it was very likely that he would end up in a tie with Zhuowen in the last round. Given LV Yongsheng's arrogance, how could he tolerate such an outcome? I refuse to believe that Zhuowen's tricolor lotus can last for too long. After all, the explosion of the blood demon flurry eyes is continuous. It won't vanish so quickly. As long as the energy of the tricolor lotus vanishes completely, the scales of victory will probably belong to me. LV Yongsheng was unwilling to give up when he saw the two balls of energy locked in a stalemate in the air. However, he did not lose confidence. He was extremely confident in the power of his blood demon flurry eyes explosion. On the other side of the hall, Zhuowen slowly stood up. At this moment, his originally bloody hands had basically recovered quite a bit. With the powerful life force provided by the Hades King's heart, Zhuo Wen's recovery ability was extremely terrifying. LV Yongxing's desperate move really is extraordinary. Even the tricolor lotus can't completely crush it. However, we have to end this quickly. We can't let this drag on any longer. Frowning slightly, Zhuo Wen's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. The Ice Fire Saint symbol on the back of his hands lit up again. Then a strange blood-red flame gathered in his left hand, and an extreme cold gathered in his right hand. Zhuo Wen decided to use another dose of strong medicine. Fortunately, I have the support of the Netherworld King's heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to use the Icy Fire Holy Talisman again. Muttering to himself, Zhuo Wen skillfully combined the blood flames and extreme cold. Soon, a budding blood lotus slowly appeared in Zhuo Wen's palm, and a powerful aura instantly burst out. As if he'd noticed the aura of the blood-colored lotus, LV Yongxing frowned slightly. He turned his head and instantly saw the strange blood-colored lotus in Zhuo Wen's palm, causing his entire body to tremble and be stunned on the spot. How can this guy still use such a move? LV Yongxing began to stutter. His eyes were fixed on the blood lotus in Zhuo Wen's palm, and there was fear in the depths of his eyes. The tricolor lotus just now had appeared from Zhuo Wen's palm. Now, another similar blood lotus had appeared. How could LV Yongxing not be terrified? The power of the tricolor lotus was comparable to the self-destruction of the blood demon Flurry Eyes. Although the aura of the blood lotus was not comparable to the tricolor lotus, it was still extremely terrifying. If the blood lotus exploded like the tricolor lotus just now, the balance of the two stalemate energies in the void would be broken instantly. Is Zhuo Wen still human? Does such a terrifying move not have any backlash? This guy can actually use it again. At that moment, LV Yongxing began to curse in his heart. Zhuo Wen's performance is too abnormal. He has so many trump cards. Whoosh! A blood-red lotus abruptly shot out from Zhuo Wen's palm. It tore through space and finally blasted into the two clumps of energy that were locked in a stalemate. Soon after, an incomparably huge blood-red lotus slowly bloomed in the air, followed by an even more intense explosion. With the help of the blood lotus, the explosion area of the tricolor lotus in the void instantly expanded, completely suppressing the blood explosion area. After a while, the explosion area was completely annihilated by the tricolor lotus. Puchi! LV Yongxing spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, and his whole body flew out like a withered leaf. At that moment, his face was filled with the color of death. In the end, he did not expect that he would actually be defeated. Moreover, he was defeated by Zhuo Wen, whom he had looked down on previously. LV Yongxing, be a good boy and accept your death. A loud voice rolled out. Zhuo Wen waved his right hand, and the earth-shattering explosion in the void suddenly fell, directly blasting towards LV Yongxing, who was not far away. If LV Yongxing was hit by the explosion, even if he had 9 lives, it would not be enough. Damn it! Zhuo Wen, you'd better remember this. LV Yongxing's expression was extremely unsightly when he saw the explosion in the void descending towards him. He tapped his right palm, directly abandoning the heaven rank imprint, and directly teleported away in a beam of light. Whoosh! Zhuo Wen waved his right hand, and the extremely terrifying explosion in the void suddenly disappeared. At the same time, he flipped his palm, and the golden heaven rank imprint appeared in his palm. It seems that LV Yongxing is afraid in the end. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, and there was a trace of schadenfreude in her voice. Puchi! Zhuo Wen spat out a mouthful of blood, and soon after, a terrifying blood mist burst out from the surface of Zhuo Wen's body. Zhuo Wen directly knelt on the ground with a dispirited expression. Kid, are you all right? Xiao Hei did not expect Zhuo Wen to suddenly spit out blood, and hurriedly asked in a worried manner. Shaking his head, Zhuowen bitterly smiled and said, I used the holy symbol of icy fire twice in a row, and even used the overloaded tricolor lotus. The backlash has already taken effect. At this moment, Zhuowen's entire body trembled, and blood flowed from his body like a faucet that was not turned on properly. Even with the terrifying recovery ability of the Hell King's heart, Zhuowen's injuries were still not light. Suddenly, a golden light emerged from Zhuowen's chest, and soon after, Zhuowen felt a cooling energy surge from his heart to his entire body. In an instant, the exhaustion and pain in his body actually decreased by a lot. He frowned slightly. Only now did he notice that strands of golden energy had actually surged out from his heart, spreading throughout his body through his meridians. Zhuowen was no stranger to this energy. It was the 3 droplets of essence blood he had obtained in the last round. Although Zhuowen had absorbed most of the essence blood, his cultivation level was too low, so he hadn't been able to absorb all of it. As a result, a portion of the energy had been stored in his heart in case he needed it. However, he had never thought that Zhuowen's injuries would instead activate the essence blood energy stored in his heart. As the essence blood energy constantly flowed through his meridians, Zhuowen felt indescribably comfortable. It was numb, itchy, and warm. 15 minutes later, all the remaining essence blood energy in his heart had actually been completely absorbed by Zhuowen. Miraculously, Zhuowen discovered that most of his injuries had healed, and his aura had become slightly stronger. He had probably reached the level of a half-step ultimate emperor. He was only half a step away from becoming an ultimate emperor. Right now, as long as you have enough external energy, you'll probably be able to undergo the 3 heavenly tribulations immediately and reach the ultimate emperor realm. Xiao He had also sensed the changes in Zhuowen's body. Her voice contained a sliver of praise. Clearly, she was quite satisfied that Zhuowen's cultivation had increased again. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuowen nodded seriously and said, Yes, as long as I still have a droplet of essence blood from an ultimate emperor, I'll be able to undergo the heavenly tribulations immediately. However, I don't have enough energy right now, and my foundation is unstable, so it's not very likely for now. Actually, you only need to cultivate for a month, and you'll be able to store enough energy in your body. After a month, you'll be able to undergo the 3 heavenly tribulations, Xiao He said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded slightly. His current strength was already comparable to a mid-stage ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. The so-called 3 heavenly tribulations were nothing to him at all, so Zhuowen didn't think much of them. If other cultivators knew about Zhuowen's thoughts, they would definitely be speechless. Others revered the heavenly tribulations like gods and feared them to death. However, Zhuowen could not wait for the heavenly tribulations to arrive sooner. He could be said to be a complete freak. The final round of battles has ended. It looks like the spots to enter the Origin Chi Tower have been completely decided. I wonder what the treasure in this hall is. It couldn't have been destroyed by my battle with LV Yongshen, right? At this moment, Zhuowen, who'd smoothly defeated LV Yongshen, was in an extremely good mood, and he instantly swept the surroundings with his gaze. However, he noticed that the hall was already extremely tattered and in a mess, and it had practically become a miserable ruin. There wasn't the slightest trace of a treasure. It shouldn't be. When you entered the hall earlier, there was nothing except for the surrounding stone pillars. Try using the Heaven rank imprint in your hand to sense it. After all, LV Yongshen's Heaven rank imprint is the key to opening the hall's treasure, Xiao He said doubtfully. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. With a flip of his hand, he immediately took out LV Yongshen's Heaven rank imprint. As soon as the Heaven rank imprint was released, the golden light on its surface became several times more intense. Whoosh! The Heaven rank imprint turned into a golden light and suddenly left Zhuowen's palm. It actually drilled into the ground at the center of the hall and disappeared from Zhuowen's sight. Could it be that the hall's treasure is underground? As if thinking of something, A strange expression appeared on Zhuowen's face. Along the way, this was the strangest method of storing treasures he had encountered. It was actually hidden underground. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire hall violently shook. Soon after, the ground at the center of the hall completely collapsed, like countless spiderwebs. In the end, a golden coffin broke out of the ground and directly appeared in front of Zhuowen. Chapter 489. Nirvana of the great Sun Zhuowen's face darkened as he stared at the huge golden coffin before him. Although the coffin looked quite impressive, was he supposed to use it as a weapon? Xiao He, can you tell what it is? Zhuowen could only ask Xiao He for help as he had no other choice. Swish! Xiao He suddenly shot out from between Zhuowen's brows. Soon after, he observed the golden coffin before him with a grave expression. He said, "This thing is not simple. This dragon lord actually feels a trace of a threatening aura from within it. This feeling is something that I have never felt in many years. I'm afraid that the thing within the coffin is not ordinary." You're saying that there's something in the coffin? It can't be a corpse, right? Zhuowen suddenly asked nervously. He was not afraid of corpses. Instead, he was worried about the methods of the owner of the coffin. The person who could create such a golden coffin was definitely not weak. Only an ultimate ninth will emperor or above would be able to do something like this. What a coward. Even if there's a corpse inside, what's there to be afraid of? It's already dead. Do you think it'll eat you? Xiao He had clearly misunderstood Zhuowen's fear and spoke disdainfully. Shaking his head, Zhuowen did not refute. Instead, he said seriously, "Then what do we do now? Do we just open the coffin?" Yeah, the thing should be inside the coffin. Although the coffin has the ability to block out the senses of the soul, I can still vaguely sense that there's definitely something good inside. Xiao He nodded as she crossed her little paws. Zhuowen had the same idea. He took a step forward and arrived before the coffin in an instant. He slammed his right hand against the coffin lid. With a crisp sound, Zhuowen flipped the golden coffin lid over. A golden light suddenly burst out. Zhuowen was caught off guard and was directly hit by this golden light. He groaned and could not help but retreat a dozen steps. Fortunately, this golden light was not very strong. It should be the instinctive reaction of the coffin opening, so Zhuowen was not injured. The golden light dissipated, and Zhuowen arrived in front of the coffin in an instant. He couldn't wait to look inside the coffin, but when he saw what was inside the coffin, he couldn't help but be stunned. This is really a corpse? Xiao He, who was hovering in the air, said with disappointment in her eyes. There was nothing else in the coffin, only a golden skeleton lying quietly in the coffin. Strange waves of energy were emitted from the skeleton. An air around it was faintly producing tearing sounds. No, this skeleton is not simple. Zhuowen did not show any disappointment. Instead, his sharp eyes stared at the golden skeleton in the coffin. His pupils were locked tight like an eagle's, because he saw that there seemed to be some small words carved on the surface of the golden skeleton. Taking a closer look, Zhuowen was surprised to find that there were words carved on the surface of the golden skeleton. From head to toe, it was basically filled with small words. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to notice these words at all. These words, could it be that some kind of secret cultivation method is recorded? Xiao He also noticed the difference in the skeleton. She hurriedly took a closer look. When she saw these words, her face was also filled with surprise. Maybe it's just that these words are messy. I can't tell what is written at all. After carefully looking at the contents, Zhuowen found that the words inside were not neat at all. Moreover, the sentences were not smooth, as if they were randomly carved. In any case, he could not understand the contents of these words. Xiao He also shook her head after observing for a moment. Obviously, she was the same as Zhuowen. She did not understand the words in the golden skeleton. What is the deal with this coffin and the golden skeleton? There were hints in the previous halls. Why is there no hint at all in this hall? Moreover, these treasures in the coffin and the skeleton are too strange. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen felt a little irritated. He had painstakingly defeated Lv Yongsheng. Was the reward he received going to be in vain like this? The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Zhuowen could not help but hit the golden coffin with his palm. Clang! A clear sound rang out. Immediately after, Zhuowen was stunned to find that the golden coffin, which seemed incomparably hard, had actually shattered. The golden skeleton lying in the coffin slid to the side and fell directly onto Zhuowen. The moment the golden skeleton came into contact with Zhuowen, a golden light instantly burst out from the surface of the skeleton. Immediately after, the entire skeleton emitted an extremely dazzling golden light. As the golden light flourished, the golden skeleton slowly disappeared. As the golden skeleton continued to disappear, the words carved on the surface of the skeleton separated one after another. They formed a golden torrent and drilled into Zhuowen's forehead at lightning speed. Zhuowen was stunned. He did not expect this to happen. Fortunately, after the golden torrent entered his forehead, it did not cause any destruction. Instead, it was extremely gentle and docile, causing Zhuowen to feel a sense of numbness. Moreover, as the golden torrent entered Zhuowen's mind, waves of unfamiliar information filled his mind. This is a royal tear body tempering method. Nirvana of the Great Sun. When Zhuowen gradually accepted the information, he finally understood the true content of the information. It was actually a royal tear body tempering method. Moreover, it was one of the best royal tear body tempering methods. If successfully cultivated, one's body would become indestructible. The owner of the golden skeleton should have cultivated the nirvana of the Great Sun, but it had not reached perfection. It had only reached the level of indestructible bones. If one cultivated the nirvana of the Great Sun to perfection, one's body would become indestructible. What? The contents of the golden skeleton are a royal tear body tempering method? Xiao He could not help but be shocked. He stared at Zhuowen, who was full of joy, and asked, "Yes, this method is called Nirvana of the Great Sun. It is a body tempering method from the inside out. If one wants to reach the level of indestructible, one must be indestructible on the inside before one can be indestructible on the outside. However, the contents inside are extremely obscure. It is probably not easy to cultivate the nirvana of the Great Sun." Nodding, Zhuowen frowned slightly. The nirvana of the Great Sun seemed to be extremely powerful, but after reading it once, he actually did not know anything about it. He only knew the specific levels of the nirvana of the Great Sun. The Great Sun nirvana art was divided into 5 realms. They were death, destruction, nirvana, dharma, and undying and indestructible. Other than the information about these realms that Zhuowen knew, the rest of the content made him feel that it was hard to understand. A royal tear body tempering method is extremely difficult to obtain. Moreover, it is even more troublesome and difficult to cultivate than a royal tear armor skill. It would be strange if you could understand it just by reading it. Xiao He rolled her eyes at Zhuowen, and the corners of her mouth curled up as she spoke. Zhuowen shook his head when he heard this. Xiao He was right. It was common knowledge that a royal tear body tempering method was difficult to cultivate. Looks like I still have to slowly comprehend this nirvana of the Great Sun. However, Zhuowen faintly noticed in his heart that this nirvana of the Great Sun was somewhat related to Buddhism on Earth in his previous life. After all, nirvana was a Buddhist term, and ordinary people would not use such obscure terms. However, this trace of thought only appeared for a moment before it was thrown to the back of Zhuowen's mind. He was not on Earth now, but on this unfamiliar continent. How could there possibly be Buddhism here? Since I have obtained the treasure of the last hall, it's time to go out. After putting away the nirvana of the Great Sun, Zhuowen's gaze shifted slightly to the front of the hall. There was a magnificent golden arched door there. Zhuowen knew that behind this arched door was the exit of the Trial Mountain. Whoosh! With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen's entire body turned into a shadow and directly disappeared into the arched door in front of him. On the platform at the top of the Trial Mountain, many people helplessly discovered that the light screens on the disk of heaven and earth had all become blurry. It was obvious that the battle inside was extremely intense, and the monitoring devices were all shattered by the aftermath of the battle. The battle has already entered the white-hot stage. The outcome should be decided soon. Without the monitoring of the light screens, the number of people who would be able to walk out of the Trial Mountain this time was full of suspense. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation and eagerness. They all wanted to see who would be able to last until the end and appear on the platform at the top of the Trial Mountain. Among them, Guyu Tian, who was in the crowd, seemed especially nervous. At this moment, his hands were tightly clenched, and his palms were already sweating. He knew that Zhuowen's opponent this time was LV Yongsheng, the top genius of the 5 superpowers. At the same time, he was also a monstrous genius on the Azure Emperor leaderboard and a third-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Even if Zhuowen had the mental strength of a level 4 lower tier, his chances of winning against such a powerhouse were extremely low. Brother Gu, don't worry too much. Even if Zhuowen loses to LV Yongsheng, it won't reduce Marquis Lu's investment in him. After all, just Zhuowen's status as a level 4 Arcana Master is enough for many big shots to try to rope him in. Cho seemed to have noticed Guyu Tian's nervousness. He smiled slightly and patted the latter's shoulder enthusiastically. Guyu Tian forced a smile and nodded. The nervousness in his heart didn't lessen by much because of this. At the same time, the atmosphere between the 5 magnates at the front of the group became solemn. Lu Nantian, the master of the meteorite, and the others' gazes also became serious. Obviously, they were also looking forward to the number of people who would walk out of the Trial Mountain. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly surged out from the entire platform. The sound of something tearing through the air suddenly reverberated across the entire platform. Hearing this sound, everyone raised their heads and looked over. Then they were surprised to see a huge golden door descending from the sky like a falling meteorite. Boom! The huge golden door finally landed beside the heaven and earth tablet. The powerful force smashed a huge deep hole in the ground. Dust filled the air and whistled loudly. Everyone knew that the person who walked out of the golden door would be the first genius to pass all the stages of the Trial Mountain. However, who would this genius be? Everyone was looking forward to it. Creak. Chapter 490. The 6th golden door, the large golden door, slowly opened in front of the anxious and expectant gazes of everyone on the platform. The creaking sound that was emitted from the rubbing of the door shaft was like a stone falling into water, forming slight ripples in everyone's hearts, causing their breathing to become rough and anxious. Even the 5 magnates at the front of the team were staring at the golden door without blinking. Although they still appeared calm and indifferent, their tightly clenched hands betrayed their nervousness. Creak! The door finally opened completely, and a slender and indifferent figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. He was wearing a white robe, and his expression was calm and elegant, as if nothing in the world could affect him in the slightest. LV Tao of the House of Marquis Qin. The first to appear through the golden door was the number 1 genius of the House of Marquis Qin, LV Tao. The atmosphere on the platform was initially silent. Soon after, numerous envious noises sounded. Although many people had already guessed that the first person to appear at the top of the mountain would definitely be LV Tao, their hearts were still quite shaken when they saw it with their own eyes. The House of Marquis Qin was indeed the strongest overlord of Muqing County. They had cultivated a peerless genius like LV Tao, which naturally attracted the envy of many city lords. The first to come out is indeed LV Tao. This time, I'm afraid that LV Tao of the House of Marquis Qin will be like LV Hantian in the previous competition. He will really suppress many geniuses. The master of the meteorite frowned slightly, and a look of as expected appeared on her face. After all, LV Tao's strength was really too strong. Even she, the leader of the Jade Lady Astral Court, had to admire LV Tao's talent and achievements. This boy would probably be the second LV Han Tian. Although Xian Yuan Li, Su Chang, and Qinya looked a little helpless, they knew that LV Tao was the only one who stood out in this Origin Qi Tower battle. His cultivation as a 5-wheel ultimate emperor had crushed almost all the other geniuses. Even the talented Luo Xing of the Jade Lady Astral Court could not compete with LV Tao at this time, not to mention the top geniuses of the 3 forces. Haha, thank you for letting me win. Lu Nantian's face was flushed red. After seeing that it was Lu Nantian who came out of the golden door, the joy on his face could no longer be concealed. He politely cupped his hands towards the others, and the other city lords all came forward to congratulate Lu Nantian. Lu Nantian was in a rare good mood when faced with the congratulations of so many city lords. He returned their greetings one by one, his attitude modest and gentle. In the crowd, Guyu Tian seemed extremely nervous. He stared at the worldly monolith closely. Although he knew that Zhouwen's chances of victory were extremely low, he still hoped that Zhouwen could win. Beside Guyu Tian, Qiu Qiu and Ouyang Yunta's faces also became extremely nervous. Their Broken Rock City's geniuses had basically all been eliminated in the smelting trial mountain. Only Ouyang Hanxian had managed to last until the final round. However, as the battle heated up, Ouyang Hanchuan's light screen blurred, so the two of them did not know if Ouyang Hanxian could pass all the stages of the smelting trial mountain in the end. I wonder if Hanxian will pass the final round. Ouyang Yunta asked worriedly. Believe in Hanxian. Hanchuan's last opponent's cultivation was similar to his, so the chances of winning were at most 50%. Now, the final outcome depends on whether Hanxian can walk out of the smelting trial mountain. However, I feel sorry for Zhouwen. With his strength, passing the smelting trial mountain should not be a problem. It's a pity that he met LV Yongsheng. As he spoke, Qiu Qiu also stared at the worldly monolith. He shook his head, a trace of regret on his face. Yes, Zhouwen's strength is enough to rank him in the top 100 out of the 10,000 people in the smelting trial mountain. It's a pity that he met such a difficult opponent like LV Yongxing in the end. Ouyang Yunta also said, regretfully. At the bottom of the worldly monolith, LV Tao was dressed in white robes, looking elegant and elegant. He nodded lightly at Lu Nantian in the distance, then leaned against the worldly monolith and raised his head slightly, staring at the peak of the smelting trial mountain in front of him. He actually also wanted to see which one of the 1,000 geniuses would be able to stand out from the 10,000 people. If we were to rank them according to their strength, the second should be Luo Xing's younger sister, followed by Imperial Sword Gates, Zhu Qi IV, and fifth should be Qin Batian and Su Tianliang. The sixth should be second brother. The corners of LV Tao's mouth curved into a beautiful smile. He already had a certain idea of who would be next. He believed that his deduction was 90% correct. Whoosh! Not long after, another sound broke through the air. The second grand golden door fell from the peak of the smelting trial mountain to the center of the platform. A graceful and free figure slowly walked out from the door. Her graceful body was surrounded by stars, mysterious and beautiful. The number 1 genius of the Jade Lady Star Court, Luo Xing. As soon as Luo Xing appeared, she naturally attracted the gazes of countless people on the platform. Luo Xing's title as the number 1 beauty in the province was not baseless. The mysterious aura she faintly emitted attracted everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. Even the indifferent LV Tao, after seeing Luo Xing's appearance, an almost imperceptible passion appeared in the depths of his eyes. On the platform, the master of the meteorite gently exhaled as a relaxed smile appeared on her face. Luo Xing's appearance had caused her originally worried heart to slowly relax. Although she was extremely confident in Luo Xing's strength, there were endless possibilities within the smelting trial mountain. It was hard to guarantee that one would be unlucky enough to encounter an element that one could not resist and be unlucky enough to be eliminated. Walking out of the golden door, Luo Xing scanned the surroundings of the platform and bowed respectfully to the meteorite garden master, who was not far away. Soon after, he came to the bottom of the heaven and earth monolith. Luo Xing stopped slightly away from LV Tao, whether intentionally or not. This caused LV Tao, who had originally wanted to greet her, to have an awkward expression. However, LV Tao was not an ordinary person. He smiled elegantly and directly came to a spot near Luo Xing, saying Sister Luo Xing seems to have gained quite a bit from the smelting trial mountain. Luo Xing smiled faintly, saying, "Young Master LV must be joking. It's not like you don't know the rules of the smelting trial mountain. The treasures and risks are directly proportional. The stronger the opponent you encounter, the more valuable the treasures will be. This is especially true for those battles where the weak defeated the strong. Unfortunately, our cultivations are too high. Even if we encounter a third wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, the smelting trial mountain will still assume that the difficulty of the trial isn't high. The treasures that will be given out will only be ordinary." Luo Xing shook her head slightly when she spoke up to this point. A trace of regret appeared on her pretty face. In the smelting trial mountain, the strong might not necessarily be able to obtain good treasures. The good treasures were usually left for those geniuses who could defeat the strong. However, Luo Xing's strength was second only to LV Tao. The other geniuses were completely unable to withstand a single blow from her. This was why Luo Xing's gains in the smelting trial mountain were inferior to some second-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. LV Tao nodded in deep agreement. He smiled bitterly. "The treasures I obtained in the smelting trial mountain were even worse than yours. There was even a round where I encountered a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Because that person directly forfeited, I didn't even see the shadow of a treasure in that round." A trace of astonishment appeared on Luo Xing's pretty face when she heard this. She had never imagined that LV Tao would be even more unlucky than her. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another 3 whizzing sounds rang out at the same time. Then 3 golden doors landed on the platform at the same time. The 3 doors opened at the same time and 3 figures flashed out, arriving below the worldly monolith with lightning speed. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the gazes of everyone on the platform gathered curiously on the 3 figures that had appeared at the same time. For a moment, an uproar immediately rang out on the platform. The 3 of them had outstanding bearings and powerful auras. The undulations from their bodies were extremely terrifying. One of them wore blood-red robes and carried a blood-red longsword on his back. His body was filled with the stench of blood. He was the number 1 genius of the ruling sword clan. Zhu Qi, the one on Zhu Qi's left, had bulging muscles all over his body. He was 3 meters tall and stood there like a metal tower. He was the number 1 genius of the ever-prosper Marquis household, Qin Batian. The one on Zhu Qi's right had a sinister and cold aura, like a venomous snake hiding in the dark. His entire body emitted a terrifying chill. He was the number 1 genius of the Marquis household, Su Tianliang. Haha, so the 3 of us have actually appeared together. Looks like the 3 of us should be tied for 3rd place. Qin Batian looked at Zhu Qi and Su Tianliang beside him and laughed loudly. Zhu Qi glanced at Qin Batian and ignored him. Instead, he slowly walked towards the bottom of the worldly monolith and sat down with his legs crossed. His eyes were slightly closed, and he looked like he did not want anyone to disturb him. Su Tianliang's eyes flickered with a sinister light. He also ignored Qin Batian and looked at Su Chang not far away. His expression became somewhat unnatural. At this moment, Su Chang saw Su Tianliang come out and hurriedly transmitted a message. "Tianliang, Do you know how your second brother died? Who killed him? Su Tianliang nodded his head and replied, Father! Second brother was killed by that little bastard Zhuowen. Originally, I wanted to get rid of that Zhuowen in the dark forest, but that brat was too slippery. In the end, that little bastard escaped. What? He was killed by Zhuowen? Hearing this, Su Chong sucked in a breath of cold air. His gaze instantly turned gloomy. He never would have thought that Su Liang would die at the hands of Zhuowen. One must know that he originally wanted to rope in Zhuowen, but now things had turned out like this. Lu Nantian also noticed Su Chang's abnormality. At the same time, he saw Su Tianliang's unnatural expression and knew that the father and son were transmitting a message. As for the content of the message, although he did not know, seeing Su Chang's ugly expression, it probably had something to do with Su Liang. However, this was after all someone else's family matter. Lu Nantian naturally did not intend to poke his nose into other people's business. Instead, his gaze returned to the front of the platform. He knew that the sixth person to appear on the platform was about to appear. Furthermore, if he guessed correctly, the sixth person should be his second son, LV Yongsheng. Whoosh! Chapter 491. The shock of the 5 great geniuses rumble. The sixth golden door smashed onto the platform, and an ancient aura slowly flowed out, attracting everyone's attention. Even LV Tao, Luo Xing, and the other geniuses, who had already come out, opened their eyes at this moment. Their gazes slowly landed on the sixth golden door. They already had a vague guess about the owner of this door. My second brother should be coming out soon, LV Tao said with a faint smile. LV Yongsheng is the strongest genius outside of the 5 of us. He's at least at the peak of the initial stage of the ultimate emperor stage, and there are very few people who can match him. The 6th golden door should belong to LV Yongsheng. Luo Xing nodded in agreement. That may not be the case. I've heard that the number 1 genius of Lingtian City, Ling Wushuang, is also at the initial stage of the ultimate emperor stage. If LV Yongsheng encounters Ling Wushuang, he may not be able to gain the upper hand. Zhu Qi slowly stood up, his body still giving off a thick stench of blood. His blood-red eyes stared provocatively at Luo Xing as he calmly retorted. Luo Xing frowned slightly. For some unknown reason, Zhu Qi of the Imperial Sword Gate actually faintly felt a trace of enmity towards her. This caused her to be somewhat baffled. However, she did not wish to bicker with Zhu Qi shaking her head. She shifted her gaze towards the golden door in front of her. Seeing Luo Xing's indifferent attitude, the veins in Zhu Qi's eyes surged, and he showed signs of losing control. He coldly laughed as he stared at the golden door. LV Tao glanced at Zhu Qi, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. He somewhat understood why Zhu Qi was so hostile towards Luo Xing. It had to be said that many years ago, before Luo Xing had risen to prominence, Zhu Qi was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 genius below LV Tao. He was a young expert, second only to LV Tao. From the powerful aura that faintly leaked out from Zhu Qi's body, it could be seen that Zhu Qi was much more powerful than Su Tianliang and Qin Batian. He had clearly stepped into the ultimate stage of the 4th Wheel Emperor stage. However, Luo Xing's powerful rise a few years ago had only managed to suppress Zhu Qi's name. Now, Luo Xing's fame had completely overshadowed Zhu Qi's. Instead, he had become publicly acknowledged as the 2nd youngest expert in Muqing County. Zhu Qi, on the other hand, had unknowingly been surpassed by Luo Xing. Zhu Qi's character was like a sword. He was extremely unyielding and stubborn. At the same time, he was also very proud and aloof. If someone didn't defeat him directly, he wouldn't acknowledge them at all. LV Tao's strength was indisputable, and Zhu Qi was naturally convinced. However, Luo Xing had only risen for a few years, and had actually surpassed him in fame. Luo Xing had not even competed with Zhu Qi naturally. Zhu Qi was not convinced in his heart. Therefore, his attitude towards Luo Xing was naturally somewhat like finding fault with nothing. Brother Zhu Qi, that's a little inaccurate. Although Ling Wushuang is also an ultimate emperor with 3 wheels, he has only broken through recently. There's still a huge gap between him and the peak of the early stage of the 3rd wheel. If they really do meet, the victor will probably still be my brother. Lve Tao smiled faintly as he stared at Zhu Qi and spoke word by word. Zhu Qi's expression changed slightly when he heard that. Lve Tao's words clearly contained a warning. Although he was extremely displeased with Luo Xing, he still did not dare to offend Lve Tao carelessly. He knew just how terrifying Lve Tao was. Zhu Qi's eyes flickered. He nodded and walked to a corner. Creak! The golden door suddenly swung open and a figure immediately shot out. She gently landed in the center of the ground and slowly stood up. She extended her arms, revealing a graceful waist. The figure was a woman in her 20s. Although she was nowhere near as beautiful as Luo Xing, the heroic bearing she gave off gave her a special aura. She also attracted the gazes of many people. Whoosh! 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 Countless gazes gathered on the graceful figure. Immediately, the entire platform fell silent. Even Lve Tao, who had been filled with anticipation, froze because this person was not Lve Yongxing at all. Ling Wushuang. Frowning, Lve Tao revealed the identity of this heroic woman. Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Su Tianliang, and Zhu Qi, who were in a corner, all stared blankly at Ling Wushuang, who was still somewhat at a loss, with a trace of disbelief on their faces. At the front of the platform, Lu Nantian and Lu Yuanhua, who had been filled with anticipation, were also stunned. The smiles on their faces froze like ice. What's going on? The 6th person to come out is actually Ling Tian City's Ling Wushuang? Lu Nantian frowned. Father, you don't need to worry. After all, Zhuowen is a grade 4 Arcana Master and is quite powerful. Second brother will probably need to expend some effort to deal with that Zhuowen. That's why he's been delayed. Lu Yuanhua hurriedly said. Although he loathed Zhuowen's strength was without a doubt. His second brother would definitely need to expend some effort to defeat him. That's right. Zhuowen is indeed powerful. If he wasn't unlucky enough to meet Yongsheng, he would have no problem passing the trial mountain. If Yongsheng wants to defeat him, he'll need to expend some effort. Lu Nantian nodded in agreement. The worry in his heart gradually faded. Although he had thought that Lve Yongxing might lose, the probability of that happening was very low. After all, Lve Yongxing had a demonic weapon like the blood demon corroding bone spear. Feeling the gazes from all around her, Ling Wushuang's expression froze. She didn't think that she would attract so much attention after coming out of the trial mountain. Her footsteps shifted slightly as she hurriedly avoided the gazes of many people and arrived at the bottom of the boundary monument. Ling Wushuang, who's your opponent in the last round? Just as Ling Wushuang arrived at the boundary monument, Lve Tao's indifferent voice suddenly sounded. However, there was a slight fluctuation in his voice. Evidently, Lve Tao's emotions weren't as calm as he appeared to be. Hearing this, Ling Wushuang looked at Lve Tao in surprise. She didn't think that Lve Tao, who was usually high and mighty, would suddenly ask her a question. She was at a loss as to what to do. I was rather lucky in the last round. I met an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator with 2 wheels. He should be a genius from some super city. So I easily defeated him, Ling Wushuang obediently replied. A monstrous genius like Lve Tao wasn't someone she could offend, so Ling Wushuang did her best to appear more respectful. Oh, looks like second brother didn't meet you. Then who did he meet? Hearing this, Lve Tao's expression became serious. There weren't many cultivators who had reached the ultimate Emperor realm in the Trial Mountain. Apart from the 5 of them, there was only Ling Wushuang from Ling Tian City. Since all 6 of them had come out, there shouldn't be anyone who was a match for Lve Yongsheng. However, why hadn't LV Yongsheng appeared yet? LV Yongsheng met Zhuowen in the last round. Su Tianliang suddenly said. When he was communicating with Su Chang had already told him about the battle between Zhuowen and LV Yongsheng. So he spoke without hesitation. That Zhuowen from a low-level city? Looks like that Zhuowen is rather unlucky to have met that brat LV Yongsheng. Qin Batian suddenly said with a gloating smile. Zhuowen expressionlessly nodded, while LV Tao let out a sigh of relief. He knew how strong that Zhuowen was. He was only at the ultimate emperor realm, and would not be able to retaliate against LV Yongsheng at all. However, what puzzled LV Tao was that LV Yongsheng still hadn't come out. Could it be that LV Yongsheng had encountered some sort of fortuitous encounter? Was that why he was late? Luo Xing, who originally had a calm expression, frowned slightly when she heard the two words Zhuowen. She had often heard about this Zhuowen from Qing Lian. It was said that his talent was pretty good, and that he was a grade 3 Arcana Master. However, Zhuowen's strength was too low, so Luo Xing didn't take him seriously at all. When she heard that Zhuowen's opponent was LV Yongsheng, she shook her head and said to herself, "This Zhuowen is really unlucky. After meeting LV Yongsheng, he will probably be eliminated. That girl Qing Lian trusts Zhuowen too much. If she knows that this time Zhuowen will be eliminated, I'm afraid that she won't get close to him in the future. This is also good. After all, no matter how talented that Zhuowen is, it's impossible for him to compare to the geniuses of the 5 super forces." Seeing the looks of contempt on the faces of LV Tao and the others, Su Tianliang's face was filled with a cold smile as he continued. "However, I can reveal something in advance. It is said that Zhuowen is already a rank 4 Arcana Master. If LV Yongsheng wants to defeat Zhuowen, it will not be that easy." Boom! When Su Tianliang's words came out, the 4 people on the worldly tablet were instantly stunned, and the expressions on their faces completely froze. Grade 4 Arcana Master? To everyone's surprise, the first to speak was the calm Luo Xing. At this moment, Luo Xing's face was filled with shock, and her beautiful eyes stared straight at Su Tianliang. She was a little doubtful of the authenticity of Su Tianliang's words. "Su Tianliang, you can't be making fun of me, right? That Zhuowen is probably not even 20 years old. How can he be a grade 4 Arcana Master at such a young age? There should be a limit to your lies," Qin Batian hurriedly questioned. "Su Tianliang, words are no proof. Show me some evidence." Zhu Qi's gaze was gloomy. He also didn't believe Su Tianliang's words. On the other hand, LV Tao didn't say anything, but his eyes flickered. He finally understood why there was a trace of uneasiness in his heart. It seemed that the problem was with this Zhuowen. Evidence. My father told me personally. Do you think that my father, as the master of the Marquis House of Baichuan, would lie? Zhuowen, that little bastard, is indeed a rank 4 Arcana Master. If you don't believe me, you can ask your elders. They all saw it clearly on the worldly monolith. Su Tianliang coldly snorted. When the other 4 heard this, they naturally transmitted messages to their elders to verify. In the end, they confirmed that Su Tianliang was right. Zhuowen was indeed a grade 4 Arcana Master. I didn't expect him to really be a grade 4 Arcana Master. This Zhuowen seems to be a monster. To be able to become a grade 4 Arcana Master before the age of 20, it seems that LV Yongsheng's battle will be rather difficult. Qin Batian was still somewhat shocked. On the other hand, Luo Xing's gaze was rather complicated. The Zhuowen that she originally didn't care about was actually a grade 4 Arcana Master. She couldn't help but take him seriously. Chapter 492. The Last Golden Gate. As time gradually passed, golden doors continuously descended from the peak of the training mountain. In an instant, the platform was practically filled with dense and majestic golden doors, looking extremely majestic and magnificent. The cultivators who walked out of the golden gates were all excited and happy. They knew that they had obtained the qualifications to enter the third level of the Vitality Tower. In an instant, the originally deserted platform became even more lively. Most of the cultivators who came out spontaneously stood under the worldly monolith. Some of the city lords on the platform were happy, while others were sad. When they saw their own geniuses come out, they couldn't wait to rush to the bottom of the worldly monolith to check the condition of their geniuses. After all, they would enter the third level of the Vitality Tower after the second level. The third level was much more brutal than the second level. Therefore, they had to ensure that their geniuses were in peak condition to reduce the chances of being eliminated. In the crowd, Qiu and Ouyang Yuntu were also very nervous. More than 500 Golden Gates had already descended on the platform, but they still hadn't seen Ouyang Hanchuan's shadow. Naturally, their expressions weren't too good. Why hasn't Hanxian come out yet? Could he have been eliminated? Ouyang Yuntu asked worriedly. There are still about 500 spots left. It's too early to make a conclusion. Maybe Hanxian is in the next batch. Qiu shook his head. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuntu could only suppress the uneasiness in his heart. His gaze was fixed on the worldly monolith. He hoped that the next Golden Gate would be Ouyang Hanchuan's. When more than 600 Golden Gates descended, Ouyang Hanxian, who was in a sorry state, rushed out of the Golden Gate. He looked around and tacitly walked to a corner under the worldly monolith to heal his injuries. He's out. Hanxian really didn't disappoint us. He really won the last round of the competition. Looking at the somewhat miserable figure on the heaven and earth tablet, Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu's faces were filled with joy. Not far away, Guyuetian also saw Ouyang Hanxian. A forced smile appeared on his face as he hurriedly congratulated the two. Congratulations! Hanxian was lucky this time. The opponent he met wasn't too strong. Brother Gu, you don't have to worry. Zhuowen isn't simple. Maybe he can win in the end. Qiu and Ouyang Yuntu naturally returned the greeting. Qiu patted Guyutian's shoulder and earnestly consoled him. Then, the two of them rushed towards Ouyang Yuntu. They had to hurry up and heal Ouyang Hanchuan's injuries so that they could deal with the third floor's trial. Watching Zhuowen and Zhuowen leave in a hurry, the smile on Guyutian's face was especially bitter. He sighed softly and muttered to himself. Although Zhuowen's chances of winning are very slim, he is still a grade 4 Arcana Master. Even if he is eliminated in this competition, his future is still limitless. Although he felt that it was a pity that Zhuowen would be eliminated, Guyutian felt a lot better when he remembered that Zhuowen was still a grade 4 Arcana Master. The tension in his heart also lessened a lot. Time passed minute by minute, and soon, nearly 800 golden doors had descended on the platform. Among them, Qing Lian of the Jade Maiden Star Court also appeared from a golden door. She looked around and directly came to Luo Xing's side. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes stared at Qing Lian, who was in a slightly sorry state. She put her hand on Qing Lian's shoulder, and a vigorous force of the world entered her body. Under the effect of this force, Qing Lian's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many thanks, senior sister, Luo Xing. Qing Lian's pretty face was slightly happy. She hurriedly cupped her hands, and her beautiful eyes swept across the platform as if she was looking for something. However, it seemed that she didn't find the person she was looking for, and a trace of disappointment appeared on her pretty face. Luo Xing's eyes were unique and naturally noticed Qing Lian's little movements. She smiled slightly and said, Qing Lian, are you looking for Zhuowen? Ah, no. Senior sister, you misunderstood. I'm not looking for him. Hearing this, Qing Lian exclaimed softly. Immediately, a trace of crimson appeared on her delicate cheeks. Her beautiful eyes didn't dare to look directly at Luo Xing in front of her. Shaking her head, Luo Xing patted Qing Lian's shoulder helplessly and said with a smile, Your expression has already betrayed you. However, I can tell you that Zhuowen has probably been eliminated. What? It shouldn't be. Zhuowen's strength is very strong. Unless he encounters the top geniuses of the 5 superpowers, it's impossible for him to be eliminated on the trial mountain. Besides, Zhuowen is a 4th-grade arcanist. Except for the top geniuses like LVE Tao and Senior Sister, I'm afraid there are not many people in the Vitality Tower who can be a match for Zhuowen. Hearing this, Qing Lian was shocked and shook her head repeatedly. It seems that you also know that Zhuowen is a 4th-grade arcanist. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Luo Xing suddenly became serious and said with some displeasure. Even though Luo Xing's temper wasn't bad, she didn't like people purposely hiding things from her, especially when it was something as important as this. If Zhuowen really was a rank 4 Arcana Master, then it was absolutely necessary to rope him in. If Qing Lian had told Luo Xing earlier, Luo Xing would have directly found Zhuowen and roped him into the Jade Lady Astral Court. Now that Zhuowen's secret was completely known by others, it would be even more difficult to rope him in. After all, the other superpowers would compete with the Jade Lady Astral Court for Zhuowen, a genius. Qing Lian was stunned. She knew that Luo Xing had misunderstood her. She secretly told Luo Xing about her experience in the Dark Forest and some of the grievances between Zhuowen and Su Tianliang. After listening to Qing Lian's story, Luo Xing's beautiful eyes shrank. She also knew that she had misunderstood Qing Lian. She thought that Zhuowen was really bold. He actually dared to kill Su Liang directly. At the same time, she also felt that Su Liang's behavior was extremely shameless. Try not to tell anyone about this matter. Otherwise, Marquis House of Baichuan is likely to hate you. If Zhuowen killed Su Liang, Su Tianliang, and Marquis House of Baichuan will not let this matter go. We can try our best to help Zhuowen contain Marquis House of Baichuan. In this way, we can win Zhuowen's favor and try our best to let Zhuowen join our Jade Lady Astral Court. Such a talent will be of great help to our Jade Lady Astral Court. Luo Xing thought for a while and said to Qing Lian. Before, she didn't know that Zhuowen's mental strength was so high, so she didn't care. Now that she knew, she would never miss this opportunity. Seeing that Luo Xing valued Zhuowen so much, Qing Lian didn't know why, but she felt a trace of joy and excitement in her heart. Time flowed like flowing water. The number of golden doors on the platform gradually increased. When the number of golden doors reached 900, LV Yitao's brows were tightly knitted together. He never expected LV Yongxing to still not come out. Wasn't this a little too slow? Was Zhuowen really that difficult to deal with? Not far away, Lu Nanshan's expression was somewhat strange. He felt a faint trace of uneasiness in his heart. LV Yongxing still hadn't come out, which made him nervous. Standing beside Lu Nantian, Lu Yuanhua was no longer calm. Although he had always believed that LV Yongxing wouldn't fail, now that LV Yongxing still hadn't come out, Lu Yuanhua began to worry. Is Zhuowen really so difficult to deal with? Even second brother finds it difficult to deal with him? Why hasn't he come out yet? Muttering in a low voice, Lu Yuanhua's eyes were still fixed on the sky above the disk of heaven and earth. Finally, when the people in the 999th golden door came out, the platform suddenly became quiet. This was because there was still no trace of Zhuowen or LV Yongxing. There's only one golden door left. It seems that the last place should be decided between Zhuowen and LV Yongxing. Yes, the battle between the two of them must be extremely fierce. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. I just don't know who will win. It should be LV Yongxing. Zhuowen's mental strength of lower level 4 is strong, but LV Yongxing's blood demon corroding bone spear is an extremely terrifying demon weapon. It's extremely powerful. Zhuowen may not be his opponent. Discussions occasionally sounded on the somewhat quiet platform, all of which revolved around Zhuowen and LV Yongxing. Most of the people held their breaths and began to quietly wait for the final result to appear. Even LV Tao, who looked indifferent, was extremely restless at this moment. His eyes flickered as he stared fixedly at the sky above the disk of heaven and earth. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. She also wanted to know what the final result would be. Would Zhou have the last laugh, or would LV Yongsheng be the final winner? In fact, at this moment, most people were leaning towards LV Yongsheng. After all, LV Yongsheng was an expert on the Green Emperor list. Although he was at the bottom, he was still on the Green Emperor list. This was not something that ordinary people could achieve. Therefore, LV Yongxing's chances of winning were much higher than Zhouwen's. Under the expectant gazes of countless people, the sound of something breaking through the air finally resounded. Soon after, a golden ray of light cut through the void and fiercely smashed into the platform, directly smashing a huge pit. The ground cracked and waves of air swirled about. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, everyone's eyes on the platform converged on the last golden door. They knew that the last place was about to be revealed. Creak! The noise of the door axle rubbing against each other instantly rang out, causing the heartbeat of everyone on the platform to quicken. Under countless expectant gazes, the golden door finally opened completely, and an extremely sorry figure violently shot out from it. This figure was extremely miserable. The clothes on his upper body were almost torn to shreds, revealing a strong upper body that was riddled with scars. A gentle breeze blew, and his shoulder-length black hair fluttered in the wind. This figure looked sad, beautiful, and fierce. When everyone's gazes converged on this figure's face, what they saw was a handsome and youthful face. Then, the entire platform fell into complete silence. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 493. A sensational result. A ray of warm sunlight poured down from the sky, sprinkling on the unruly figure bathed in blood. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and everyone's eyes reflected the figure of the young man in front of them. The huge platform fell into a short silence. Whether it was the leaders of the various cities on the platform or the thousands of contestants below the disk of heaven and earth, they all stared at the figure in a daze. Whoa! After a moment of silence, a noisy uproar suddenly boiled up in the crowd. Everyone went crazy. Everyone couldn't believe it. No one had expected that in the confrontation between Zhou and LV Yongsheng, the one who had the last laugh would actually be Zhou, a kid from a low-level city. Although Zhou had been in the limelight all this time, he had even obtained a heaven-level imprint in the training square. He had also defeated geniuses like Lu Yuanhua and Ling Xiaodao, and was a fourth-rank Arcana Master. These honors were already heavy enough. However, when Zhou and LV Yongxing met in the final round of the training mountain, everyone felt sorry for Zhou. They knew that although Zhou was a fourth-rank Arcana Master, the gap between him and LV Yongxing was enormous. Moreover, LV Yongxing had a terrifying demonic weapon like the Blood Demon Corroding Bone Spear. Zhou's chances of victory were even lower. No one thought that Zhou would win. Even Rot-Tan Armor City's city lord, Guyu Tian, thought so. However, when the final golden door descended and the figure that walked out was Zhou, they all understood a shocking fact. LV Yongxing had been defeated, and he had been defeated by Zhou. He won? The final victor is Zhou? How is this possible? Heavens, this world is too crazy. LV Yongsheng is the number 2 genius of the house of Marquis Qin and a monstrous genius on the Azure Emperor list. He actually lost, and he lost to Zhou. This Zhou really hid his strength well. I originally thought that this kid was only comparable to an ordinary genius, but I'm afraid we were all wrong. This kid is simply a monster. The entire platform was in an uproar. Everyone stared at the slender figure in ragged clothes in front of them. Their gazes had changed. At the front of the group, 5 overlords were also stunned. Among them, the master of the meteorite, Xianyuan Li, and the other 3 turned their heads. Their gazes converged on Lu Nantian at the back. At this moment, Lu Nantian's pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle, and his face was slightly pale. However, he was after all an ambitious and ruthless person. He quickly returned to normal and sighed. This Zhuowen has once again exceeded my expectations. Even Yongsheng was defeated. Second brother was defeated? This Zhuowen must have used some despicable method to defeat second brother. It must be. Father, you must capture this bastard. This kid used despicable methods. It's not a fair fight. Behind Lu Nantian, Lu Yuanhua was completely stunned. He screamed sharply, his face filled with malevolence and hatred. The master of the meteorite, Xian Yuanli, and the other three overlords frowned when they saw Lu Yuanhua's unreasonable behavior. This Lu Yuanhua was obviously far-fetched. LV Yongsheng was a genius of the Azure Emperor ranking list. How could he have been defeated by a sneak attack? Besides, Zhuowen was in a sorry state. It was obvious that he had fought with LV Yongsheng. He had defeated LV Yongsheng head-on. Lu Nantian frowned and scolded coldly. Yuanhua, don't mess around. If your second brother was defeated by a sneak attack, then he deserved it. LV Yuanhua's body trembled slightly when he heard this. However, he remained completely silent and no longer spoke. LV Nantian's meaning was already very clear. LV Yongsheng had truly been defeated by Zhuo Wen in a head-on confrontation. After all, any schemes were completely useless in front of an expert. Below the heaven and earth monolith, Lu Yitao, Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Su Tianliang, and Zhu Qi were all staring at Zhuowen. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They hadn't expected that the final victor would be Zhuowen. One had to know that although LV Yongsheng's cultivation wasn't as high as the five of them, being able to enter the Azure Emperor list wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Lu Yuanhua's strength was even comparable to a three-wheeled ultimate King Realm expert. How could such an expert be defeated by this unknown Zhuowen? Senior sister, Luo Xing, I told you a long time ago that Zhuowen's talent is absolutely top-notch. Now he has completely proven himself. Qing Lian, who was beside Luo Xing, stared at Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. Her pretty face flushed red and her eyes turned into crescents. Her face was filled with joy. Although she was also surprised by Zhuowen's victory, she was more happy for Zhuowen. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes flickered. She sighed and said with mixed feelings, I really misjudged him back then. I really didn't expect Zhuowen to be able to reach this step. He already possesses the strength of a top genius in Muqin County. Zhuowen revealed a trace of exhaustion as he walked out of the golden door. LV Yongsheng was just too difficult to deal with. Although most of his injuries had healed under the nourishment of the essence blood in his heart, his mental exhaustion couldn't be recovered so easily. LV Yongsheng alone is already so difficult to deal with. The 5 top geniuses from the 5 superpowers are even stronger than LV Yongsheng. I'm afraid I'm not their match at all. After looking around, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the 5 figures standing proudly below the monolith. The calm LV Tao, the mysterious and elegant Luo Xing, the bloodthirsty and cold Zhu Qi, the domineering Qin Batian, and the sinister and cruel Su Tianliang. These 5 people were all stronger than LV Yongsheng. They were the true top geniuses of Muqin County's younger generation. This was especially true for LV Tao, and Luo Xing. Zhuowen had never been able to see through them. These 2 people were like a deep pool of water. The deeper one dived into the pool, the more unfathomable it was. Zhuowen, I won't let go of the grudge of my brother's death. You're indeed quite strong to be able to defeat LV Yongsheng, but LV Yongsheng can't even compare to my toes. There's still a long way to go before the Origin Qi Tower. You'd best watch out for your dog life. I'll personally come and take it when the time comes. A cold and sinister voice transmission suddenly sounded in Zhuowen's ears. Zhuowen was startled. Soon after, He slightly raised his head and immediately saw Su Tianliang, who was not far away, coldly staring at him. Zhou knew that it was Su Tianliang who had sent him a voice transmission. With a sneer, Zhou ignored Su Tianliang. Instead, he found a place to sit cross-legged under the worldly monolith and began to heal his injuries silently. At the same time, he also silently recovered his mental state. Su Tianliang was indeed very strong. Even with his current strength, he didn't have much of a chance of victory if he faced Su Tianliang directly. However, Zhuowen believed in his rate of growth. Back in the mortal level pavilion, LV Yongsheng was a 3-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, while he was only a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Back then, he was like an ant in LV Yongsheng's eyes. But now, LV Yongsheng was completely beneath his feet. Zhuowen believed that the Origin Chi Tower was his opportunity. There were limitless possibilities inside. As long as he was given time, he'd be able to trample Su Tianliang beneath his feet one day. What he lacked now was time. Seeing that Zhuowen was ignoring him, Su Tianliang coldly snorted. In his heart, he'd already sentenced Zhuowen to death. Even if this Zhuowen was a 4th-rank Arcana Master, he'd still thoroughly eliminate this Zhuowen. After Zhuo Wengang found a remote corner and sat down, a somewhat withered hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Soon after, he felt a warm energy continuously being transmitted into his body. Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen immediately saw a smiling Qiu. Behind him were Ouyang Yuntu and Ouyang Hanxian. Senior Qiu. Zhuowen wanted to get up, but was stopped by Qiu. Don't get up yet. Your injuries are quite serious. Let me help you suppress the injuries in your body first. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He knew that this was Qiu's good intentions, so he didn't refuse. Feeling the steady flow of energy, the trace of fatigue on Zhuowen's face slowly faded away. Some of the hidden injuries in his body had been directly removed by Qiu. As expected of a 4-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, the energy of the world in his body is actually so abundant. Sensing the energy of the world that Qiu was transmitting into his body, Zhuowen couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise on his face. After about 10 breaths of time, Qiu slowly withdrew his right hand. A trace of fatigue appeared on his wrinkled face. He smiled. Zhuowen, I've already removed the hidden injuries in your body. The 3rd floor of the Origin Chi Tower will open very soon. This way, your chances of passing the 3rd floor will greatly increase. Many thanks, Senior Qiu. Cupping his hands slightly, Zhuowen's face was filled with gratitude. Qiu had done many things for him, so Zhuowen was grateful from the bottom of his heart. However, Qiu waved his hand. There's no need to be so courteous with me. Back in Broken Rock City, if you hadn't used the flames of the earth to expel the cold poison in my body, I wouldn't have been able to recover my strength as a 4-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, let alone the current me. Zhuo revealed a wisp of a bitter smile when he heard this. Qiu was a person who attached great importance to kindness. Speaking of which, Qiu had helped him a few times in the past, and it was actually already sufficient to repay Zhuowen's kindness. However, Qiu still spared no effort to help him, and this caused Zhuowen to be rather moved in his heart. Brother Zhuo, you've really done something extremely sensational. I really didn't expect you to actually defeat LV Yongsheng. Moreover, you're a 4th-grade Arcana Master. In the future, your meteoric rise won't be far off. Ouyang Hanxuan's gaze was fixed on Zhuowen. His face was filled with emotion and admiration. Zhuowen's strength had already far exceeded his imagination. One had to know that a genius like LV Yongsheng was an existence that he could only look up to. However, he had been directly defeated by Zhuowen. Ouyang Hanxian admired Zhuowen from the bottom of his heart. Just as Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian were happily chatting, Zhuowen was surprised to find that the originally noisy surroundings had suddenly become quiet. Soon after, the crowd in front of him consciously parted to form a path. A fragrant wind drifted past. The graceful figure of Luo Xing, accompanied by a fresh and refined lotus, slowly walked towards the corner where Zhuowen was. Chapter 494. I'm being watched. Naturally, there was a commotion under the heaven and earth monolith. Luo Xing was very famous and was the dream lover of many people. Therefore, when they saw Luo Xing walking directly toward Zhuowen, it naturally attracted many cold and jealous gazes to Zhuowen. Oh, brother LV, Luo Xing actually went to Zhuowen personally. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Su Tianliang pursed his lips and deliberately laughed. LV Yitao chuckled and said, Zhuowen is a rank 4 Arcana Master, and he even defeated my second brother. Regardless of whether it's his talent or temperament, he far surpasses ordinary geniuses. Luo Xing probably went there to recruit him. Although LV Yitao said this, his slightly clenched fist faintly revealed the restlessness in his heart. Although he knew the reason why Luo Xing was looking for Zhuowen, seeing the woman he liked personally looking for another man, he naturally felt somewhat unhappy in his heart. Moreover, this man was the guy who had defeated his own brother. This made LV Yitao even more unhappy with Zhuowen. However, LV Yitao was a scheming person and did not show it. At this time, Zhuowen felt something and raised his head slightly. He immediately saw Luo Xing's eyes, which were as vast as the starry sky, staring straight at him. In these eyes, Zhuowen was surprised to find that there was a bright starry sky inside. His mind was completely immersed in this starry sky. Fortunately, Zhuowen's mental strength was strong. Mental strength quietly overflowed from his Naiwen palace, and Zhuowen immediately came back to his senses. However, Zhuowen stared at Luo Xing in front of him with fear. Luo Xing was very terrifying. Just a look from her made him feel as if he had fallen into the vast starry sky. If his mental strength was not strong enough, he would definitely have been completely trapped. Seeing that Zhuowen had recovered his senses so quickly, Luo Xing was a little surprised. The corners of her mouth curled into a beautiful smile as she slowly walked over to Zhuowen and said with a faint smile, This one is Jade Maiden Star, Yuan Luoxing. I have come here to thank young Master Zhua for lending a helping hand to Qing Lian and Hong Lian. Hearing this, Zhuowen glanced at Qing Lian, who was beside Luo Xing, seeing Qing Lian stick her tongue out at him. He knew that Qing Lian had probably told Luo Xing everything that had happened in the dark forest. Nodding his head, Zhuowen smiled and said, Miss Luo Xing is too polite. Qing Lian has helped me many times. Since she is in trouble, how can I have a reason not to help? Young Master Zhua is loyal and righteous. Luoxing also admires you greatly. Young Master Zhua, you also know that the Battle of the Vitality Tower is actually a way to select the geniuses of Muqin County to participate in the Battle of the 9 Counties in 3 years. Once the Battle of the Vitality Tower is over, all the major forces in the county have the right to select their geniuses to join their respective forces. Young Master Zhua should also know this, right? Luo Xing's beautiful eyes flashed as she spoke. Her voice was soft and clear like the chirping of a yellow pearl. After listening to it, one would feel relaxed and happy. After hearing Luo Xing's words, Zhuowen instantly understood why Luo Xing was so enthusiastic. It turned out that she wanted to recruit him into the Jade Maiden Star Court. Just as Luo Xing said, the Battle of the Vitality Tower was actually a way for the major forces in the county to select their geniuses. Through the competition between geniuses, the final winner would be able to catch the eye of the major forces and be recruited into their respective forces. Because the quotas to participate in the Battle of the 9 Counties were in the hands of the major forces in the county, especially the 5 superforces, most of quotas were in the hands of the major forces. Therefore, if one wanted to participate in the Battle of the 9 Counties, the top event of the Qing Xian dynasty, one must join one of the 5 superforces in order to obtain a quota. Of course, there were exceptions. It was said that on the fourth level of the Vitality Tower, there were extremely large ancient ruins. Within the ancient ruins stood many ancient inheritances. These were all precious treasures left behind by ancient sections. If a genius could enter the fourth level and pass the test of the ancient ruins, as well as successfully obtain an ancient inheritance, then such a top genius would not need to join any force to obtain a quota to participate in the Battle of the Nine Counties. However, in every battle of the Vitality Tower, only 5 ancient inheritances would appear on the fourth level of the Vitality Tower. To obtain one of the ancient inheritances, one would have to stand out among the many geniuses. Based on the previous battle of the Vitality Tower, the 5 ancient inheritances were basically monopolized by the top geniuses of the 5 super forces. This year's battle of the Vitality Tower was probably no exception. Lve Tao, Luo Xing, Zhu Qi, Su Tianliang, and Qin Batian, these 5 top geniuses, would most likely monopolize the 5 inheritances on the fourth level of the Vitality Tower. After all, these 5 were veteran experts on the Green Emperor list. In Muqin County, no one could shake them, although Zhuowen had defeated Lv Yongsheng. In the eyes of most people, although Zhuowen's strength was not bad, there was still a certain gap between him and these top geniuses. When the time came for him to enter the fourth level, it was likely that he would not have the strength to compete with them. After hearing about the many benefits of ancient inheritances, Zhuowen was quite curious and eager to enter the fourth level of the Vitality Tower. He knew that if he could obtain an ancient inheritance, it would be immensely beneficial to him. Young Master Zhuo, our Jade, Lady Astral Court, has cultivated several level 4 arcanists. In fact, we have a lot of experience in the aspect of mental strength. I think if you join our Jade Lady Astral Court, you should be able to benefit a lot. Of course, in terms of treatment and resources, we will spare no effort to assist you. Luo Xing also noticed that Zhuowen in front of her was a little absent-minded. She could not help but raise her voice a little, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange color. It should be known that Luo Xing was the number 1 beauty of the prefecture. Whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, she could be said to be one of a kind. Countless young talents in the prefecture had a crush on her. Moreover, even the number 1 genius of the house of Marquis Qin, Lve Tao, had a very good impression of Luo Xing. This was enough to show her charm. Although Luo Xing was not narcissistic, she also knew how attractive her charm was to men. As long as she stood in front of a man, those men would do their best to please her and even deliberately flatter her. However, Zhuo Wen's behavior caused Luo Xing to be extremely surprised. She had taken the initiative to look for Zhuo Wen, but Zhuo Wen was completely unperturbed. In fact, he was even a little absent-minded. This caused Luo Xing to doubt her own charm. Coming back to his senses, Zhuo Wen smiled apologetically and said, "Miss Luo Xing's conditions are very good, but this kind of thing should be discussed after the end of the Vitality Tower battle. It's a little too early to talk about it now." Seeing Zhuo Wen refuse so bluntly, Luo Xing and Qing Liang were stunned. Qing Lian said somewhat anxiously, "Zhuo Wen, I'm afraid you don't know the power Senior's sister, Luo Xing, has in the Star Court, right? As long as you agree to Senior's sister, Luo Xing's conditions, you will be the focus of the Jade Lady Star Court's training, and the treatment you will receive will not be any less than Senior's sister Luo Xing's." Zhuo Wen shook his head and said with a smile, "I personally like to be free and don't like to be bound by power disputes. If you really want to talk about this, let's wait until the Yuan Qi Tower battle is over. Zhuo Wen, you should know that our Jade Lady Star Court is a power second only to the house of Marquis Qin in the province capital. With your aptitude, if you enter the Jade Lady Star Court, your strength will definitely soar by leaps and bounds. Are you going to refuse such a good thing?" Luo Xing clenched her silver teeth and asked in a somewhat unconvinced manner. This was the first time that she had encountered such a rejection. Naturally, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, and her tone became extremely forceful. Luo Xing's tone made Zhuan's eyes narrow. He said lightly, "Miss Luo Xing, you don't allow me to refuse? Isn't this choice a person's freedom?" Luo Xing was startled when she heard this. She once again glanced at Zhua when in front of her. Her pretty eyes contained a trace of complexity. Her loss of self-control earlier caused her to feel a little embarrassed. Her face was burning hot. Fortunately, she hid it well and did not reveal an overly obvious loss of self-control. Since young Master Zhua wants to wait until the Yuanqi Tower battle is over, then Luo Xing will not force you. I will take my leave first. A trace of regret appeared on Luo Xing's pretty face. She bowed slightly and left with Qing Lian. Looking at Luo Xing's departing figure, Zhuan's eyes were solemn. Luo Xing was really not ordinary. Although she was polite in front of Zhuan, the sharp aura faintly emitted from her body made Zhuan know that this woman was not as gentle as she looked on the surface. The top geniuses of the 5 superpowers are really not to be trifled with. Sighing lightly, Zhuan's face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. The pressure that Su Tianliang alone gave him was heavy enough. This Luo Xing was even more terrifying than Su Tianliang, and needless to say, LVE Tao, who is known as the #1 expert of the younger generation in Muqing County. These 5 people were simply abnormal. With Zhuan's current strength, he could not afford to offend any of them. Boy, you seem to be targeted by someone. Suddenly, little Hay in his sea of consciousness said such a sentence without rhyme or reason. You're being targeted? Who is it? Frowning slightly, Zhuan subconsciously asked. Baichuan Marquis Su Chang. After Xiao He spat out this sentence, a faintly discernible murderous intent pierced into Zhuan's back like a cold arrow. Zhuan was suddenly frightened, and the hairs on his back stood on end. Following this obscure murderous intent, Zhuan tilted his head slightly and happened to see the short and stout Su Chang, who had a simple and honest expression, in front of the platform. At this moment, he was actually staring at him without blinking. At this moment, Su Chang did not have his usual simple and honest smile at all. Instead, there was a cold expression and a numbing murderous intent in his eyes. In the distance, Su Chang also saw Zhuan's gaze and grinned, revealing a row of cold white teeth. It was like a cold light in the night, causing Zhuan's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. It seems that Su Chang already knows that you are the murderer of Su Liang. Xiao He said somewhat helplessly in his sea of consciousness. Nodding his head, Zhuan's expression was extremely ugly. Su Chang of Baichuan Marquis Residence was a top expert in Muqing County. It was said that his cultivation was already at the peak of the ultimate 9-wheel emperor realm. He was only one step away from becoming a powerful existence at the 4th revered emperor realm. Chapter 495. Su Chang's threat. This is the training mountain. Fighting is not allowed here. Su Chang will not risk universal condemnation to harm you. However, once you leave the Vitality Tower, I'm afraid your situation will not be good. Xiao He sternly said in his mind. Hearing this, Zhuan frowned. Su Chang was indeed a big problem. The current him was not even Su Tianliang's opponent, let alone Su Chang's. If Su Chang insisted on dealing with him, he would be in real danger. Su Chang's son was killed by you. Moreover, he knows the truth of this matter. Therefore, Su Chang will not let this matter rest. I think it's best for you to join one of the super forces. With the protection of a super force, Su Chang will not dare to act rashly. Xiao He suggested. Hearing this, Zhuan felt a headache. If he had not met Su Tianliang, such a troublesome matter would not have happened. Unfortunately, nothing is absolute in this world. Let's talk about this after the Vitality Tower is over. In the Vitality Tower, Su Chang will not dare to touch me. Zhuan helplessly said as he rubbed his temples. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of heavy footsteps could be heard as Su Chang strode towards Zhuowen. When he was within 10 feet of Zhuowen, he stared at Zhuowen with cold eyes. The aura from his body slowly flowed out, and the surrounding air seemed to have solidified. Su Chang's actions immediately attracted the attention of many people on the platform. Even Lu Nantian and the master of the meteorite were somewhat puzzled by Su Chang's actions. Why is Su Chang going to Zhuowen's place? Could it be that he wants to directly recruit Zhuowen? The master of the meteorite was somewhat puzzled as he asked. The Vitality Tower battle is not over yet. This is not the time to recruit geniuses. Just now, Brother Su transmitted a message to me saying that he wants to talk to Zhuowen about something. Lu Nantian explained. Oh, I see. Hearing Lu Nantian's words, the others didn't mind. Moreover, they weren't afraid that Su Chang would try to recruit Zhuowen into the 100 Rivers Marquee House. After all, the 100 Rivers Marquee House ranked at the bottom of the 5 superpowers. They didn't think that Su Chang would be able to offer a better deal than Lu Nantian. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched as he looked at Su Chang warily. He secretly circulated the power of heaven and earth in his body to prevent Su Chang from plotting anything. Su Chang stared at Zhuowen indifferently. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a transparent barrier appeared between the two of them. It was specifically used to isolate sound. Zhuowen, I heard from Tianliang that you were the one who killed Su Liang. Su Chang narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Su Chang's voice was extremely cold, causing a chill to run down Zhuowen's spine. He didn't believe that Su Chang would dare to make a move here. After all, there was an ancient restriction around the Trial Mountain. This restriction wasn't something that an ultimate 9 wheels Emperor Realm cultivator could withstand. After calming down a little, Zhuowen said calmly, I killed Su Liang. He knew that there was no point in denying it now. Since Su Tianliang had already told Su Chang about this matter, there was no point in hiding it. Thus, he might as well admit it. Creak! Hearing this, Su Chang's body clearly trembled. He clenched his fists slightly and his gaze grew colder. He said in a low voice, When you killed him, did you know that he was from the 100 Rivers Marquee House? I did. Zhuowen nodded and said indifferently, Good. You're really something. Zhuowen, do you think that there's an ancient restriction on the Trial Mountain that forbids fighting? Is that why you're so fearless in front of me? Su Chang said coldly as the veins on his forehead bulged. Zhuowen nodded in all seriousness. His appearance was extremely infuriating. Su Chang almost couldn't restrain himself from giving Zhuo a fierce slap. However, he still restrained himself and only snorted coldly. Zhuowen, I really can't do anything to you in the Vitality Tower. But once you leave the Tower of Vitality, do you think you can escape from the palm of my hand? Now I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Join the 100 Rivers Marquee House and serve us unconditionally for 100 years. 2. Be hunted down by the 100 Rivers Marquee House. Su Chang said indifferently. Oh, are you threatening me? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed and his face darkened. He hated it when others threatened him, even if it was an ultimate 9 wheels Emperor Realm expert like Su Chang. Moreover, Su Chang really thought he was an idiot. Unconditionally serving the 100 Rivers Marquee House for 100 years? Even an idiot wouldn't agree to such unreasonable conditions. If that's what you think, then this is indeed a threat. Don't think you can escape the pursuit of the 100 Rivers Marquee House. Hee. Even if you join other forces, I still have many ways to kill you. Unless you stay in the territory of our forces and don't come out. Su Chang sneered. Are you done? If you're done, you can leave. Zhuowen glanced at Su Chang indifferently and couldn't be bothered with him. He sat cross-legged on the spot and began to meditate with his eyes closed. With Zhuowen's character, he naturally wouldn't be threatened by Su Chang, let alone join the 100 Rivers Marquee House. Therefore, he simply ignored Su Chang. Zhuowen, you really have guts. Since you don't plan to join the 100 Rivers Marquee House, then wait for the revenge of the 100 Rivers Marquee House after the battle for the Vitality Tower. Su Chang was furious when he saw Zhuan's attitude. He snorted coldly and walked back to the platform with a cold expression. Of course, when he appeared in front of Lu Nantian and the others, he immediately returned to his simple and honest appearance. "Kid, this Su Chang is not to be trifled with," Xiao He whispered in his sea of consciousness as soon as Su Chang left. Zhuo slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was cold as he watched Su Chang's departing figure. He coldly said, "There are many people who want me, Zhu Ming. Let's see if Su Chang can get me when the time comes." "That's right, but you're too weak now. Even Su Tianliang is no match for you, let alone this terrifying Su Chang," Xiao He said with some worry. "Strength? I'm still too weak." Zhuo clenched his fists as a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the end, it was still a matter of strength. Although his performance in the Vitality Tower was extraordinary and even a little stunning, this was only relative to the young geniuses. Compared to a veteran expert like Su Chang, Zhuo was too weak. He was so weak that he could be crushed with a single finger. Zhuo knew that if he also had the cultivation of the ultimate emperor stage, even if he killed Su Chang's son, Su Chang wouldn't dare do anything to him. Lu Nantian and the others naturally didn't know about the conversation between Su Chang and Zhuo. When they saw Su Chang return, they just casually asked a few questions and didn't meddle. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, when the commotion on the platform had subsided a little, Lu Nantian finally spoke. "Everyone, congratulations on passing all the stages of the Trial Mountain. At the same time, you have also obtained the qualifications to enter the 3rd level of the Vitality Tower. Let me tell you in advance that the 3rd level is even more cruel than the 2nd level. Only by passing the 3rd level's test can you finally enter the 4th level, the final level of the Vitality Tower." At this point, Lu Nantian looked around and continued, "What exactly is on the 4th level of the Vitality Tower? I'm sure most of you already know. I think that most of the true geniuses entering the Vitality Tower are actually aiming for the 4th level of the Vitality Tower. This is because the 4th level of the Vitality Tower contains ancient ruins. In these ruins, there are complete ancient inheritances. These inheritances are all passed down by the powerful sects of the ancient era. To put it bluntly, obtaining a complete inheritance is actually not inferior to obtaining half of the House of Marquis Qin's resources. Moreover, this inheritance completely belongs to the individual." When Lu Nantian mentioned the 4th level of the Vitality Tower, whether it was the city lords on the platform or the contestants below the firmament monolith, their breathing became rapid. Their eyes were filled with a blazing color. Most of the geniuses risked their lives to participate in the Vitality Tower battle. Aside from obtaining a spot to participate in the Battle of the 9 Counties, there was another goal. In fact, it was the ancient inheritance on the 4th level of the Vitality Tower. In the ancient era, geniuses gathered together and martial arts flourished. There were countless emperor-level experts and saints. There were even supreme experts who stepped into the deity realm. Shattering the void and cracking the earth was just a matter of raising their hand. It was precisely because of the glory of the ancient era that sects stood in great numbers. Experts came forth in large numbers. Almost every sect had extremely powerful inheritances. Possessing these inheritances meant that one had obtained the key to becoming a supreme expert. They were very clear that as long as they obtained an inheritance, they would almost certainly become a supreme expert. Moreover, their future cultivation path would become exceptionally smooth. How many cultivators could resist such a temptation? Moreover, the resources inside an ancient inheritance were extremely abundant. It was even more abundant than the House of Marquis Qin. These resources were self-evident to cultivators. Therefore, there were so many geniuses who wanted to participate in the cruel competition of the Vitality Tower battle. However, Only 5 people could obtain an ancient inheritance each time. These 5 were peerless geniuses who were selected from hundreds of thousands of forces and millions of geniuses. Only these 1 in 10,000 geniuses had the qualifications to receive an ancient inheritance. Moreover, it was only the qualifications because there were extremely difficult tests in the ancient inheritance. If you couldn't pass the tests, you would directly fall in the inheritance. This kind of thing happened frequently in the previous Vitality Tower battles. In each Vitality Tower battle, it was already extremely lucky for one genius to obtain an ancient inheritance. It was said that in the previous Vitality Tower battle, the house of Marquis Qin's Lu Hantian was a peerless genius. His talent and strength were several times stronger than the current Lu Yitao. With Lu Hantian's strength and talent, it was actually extremely easy for him to obtain a complete inheritance. However, this person's temperament was wanton and unrestrained. After entering the 4th floor, he insisted on choosing the most terrifying blood demon inheritance. It was said that the blood demon inheritance was ranked in the top 3 in terms of difficulty among all the inheritances on the 4th floor. Of course, the more difficult an inheritance was, the more powerful it was. The foundation of the blood demon inheritance was far from being comparable to the house of Marquis Qin. Chapter 496. Spirit and flesh united. Immortalital Nantian saw the passionate expressions of the geniuses below the worldly monolith. Nodding slightly, Lu Nantian said loudly, "The Vitality Tower is filled with countless miracles. As long as you have the strength and luck, you can transform from a sparrow into a phoenix, from a cocoon into a butterfly. The 3rd level of the Vitality Tower will open in 3 days. In these 3 days, you all should rest well and face the test of the 3rd level in your peak condition." After speaking, Lu Nantian slowly returned to the platform and discussed something with the other 4 magnates. Seeing that there were still 3 days before the 3rd level of the Vitality Tower opened, the geniuses below the worldly monolith all let out a sigh of relief. Fighting 10 rounds in a row in the Trial Mountain was extremely exhausting. Although their respective elders were circulating their energy to treat their injuries, it was not easy to recover from mental exhaustion. 3 days was enough for them to raise their mental state to its peak. Therefore, as soon as Lu Nantian finished speaking, the geniuses below the worldly monolith quickly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to silently adjust their mental states. They hoped that they could enter the 3rd level in their peak condition in 3 days. There are still 3 days left. I can use these 3 days to comprehend the Nirvana Vairocana. I wonder if I can try to cultivate the 1st level of the Nirvana Vairocana, Zhuowen thought to himself as he sat in a corner below the worldly monolith. As he spoke, Zhuowen closed his eyes and sank his mind into his knowledge sea. In the center of his knowledge sea, there was a dazzling golden torrent. This golden torrent was formed by the golden skeleton in the last hall. It contained the contents of the Nirvana Vairocana. The golden torrent drifted aimlessly in the dark and empty sea of consciousness. It was like a rootless duckweed drifting with the waves. Below the golden torrent, a black puppy stood with its paws behind its back, looking up at the golden torrent. "Xiao Hei, have you found any tricks?" Zhuowen asked softly as he walked over to Xiao Hei. This great Nirvana sun is indeed extremely profound. This Dragon Lord has already studied it for half a day, but I still only know half of it. I dare to say that this monarch tier body refinement technique is absolutely extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be so profound. Xiao Hei tilted her head slightly and stared cautiously at Zhuowen. There was a strange look in the depths of her eyes. "Is it very profound? Even you can't understand it?" Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. Xiao Hei's background was mysterious, and she was much more experienced than he was. If even Xiao Hei could not figure it out, then there was no way he could. Who says this Dragon Master doesn't know anything? I'm just saying that I don't quite understand. It's not like I don't know anything. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Xiao He was flustered and exasperated. Oh, you found some clues? Zhuowen was instantly overjoyed. I've indeed found some clues. However, if you want to cultivate the great Nirvana Sun, the process will be more difficult. To tell you the truth, the cultivation method of this body refinement technique is fundamentally different from other body refinement techniques. In other words, this great Nirvana Sun is not as simple as the jade stone body refinement technique that you cultivated previously. It's a strange technique that combines mental energy and the physical body. When Xiao He said this, a strange look appeared on her face. She had seen many body refinement techniques, but she had never seen such a technique that required the combination of mental energy and the physical body. One must know that mental energy was a kind of illusory energy, while the physical body was substantial. The two were not of the same nature at all. When the two were combined, it gave off an extremely strange feeling. Combination of mental energy and the physical body? Xiao He, you're not talking nonsense, are you? Hearing this, Zhuowen was stunned, and a strange look appeared on his face. Mental energy and the physical body were not of the same nature. How could the two be combined? In Zhuowen's opinion, this was something that was impossible. Damn it, you actually dared to doubt me. If you don't believe me, take a look at the content of this great Nirvana Sun. Seeing that Zhuowen was doubting her, Xiao He was instantly flustered and exasperated. She snorted coldly and waved her little claws. Immediately, a portion of the golden torrent turned into a stream of information and burrowed into Zhuowen's mind. Feeling the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, Zhuowen also began to study it seriously. The contents were all analyzed by Xiao He. However, as he continued to study it, Zhuowen's expression also became serious. This was because the contents of this information were actually very similar to what Xiao He had said. There was a sentence that left a deep impression on Zhuowen. Combination of spirit and body, immortality, and indestructibility. The meaning of the information was that only by combining the spirit and body would one be able to achieve immortality and indestructibility. Combination of spirit and body was the so-called combination of mental energy and the physical body. As for the method to allow the mental energy in the Naiwen Palace to fuse with the physical body, this information also mentioned in detail. Furthermore, the combination of spirit and body was only the beginning stage of the great Nirvana Sun. Only by achieving the combination of spirit and body would one have the qualifications to cultivate the great Nirvana Sun. Brett, this dragon lord did not lie to you, right? If you want to cultivate the great Nirvana Sun, then you must combine your spirit and body. Only by achieving this will one have the qualifications to cultivate the great Nirvana Sun. Xiao He, who was nearby, coldly snorted. After regaining his senses, Zhuowen said somewhat bitterly, "This great Nirvana Sun is really unique. Isn't the cultivation method too harsh? It actually requires the combination of spirit and body. Furthermore, according to the introduction in this information, this kind of combination of spirit and body is extremely painful. I'm afraid that it will be exceptionally difficult to cultivate. Opportunities and risks are directly proportional. If you want to obtain great power, then you must pay a corresponding price. Otherwise, do you think that those ultimate practitioners were picked up from the streets? They were all tempered through countless amounts of blood and fire. Furthermore, this great Nirvana Sun is probably not simple. If you are able to successfully cultivate it, you will benefit immensely." Xiao He crossed her arms in front of her chest and revealed a faint smile on her face. Hearing this, Zhuowen pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Isn't it just a little pain? It's not like I haven't eaten it before. Even if I die from the pain, I will cultivate this great Nirvana Sun." Zhuowen knew that his current situation was not too good. Not only was Su Tianliang eyeing him covetously within the Origin Chi Tower, but once he exited the Origin Chi Tower, then Su Chong would probably also target him. Now he had to raise his strength in a short period of time. After all, a little more strength now meant a little more chance of survival. Seeing that Zhuowen was preparing to cultivate the great Nirvana Sun, the corners of Xiaohei's mouth revealed a trace of a happy smile as she secretly said in her heart, "Brat, the might of this great Nirvana Sun will definitely not disappoint you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you are able to successfully cultivate it." Since he had already decided to cultivate the great Nirvana Sun, Zhuowen planned to use the remaining 3 days to properly comprehend the contents of the great Nirvana Sun. It would be best if he could reach the realm of soul and body fusion. Then he would be able to completely grasp the basics of the technique. Under the heaven and earth monolith, the 1,000 geniuses were basically sitting cross-legged on the ground as they began to adjust their state of mind. None of them were idle. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with a solemn atmosphere. Many of the leaders on the platform also stood quietly by the side. They did not dare to disturb the geniuses' cultivation and adjustment under the heaven and earth monolith. After all, the following battles would be even more intense. They did not want to distract the geniuses. At the front of the group, the 5 magnates were chatting happily. Only the Marquis of Baichuan was unusually silent. Lu Nantian and the rest did not pay attention to Su Chang's strange behavior. They only thought that Su Chang was thinking about something. At this moment, Su Chang's gaze was focused on the group behind him. His eyes flickered as if he was looking for someone. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a sinister old man. The old man seemed to sense something and tilted his head slightly. He immediately saw the Marquis of Baichuan staring at him. Startled, he wanted to turn his head away. Su Chang was the leader of one of the 5 superpowers. He could not afford to offend him. "Old man everlasting, there's no need to hide from me. I have some matters to discuss with you." The moment the old man turned his head away, a cold voice rang out in his ears. The old man's body trembled. He knew that Su Chang was really looking for him. He complained in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he replied respectfully, "I wonder why Lord Su Chang is looking for this lowly one. I heard that the 3 ultimate King Realm geniuses of your Tyrant Chu city all died in the dark forest?" Su Chang's voice was slightly careless, as if he was talking about an old story. The old man's body trembled when he heard this. He clenched his fists tightly, and a trace of deep hatred appeared in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Lord Su Chang's information is indeed fast. Lu Che and the other 2 were too weak. They deserve to die in the dark forest. Old man everlasting, there's no need to misunderstand. I'm not making fun of you. I heard that your Tyrant Chu city has some grudges with Zhuowen. Lu Che and the other 2 chased after Zhuowen when he went to the dark forest. Now that they're dead, I'm afraid it was Zhuowen who did it, right?" Su Chang said unhurriedly. The old man's eyes flickered. The trace of anger on his face gradually disappeared. After a moment of silence, he said, "Since Lord Su Chang already knows, why did you come looking for this old man to talk about this?" "Hee. That Zhuowen killed 3 of your Tyrant Chu city's geniuses, causing your Tyrant Chu city to be eliminated at the 2nd level. Don't tell me you don't hate that Zhuowen?" Su Chang's voice contained a trace of indescribable meaning. "Hate? Of course I hate him. Right now, I can't wait for Zhuowen to suffer a fate worse than death. I can't wait to kill that little bastard with my own hands. But that little bastard is a grade 4 Arcana Master. He's probably already been noticed by Lord Lu Nantian. What's the point of hating him? With that little bastard Zhuowen's status as a grade 4 Arcana Master, Lord Lu Nantian will definitely focus on nurturing him." At this point, the old man's entire body trembled violently. However, in the end he sighed dejectedly. He had originally planned to kill Zhuowen, but after learning that Zhuowen was a grade 4 Arcana Master, he knew that he no longer had chance. If he dared to make a move, Lu Nantian would be the first to not let him off. Chapter 497. Attacking the Bai Hui acupoint, the old man's eyes lit up at first, but then they gradually dimmed. He said calmly, Lord Su Chong. Zhuowen was able to become a grade 4 Arcana Master at such a young age. Marquis Lu is probably paying close attention to him, right? This old man still has some self-awareness. He can't be provoked now. What? You're the city, Lord of Tyrant Chu City. Your own genius has been killed, and now you don't even dare to make a move? Su Chong narrowed his eyes, and his voice became cold. Everlasting old man's expression changed slightly. He knew that Su Chong was basically sending him to his death by asking him to kill Zhuowen. Even if he killed Zhuowen, he probably wouldn't be able to survive. My apologies, Lord Su Chong. This Zhuowen can't be touched now. Forgive this old man for being powerless. The old man cupped his hands from afar and ignored Su Chong. He knew that Zhuowen must have offended Su Chong in some way for Su Chong to be in such a hurry to get him to deal with Zhuowen. After cursing Zhuowen for being such a troublemaker in his heart, he was about to leave. However, Su Chang's next words caused him to freeze on the spot. Old man, you have to go now, even if you don't want to. If you don't go, your Tyrant Chu City will cease to exist after the Origin Chi Tower ends. If you still want to be the city lord of Tyrant Chu City, you'd better listen to this lord's orders, Su Chong said sinisterly. The old man's expression became extremely unsightly. Su Chong was actually threatening him. This made him both shocked and angry. He said in a deep voice, Lord Su Chong, aren't you going too far? Moreover, you're so strong. You should be more confident in killing Zhuowen. If this lord could kill that little bastard Zhuowen, this lord would have done it long ago. It's a pity that there's an ancient seal around the Trial Mountain. This seal has the effect of suppressing ultimate emperors of the fifth wheel and above. With my strength, I'll definitely suffer a backlash if I take action. Moreover, will Lu Nantian not stop me? Su Chang's voice became increasingly impatient. A trace of killing intent began to surface in his sinister eyes. The Wuji old man had rejected him many times, which had caused Su Chang's killing intent to rise. Now you only have one choice. If you don't do as I say, you and Chu Ba-chang will both disappear. The everlasting old man's face was pale, his body was trembling, and cold sweat covered his forehead. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, Lord Su Chong, please give your orders. This old man will act according to your instructions. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? But you can rest assured. Even if you kill Zhuowen, if that Lu Nantian takes his anger out on you, this lord will help you keep him busy. This lord will also protect your life and give you an earth rank soul treasure as compensation, Su Chong said indifferently. The Wuji old man's expression eased up slightly when he heard that. If Su Chong was really willing to give him an earth rank soul treasure and protect his life at a critical moment, killing Zhuowen would not be impossible. This Lord Su Chang's words carry enormous weight. This Lord Su Chong will definitely take care of this matter. However, this Zhuowen is not simple. He's abnormally cunning and probably has many trump cards. It won't be that easy to kill him instantly. If we can't kill him in a short amount of time, the consequences will be unthinkable, the Wuji old man said worriedly. If an ultimate emperor realm cultivator like you can't kill a junior like Zhuowen instantly, then there's no need for you to live. Just die. You'd best find a good opportunity to act. No matter how strong that Zhuowen is, he's no match for an ultimate emperor realm cultivator, Su Chong said coldly. The Wuji old man's face paled slightly. He hurriedly nodded. Yes, this lord understands. The Wuji old man and Su Chong discussed the specifics of the assassination before returning to their respective places as if nothing had happened. Zhuowen, looks like the heavens are on my side. I originally thought that I wouldn't have a chance to kill you, but now it's a godsend opportunity. Even Lord Su Chong wants you dead. You won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. The Wuji old man clenched his fists as his gaze turned cold. He peered through the gaps in the crowd and stared at Zhuowen's back in a corner below the monolith. He sneered. He knew that what he needed to do right now was to find a chance to kill Zhuowen in a single strike. Therefore, after thinking hard for a while, he knew that the best time to make a move was when the third floor opened. At that time, most people's attention would be on the entrance to the third floor, and they wouldn't notice the movements on the platform at all. As long as he acted quickly, even an expert like Lu Nantian might not be able to stop him in time. Once he killed Zhuowen, Lu Nantian probably wouldn't make things difficult for him over a dead genius if Su Chang pleaded on his behalf. Zhuowen, you will die in 3 days. Enjoy the time you have left. The everlasting old man stared at Zhuowen's figure with a sinister gaze and chuckled sinisterly. Zhuowen, who was below the heaven and earth monolith, naturally didn't know about the Wuji old man and Su Chang's secret plot. At the moment, he was immersed in his sea of consciousness, silently studying how to get started with the great Nirvana Sunday inside the sea of consciousness, which was as deep as the void. Zhuowen, who was the manifestation of his mind, was sitting cross-legged in the center of the sea of consciousness. Surging golden torrents surrounded Zhuowen, radiating golden light everywhere, solemn and sacred. The fusion of spirit and flesh will make one immortal. There are a total of 365 acupuncture points in the human body, and the 365 acupuncture points are connected to countless meridians. Only by using mental strength to open up all the acupuncture points and allow mental strength to enter the meridians of the entire body through the acupuncture points, the fusion of spirit and flesh will naturally be completed. As he muttered to himself, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze flickered with a blazing bright light. He was immersed in the golden torrent, and he repeatedly recited the boundless information of the grand sun Nirvana that was contained within the golden torrent. Finally, he found a trace of an opportunity for his soul and body to merge. As everyone knew, the meridians in the human body were as numerous as the stars in the night sky. There were simply too many to count. The difficulty of fusing mental strength into the meridians was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, the acupuncture points in the human body were closely connected to the meridians. If the meridians were compared to bridges, then the acupuncture points would be the islands that connected the bridge. 360 islands were connected to each other. No matter which acupuncture point one started from, it would be possible to circle around and return to the starting point. If one relied on acupuncture points, then it would be much easier for mental strength to fuse with the meridians of the human body. One only needed to use mental strength to open up the acupuncture points, and then continuously channel mental strength into the corresponding acupuncture points. Then, through the connection between the acupuncture points, mental strength would be able to follow the meridians and cover the entire human body. This way, the fusion of spirit and flesh would be much easier. Kid, your comprehension is not bad. You actually thought of this method. Using the acupuncture points as the starting point, you can continuously channel mental strength into the various meridians. By the side, Xiao Hei's small eyes immediately brightened when it heard this. The gaze it used to look at Zhuowen had become somewhat strange. It had never thought of such a method. However, this brat was able to comprehend it in such a short period of time. This level of comprehension ability far exceeded that of an ordinary genius. This is merely my idea. Whether it will work or not, I will have to try it first before I know. Zhuowen's gaze was burning, but he still forced himself to calm down. He knew that if this method worked, then it would be much easier to reach the beginner level of Great Nirvana-san. Furthermore, he also wanted to know what kind of changes would occur to his strength once he mastered such a profound technique. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen began to silently activate the mental strength in his Naiwen Palace. Among the 365 acupuncture points in the human body, The most important acupuncture point was undoubtedly the Bai Hui acupuncture point. The Bai Hui acupuncture point was located at the intersection between the middle of the head and the tips of the ears. As long as one used mental strength to break through the Bai Hui acupuncture point, then the following acupuncture points would not be as difficult. Let's see if I can break through this Bai Hui acupuncture point. If I can break through it, then my idea is basically feasible. As he muttered to himself, Zhou movements were not slow. He slowly activated the mental strength in his Naiwen palace, slowly extending it from between his eyebrows to the Bai Hui acupuncture point at the top of his head. The formless mental strength was like a hunting python, slowly approaching the vicinity of the Bai Hui acupuncture point. 1. When the mental strength neared the Bai Hui acupuncture point, Zhuowen suddenly felt a resistance, as if he had entered a swamp. It was as if there was an extremely hard wall within the Bai Hui acupuncture point, preventing Zhuowen from moving forward. The resistance of this Bai Hui acupuncture point is actually so strong. My mental strength is at the rank 4 initial stage, but under this resistance, it is actually unable to move forward. It seems that I need to increase the output of my mental strength. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen knew that this Bai Hui acupuncture point was not so easy to break through. Thus, he began to slowly increase the output of his mental strength in his Naiwen palace. In an instant, the small stream of mental strength that was originally like a small stream suddenly became several times thicker, like a river. Still can't break through? Although his mental strength had increased several times, the resistance of the Bai Hui acupuncture point was getting stronger and stronger. His mental strength was still unable to move forward and even retreated slightly under the effect of the Bai Hui acupuncture point. Let's go all out. Seeing this situation, Zhuowen knew that if he did not use all his strength, he would not be able to break through the Bai Hui acupuncture point. With a cold snort, he began to mobilize all the mental strength in his body, attacking the Bai Hui acupuncture point at the top of his head with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. Low and deep muffled sounds continued to be emitted from Zhuowen's body, immediately causing the geniuses nearby to frown slightly. Their gazes gathered on Zhuowen's side, but none of them dared to make a sound when they saw that it was Zhuowen who had made the sound. The matter of Zhuowen defeating LV Yongxing was now known to everyone. They already knew that this young man, who came from a low-level city, was probably only below the 5 great geniuses in strength. Other than the 5 great geniuses, there were not many people here who could compete with Zhuowen. Naturally, Zhuowen was not aware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he was controlling the mental strength in his Naiwen palace, continuously attacking the Bai Hui acupuncture point. Chapter 498. Changes swish swish. The moment Zhuowen vomited blood, countless gazes gathered on the platform as a sliver of astonishment surfaced on everyone's faces. Why was Zhuowen vomiting blood while he was recuperating? However, a few people with good eyesight also discovered that Zhuowen was currently cultivating some kind of cultivation technique, unlike the other geniuses who were adjusting their condition and recuperating. Isn't Zhuowen trying too hard? He's about to open the 3rd level, and he's still trying to cultivate? Haha, such a method is extremely stupid. How can one's cultivation improve by another level in a short 3 days? This Zhuowen is probably too eager to improve, now that he has suffered a backlash from his cultivation method. He deserves it. Many people in the surroundings looked at the injured Zhuowen with mocking gazes. There were even a few geniuses who originally did not think highly of Zhuowen's background, who rejoiced in his misfortune. The 5 geniuses, sitting cross-legged at the center of the crowd, were also attracted by the commotion caused by Zhuowen. Each of them had different expressions. LV Yitao's expression was still indifferent, and no one could tell what he was feeling. Luo Xing was expressionless and did not show much emotion. Qin Batian glanced at Zhuowen in astonishment. Zhu Qi completely ignored Zhuowen, while Su Tianliang sneered again and again. Everyone on the platform had different expressions, but the majority of them were looking at Zhuowen with mocking gazes. The only ones who were worried were Guyu Tian, Qiu Qiu, and Ouyang Yuntu. Hidden in the depths of the crowd, Old Man Wuji's eyes flickered as he stared coldly at Zhuowen like a venomous snake. He said in a low voice, "This kid is injured now. It's the best time to act," but at this point, Old Man Wuji also looked at the front of the platform, where Lu Nantian and the rest were also attracted by Zhuowen. He shook his head slightly and coldly snorted, "Now is not the time. Let's let this Zhuowen live for a while longer." At this moment, Zhuowen did not have the energy to pay attention to the expressions of the people outside. At this moment, he was struggling to resist the backlash from his Baihui acupoint. Just now, when Zhuowen had used all of his mental energy to bombard his Baihui acupoint, it was indeed quite effective. The barrier of the Baihui acupoint had been shattered by his mental energy. However, what Zhuowen did not expect was that after the barrier of the Baihui acupoint was shattered, there was actually an extremely powerful rebounding force that directly bombarded his mind, causing him to involuntarily vomit blood. At this moment, this repulsive force was like a towering mountain, tightly suppressing Zhuowen's mental energy. Furthermore, what shocked Zhuowen the most was that this strange repulsive force was actually slowly seeping into his Naiwen Palace in an attempt to destroy his Naiwen Palace. If this energy were to invade his Naiwen Palace, although it would not collapse, Zhuowen would definitely suffer a great backlash. At that time, he might even become an idiot. "Block it for me." In the sea of consciousness, Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged, had cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He suddenly shouted out loud, and his mental energy violently surged out like a tidal wave. Boom, boom, boom. Dense explosive sounds were continuously produced. It was as if millions of bombs had exploded in Zhuowen's body at the same time. The noise was almost non-stop, and many people in the surroundings began to look at the strange Zhuowen with strange expressions. What exactly was Zhuowen doing? Why were there such dense, explosive sounds coming from his body? Bang! After using all of his mental energy, Zhuowen finally managed to block the sudden repulsive force from his Baihui acupoint. Lightly exhaling, Zhuowen cursed in a low voice. "What is this thing? How can it be so powerful?" "This is the potential of your acupoints. You must know that the energy in a human body is limitless, and a cultivator can only use a portion of it. The reason why a cultivator needs to constantly cultivate is actually to use the energy of heaven and earth to unlock their own potential, and thus obtain great strength." At this moment, Xiao He suddenly came to Zhuowen's side. His expression was extremely solemn as he continued. "The countless meridians and acupoints in your body, and even your flesh and blood, all contain limitless potential. Just now, when you forcefully broke the shackles of your Baihui acupoint, the potential contained within naturally flowed out. Fortunately, this is only the potential of your Baihui acupoint, so you were able to barely block it." Potential? Looking at the invisible force in front of his mental energy, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a strange expression. "I broke the barrier of my Baihui acupoint. Will it have any effect on this potential?" Zhuowen suddenly felt a little worried. "Hee. Don't worry. Potential needs to be unearthed by a cultivator. As long as you can control this potential, your strength will increase exponentially." Xiao He crossed his arms and laughed. Control this potential? Feeling the heavy pressure in front of his mental energy, Zhuowen's face twitched. Just a portion of the potential that flowed out of his Baihui acupoint was already enough to make him complain endlessly. How could he possibly control all of it? Hee. However, with the suppression of this potential, I'm afraid that your mental energy will also receive a lot of tempering. It's still too early for you to control this potential. You only need to suppress this potential, then use your mental energy to completely invade your Baihui acupoint. Xiao He pondered for a moment and said, Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He could feel that the potential that flowed out of his Bai Hui acupoint was extremely terrifying. It was even a little wild and untamed. It was absolutely impossible to control it. At least, it was absolutely impossible with his current strength. Just nice. I can use the pressure of this potential to temper my mental energy. Who knows, maybe the myriad evolution scripture might even be able to take another step forward. Pressure was the easiest way to transform into motivation. As the saying goes, if you don't move forward, you'll move backward. Strong pressure was enough to spur a cultivator to constantly move forward. If there was no pressure at all, it would instead cause a cultivator to slack off, causing their cultivation to regress. And now, this surging potential had become a good pressure for Zhuowen to temper his mental energy. Zhuowen knew that there weren't many opportunities to face this kind of pressure, so he had to make good use of it. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's mind settled down. He silently ran the myriad evolution scripture technique. The mental energy in his Naiwen palace swept up like a hurricane, and it began to show signs of constantly growing. Time passed by minute by minute. At this time, the explosive sound in Zhuowen's body had also stopped. It was extremely quiet and peaceful. When the other cultivators saw that Zhuowen was fine, they all curled their lips and no longer paid attention to Zhuowen. Instead, they continued to recuperate and rest. Time flew. When the first ray of sunlight shone down from the sky above the trial mountain, many geniuses under the disk of heaven and earth opened their eyes one after another. Their eyes were all blazing with passion. They knew that in a while the passage to the third level of the Tower of Vitality would open. Even LVE Tao, Luo Xing, and the other top geniuses opened their eyes together. In their eyes, there was a hint of expectation. They were also looking forward to the trial test of the Tower of Vitality's third level. In a remote corner, Zhuowen, who seemed to be unknown, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His breathing was even and gentle. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, under the golden torrent, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a trace of strange golden light surging. These 3 days are equivalent to 3 months of cultivation. Under the suppression of the potential, my mental energy has actually grown by 30%. Now, it has reached the peak of level 4 initial success. It is not far from level 4 advanced success. Moreover, under the effect of the myriad evolution scripture, my mental energy has evolved into 100 strands of mental energy. At this time, Zhuowen's eyes were full of confidence. He could not help but smile. Now, although he could not control the potential of the Bai Hui acupoint, suppressing it was not a problem at all. This time, I must break through the Bai Hui acupoint and let the meridians around the Bai Hui acupoint completely merge with my mental energy. This way, I will be much closer to the beginning of the nirvana of the great sun. As he spoke, Zhuowen began to silently mobilize the mental energy in his Naiwen palace. If Zhuowen's mental energy was only as vast as a river before, then his mental energy was now as vast as the ocean. Suppress it for me. With a low shout, countless amounts of mental energy immediately bombarded the invisible potential in front of the Bai Hui acupoint. Suddenly, the unshakable potential, which was originally like an iron tower, started to shake under the impact of Zhuowen's mental energy. Break it for me directly. At this moment, Zhuowen no longer held back and immediately mobilized even more mental energy. Like a hurricane, it violently bombarded the potential. With a buzzing sound, the originally unstoppable potential was actually suppressed by the mental energy and retreated back into the Bai Hui acupoint. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the mental energy was like a river entering the sea, violently surging into the Bai Hui acupoint. The vast and boundless mental energy, with the Bai Hui acupoint as a base, started to surge in all directions towards the meridians around the Bai Hui acupoint. Suddenly, the Bai Hui acupoint emitted a golden light. After the mental energy came into contact with the meridians, It actually emitted a strange golden light. Furthermore, Zhuowen did not know if it was an illusion, but he realized that after the mental energy and the meridians merged, both his meridians and mental energy actually showed signs of strengthening. Below the heaven and earth monolith, everyone stood up and focused their gazes on the sky above the trial mountain, waiting for the entrance to the third level to open. No one noticed that at this moment Zhuowen, who was silently sitting cross-legged on the ground, had a faint golden light emitting from the top of his head. An obscure and powerful aura slowly dissipated from the top of Zhuowen's head. If one did not sense it carefully, they would not be able to sense how powerful this aura was. This also caused no one to notice Zhuowen's abnormality. Deng! Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuowen's eyes had completely turned dark gold. Furthermore, Zhuowen realized that his eyes seemed to be plated with a layer of gold. The scenery outside was also golden. What was even more strange was that his observation skills had increased exponentially. Even if the wind blew past, he could still capture the trajectory of the wind. Is this the change that occurs after the fusion of spirit and body? This feeling is really good. Chapter 499. White Stairs to Heaven. The Baihui acupoint was located at the intersection between the middle of the head and the tips of the ears. It seemed to control all the meridians above the eyes. After the Baihui acupoint was opened by Zhuowen, the surrounding meridians became extremely sharp and powerful under the effect of mental energy. It was under this transformation that Zhuowen's eyes turned into a strange dark gold color. His observation and perception skills were greatly enhanced. So much so that Zhuowen faintly discovered that his control over his body had reached an astonishing level. What a magical feeling! Just by opening the Baihui acupoint, there can actually be such a miraculous change. This great nirvana sun is indeed extraordinary. Feeling the changes in his eyes, Zhuowen's heart was filled with joy. Haha! This dragon lord has long said that this great nirvana sun is not simple. Now, you have only opened the Baihui acupoint. If you open all the 365 acupoints in your body, I'm afraid that your strength will reach an unprecedented level. Moreover, this is only the entry level of the great nirvana sun. Xiao He lightly smiled. After hearing Xiao He's words, Zhuowen finally realized how amazing this great nirvana sun was. Just opening one acupoint could cause such a huge transformation. If all the acupoints in his body were opened, he would really undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Moreover, this was only the entry level of the great nirvana sun. One must know that above the entry level of the great nirvana sun, there were 5 more levels. If all of them were cultivated to perfection, becoming immortal and indestructible would be a fool's dream. When he thought of this, Zhuowen could not help but smile. This time around, he had really picked up a treasure. The value of this great nirvana sun was probably above his expectations. Brat, what are you smiling foolishly for? The entrance to the 3rd level is about to open. Hurry up and prepare. Xiao He suddenly reminded him in his mind. Nodding his head, Zhuowen slowly stood up. He also saw the surrounding geniuses staring at the sky above the training mountain in anticipation. There were even quite a few people who were eager to give it a try. Suddenly, a dark golden light flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. He tilted his head, and his gaze immediately focused on the crowd on the platform behind him. Zhuowen's sharp senses allowed him to feel that there was someone staring at him from the crowd. Is it just my imagination? Zhuowen shook his head when he did not discover any suspicious figures in the crowd. Following the others, he raised his head slightly and focused his gaze on the sky. At this moment, the sky was gradually shattering like glass. Clearly, the passageway to the 3rd level was about to appear. Among the crowd, the everlasting old man was hiding in a remote corner. His eyes were filled with surprise as he muttered, "How can this brat's senses be so sharp?" Even from so far away, he could still sense that something was wrong. If I had been a step slower just now, this old man might have been detected by him. Everlasting old man, the third floor is about to open. You have to seize the opportunity to completely annihilate that Zhuowen. Otherwise, the one who will die will be you. A cold voice slowly sounded in Wuji, old man's mind. It was Marquis Baichuan Suchong, who was using a voice transmission secret technique to send a message to him. Lord Suchong, don't worry. The moment the passageway opens later, it will be the time of Zhuowen's death. Now that this old man has fulfilled his promise, I hope Lord Suchong will fulfill his promise. Wuji old man's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, "Humph, I, Suchong, am a man of my word. As long as you completely eliminate this Zhuowen, this king will do everything he promised you. You can rest assured." Su Chang's tone became slightly gentler. "Thank you, Lord Suchong." Wuji old man replied respectfully and said no more. Instead, he concentrated on observing the attention of Lu Nantian and the others, as well as the movements of Zhuowen in front. He needed to find a suitable opportunity to kill in one blow. The passageway to the third level is about to appear. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Dense cracks had appeared on the surface of the canopy in the sky. Finally, with a cracking sound, it shattered into nothingness. On the other side of the sky was an endless stretch of dark void. Whoosh! A blazing white stripe swept over from the void high above. It fluttered like silk, light and elegant. Boom! The endless white strips moved at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, they descended on the platform at the peak of the mountain. The white strips landed on the ground, emitting rays of light. Soon after, the white strips rapidly transformed, directly transforming into a spacious and enormous staircase. The staircase was long, and it led to an unknown place on the other side of the platform. Everyone knew that this white staircase should be the passageway to the third level. This staircase is called the White Staircase to Heaven. The other side of the staircase is the third level of the Vitality Tower. However, this staircase is not very stable yet. It still needs the 5 of us to strengthen it a little. At this moment, Lu Nantian finally spoke. Then he took a step forward and stepped on the air. When he arrived at the top of the White Staircase to Heaven, his eyes became extremely solemn. The other 4 magnates followed closely behind Lu Nantian. "I'll have to trouble the 4 of you to assist me." Lu Nantian cupped his hands and said politely, "Haha, Brother Lu, you're too polite. This Vitality Tower battle is organized by the 5 of us. We naturally have to do our part to strengthen the staircase to heaven." The master of the meteorite said with a smile. The other 3 nodded in understanding. Among them, Su Chang glanced at Zhuowen with a profound gaze and said with a faint smile, "Now is not the time to lose. Let's quickly strengthen the staircase to heaven." Lu Nantian nodded and waved his hand. The 5 of them immediately stood in 5 different positions. Their hands formed many seals at the same time. A surge of energy was released from the 5 of them. It turned into a milky white energy in the void and slowly seeped into the white staircase below. Buzz! 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 With the help of the milky white energy, the white staircase buzzed cheerfully. Soon after, under everyone's surprised gazes, it gradually solidified and looked very safe. Below the platform, most of the geniuses stared at this scene in surprise. Zhuowen was no exception. The white staircase to heaven seemed to lead to the outside of the void. Its length was truly unimaginable. Good chance. Now's the time. Zhuowen, you little bastard, die. While everyone's attention was on the white staircase above, a ghostly figure quietly approached the firmament monument. When it was only 10 feet away from the firmament monument, the figure stopped hiding. With a stomp of his foot, a surging aura suddenly burst out. Whoosh! The everlasting old man had a sinister smile on his face. His clothes and white hair fluttered without any wind. With a stomp of his foot, He shot towards Zhuowen at the corner of the firmament monument like an arrow. The aura of an ultimate Emperor Realm expert was released without reservation. What's going on? Why is there suddenly such a powerful aura? Could it be that someone wants to fight here? The moment the everlasting old man's aura erupted, whether it was the geniuses below the firmament monument or the many city lords on the platform, their faces were filled with shock. They didn't think that someone would dare to fight so recklessly on the platform. In the corner, Zhuowen's eyelids suddenly twitched. The ominous feeling in his mind grew even stronger. When the everlasting old man completely released his aura, Zhuowen's face completely changed. Everlasting old man, you dare to fight here? Aren't you afraid of Marquis Lu's punishment? Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen immediately saw the limitless old man rushing over. His pupils constricted slightly as he said in a low voice, "Punishment? Kiki, this old man won't die. The one who should die should be you. Zhuowen, you killed 3 geniuses of my Chuba city. Do you think this debt can be settled just like that? You'd better go down and accompany Lu Che and the rest." A sharp voice resounded across the entire platform. The everlasting old man instantly appeared above Zhuowen. A pair of skinny hands reached out into the void. Instantly, the surrounding Yuan Qi exploded and boiled. The airflow swept out and turned into a huge palm that was dozens of feet long. It pressed down on Zhuowen's head. At the same time, the old man was still worried. He formed a seal with his right hand and immediately pulled out a golden talisman from his bosom. He tossed it out violently, and with a flash of golden light, it turned into a huge golden platform in the air. It was like a mountain, and it slammed towards Zhuowen without holding back at all. This old man, a strong sense of danger made Zhuowen's eyes crack. Zhuowen fiercely activated the nirvana of the great sun in his body. The meridians around his Bai Hui acupoint were tightly glued to his mental energy. Zhuowen's eyes turned dark gold. At this moment, Zhuowen's observation skills had reached an extremely abnormal level. When the palm and golden platform pressed down, Zhuowen instantly saw the trajectory of their descent. His footsteps staggered as he took a series of steps. Boom, boom, boom. In the nick of time, Zhuowen used the gap between the 2 attacks to finally avoid the direct bombardment of the golden platform and palm. At the same time, Zhuowen activated the blood flames to protect himself. The golden platform and palm finally slammed into the ground. The powerful force caused the ground to crack inch by inch. Countless rocks floated up and dust filled the air. Waves of energy rippled out in all directions, causing some of the surrounding warriors to involuntarily retreat. Pucci! With a groan, Zhuowen violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was like a withered leaf as he flew backwards. The blood flames around his body were unable to withstand a single blow from the shockwave and were directly annihilated. Although Zhuowen dodged the direct bombardment of the golden platform and palm, the 2 attacks were simply too close to him. Even if he relied on his powerful observation skills to find the flaw and dodge in advance, the shockwave produced by the 2 attacks landed squarely on his chest. Bang! After flying backwards for more than 10 meters, Zhuowen finally slammed heavily into the ground, creating a huge crater that was dozens of meters wide. Zhuowen's gaze was extremely gloomy. He had never expected that the Wuji old man would actually dare to make a move on the trial mountain. He had indeed miscalculated on this point. Zhuowen Dai. With a cold shout, the Wuji old man flew straight towards Zhuowen like a hawk. Chapter 500. Ghost Curse Charm. It had only been a blink of an eye since the everlasting old man attacked and Zhuowen was injured. Before anyone could react, Zhuowen had already vomited blood and was injured. Everlasting old man, stop! In the crowd, Qiu Chou, Guyutian, and Ouyingyintu, who had fallen into a daze because of this unforeseen event, reacted at this moment. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. Among them, Chiu Chou let out a loud shout and directly rushed towards the everlasting old man. Chiu Chou, you can't stop me. Zhuowen must die today. The everlasting old man laughed sinisterly and instantly arrived above Zhuowen. His withered arm suddenly stretched out, wanting to grab Zhuowen's neck. Looking at the arm that was getting closer and closer, Zhuowen's heart was beating extremely fast, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. This was a feeling of urgency caused by extreme nervousness. Zhuowen knew that if he was caught by this everlasting old man, he would definitely die. Damn it! Block it for me! With a low roar, Zhuowen desperately activated the mental strength in his Muwan palace. The peak rank 4 lower realm mental strength poured out like a tide. It was as if the Milky Way had collapsed, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed towards the Wuji old man. Under the effect of this powerful mental force, the everlasting old man's outstretched hand paused slightly, as if it had sunk into a swamp. Peak level 4 lesser mastery mentality. Feeling the powerful mental strength in his arm, the Wuji old man's pupils shrunk imperceptibly. As far as he knew, Zhuowen's mental strength should have just reached level 4 lower success not long ago. How could it suddenly reach the peak of level 4 lower success? It's only been 3 days. Has this little bastard's spiritual power improved again? The old man's eyes darkened as he thought of a possibility. The killing intent on his face grew even thicker. The more monstrous Zhuowen's performance was, the more intense the killing intent in his heart became. He couldn't let this kid go so easily. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. It was very possible that in the future, Zhuowen would bring irreparable harm to Chu Ba-cheng and himself. This little bit of mental strength isn't enough to stop this old man. With a sneer, the everlasting old man slashed through the air with his claw. Powerful ripples surged out, instantly breaking through the mental energy on his hand. His claw reached for Zhuowen's forehead without slowing down at all. At this moment, Zhuowen was extremely calm. The dark gold light in his eyes flickered. His observation power had almost reached the pinnacle. Although the everlasting old man's claw was extremely fast, it was like a slow-motion replay in his eyes. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen shifted his feet slightly, miraculously dodging the everlasting old man's claw. However, the powerful gale created by the claw was like compressed gas. It slammed into Zhuowen's chest, causing Zhuowen to grunt and retreat. At the same time, Zhuowen activated his lightning serpent wings and lightning serpent wings. He turned into a streak of lightning and vanished from where he was. The commotion between the everlasting old man and Zhuowen finally attracted the attention of the other geniuses who were watching the staircase. In particular, the geniuses below the monolith were all surprised when they saw how miserable Zhuowen was in front of the everlasting old man. That person seems to be the everlasting old man from the Tyrant Chu city. He's actually so bold to openly attack a genius on the Trial Mountain? I know about the everlasting old man as well. He's an ultimate king with 4 wheels. I don't know why the everlasting old man would attack Zhuowen for no reason, but I'm certain that Zhuowen is dead for sure. Zhuowen is not simple. He looks like he's in a terrible state, but he seems to be able to avoid being hit in his vitals. He's barely dodging the old man's attack. Immediately, all the geniuses on the monolith looked at the everlasting old man and Zhuowen. Their gazes were filled with mockery. Zhuowen's performance had been far too eye-catching recently, so it was quite enjoyable to watch him suffer. The 5 geniuses all noticed the abnormalities as well. When they saw Zhuowen being chased by the everlasting old man, they all had different expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. Among them, Su Tianliang sneered as he took pleasure in the everlasting old man's misfortune. Luo Xing's eyes flickered slightly as she stood to one side. However, she showed no signs of going up to help. Instead, She became silent, which was rare for her. Senior sister, Luo Xing, hurry up and help Zhuowen. The everlasting old man is an ultimate king with 4 wheels. No matter how strong Zhuowen is, he can't survive the everlasting old man's attack. Qing Lian, who was beside Luo Xing, was worried. She looked at Luo Xing with her beautiful eyes and pleaded. Qing Lian, Zhuowen didn't agree to join our Jade Lady Astral Court, so he's not a disciple of our Jade Lady Astral Court. I have no obligation to take the risk to save Zhuowen. Luo Xing frowned slightly and said coldly. Zhuowen's cold refusal had already left Luo Xing with a bad impression of Zhuowen. Therefore, she didn't want to stand out. After all, the everlasting old man was an ultimate king with 4 wheels. He wasn't easy to deal with. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes were filled with sadness when she heard this. She gritted her teeth and was about to rush towards Zhuowen. Unfortunately, she was pulled back by Luo Xing. Luo Xing said indifferently, "This is between Zhuowen and the everlasting old man. We can't interfere." Qing Lian became anxious. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became misty. However, Luo Xing was much stronger than her. If Luo Xing didn't let her go, she wouldn't be able to break free from the former's restraint. The 5 magnates on the white sky staircase also noticed the strange movement below. When they saw the everlasting old man attacking Zhuowen without permission, they were all surprised. Lu Nanshan's eyes flashed with anger. Long before the opening of the Tower of Vitality, he had already made a rule that the leaders of the forces couldn't attack the juniors in the Tower of Vitality. The juniors could settle the grudges between themselves. And now, Old Man Wuji's actions were clearly treating his words as wind past his ears. How could Lu Nantian not be angry in his heart? He snorted coldly and said loudly, "Old Man Wuji, why haven't you stopped yet? If you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite." In the distance, the everlasting old man who was constantly attacking paused slightly after hearing Lu Nanshan's cold shout. His eyes flashed, and he didn't answer Lu Nantian. Instead, he attacked Zhuowen even more crazily. He was determined to kill Zhuowen. Good. Everlasting old man, you're really courting death. Wait until I stabilize the white sky staircase. Then you'll have to accept my punishment. Lu Nantian was so angry at the everlasting old man's attitude that he laughed. His eyes finally emitted a cold light as he said to the other 4, "The 4 of you, quickly deal with this white sky staircase. This everlasting old man is really going against the heavens." The meteorite garden master, Qin Ye, and Xian Yuanli nodded. Only Su Chang's eyes flickered as he secretly kept an eye on Zhuowen. He was determined to kill Zhuowen. Therefore, he could only try his best to delay LV Nantian so that old man Wuji would have sufficient time. At this time, the everlasting old man was getting more and more shocked. It had been 5 breaths since he attacked, but he still couldn't take down Zhuowen. Zhuowen was like a loach, extremely slippery. Moreover, he seemed to have the ability to predict the future. The moment the everlasting old man was about to attack, Zhuowen would dodge ahead of time. He was only hit by the aftershocks. At this time, Zhuowen wasn't having a good time. Although he had avoided fatal injuries many times, the everlasting old man was an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Just the aftershocks were enough to make him suffer. Under the impact of the aftershocks, Zhuowen's muscles were almost torn apart. Blood gushed out from his wounds like a faucet. Zhuowen's movements also became increasingly sluggish. Everlasting old man, stop it, you old bastard. Qiu Chao's roar rolled over. 30 meters behind the everlasting old man, Qiu Chao's eyes were scarlet red as he rushed over at extreme speed. Seeing Qiu Chou getting closer and closer, the everlasting old man's heart sank to the extreme. He knew that once Qiu Chou arrived, he really wouldn't have the chance to kill Zhuowen. This little bastard must die. A sliver of resentment flashed through his eyes. The everlasting old man fished out a strange black talisman from his bosom again. The surface of the talisman was filled with strands of dense black mist. An unpleasant smell spread out, like the smell of rotting corpses. I really never thought that I would need to use the resentful ghost talisman to kill a little bastard like you. You should be able to die in peace to this talisman. With a sinister laugh, the everlasting old man suddenly crushed the black talisman in his hand. Immediately, countless strands of dense black mist surged out like tentacles, directly enveloping the bloodied Zhuowen. More and more black mist surged out, wrapping around Zhuowen layer by layer. In the end, Zhuowen's figure completely vanished. The black mist churned, forming a huge black egg that was several meters large. Swish! Chiu Chou took a step in the air and instantly arrived behind the everlasting old man. He pressed his right hand against the everlasting old man's back as his eyes were filled with shock and fury. Chiu Chou, you've come too late this time. This Zhuowen is dead for sure. Even a rank 4 Arcana Master can't survive the resentful ghost talisman. The everlasting old man laughed sinisterly. His skinny hand instantly extended behind him, directly smashing into Chiu Chou's palm. A powerful aura spread out. Boom! Shock waves spread out as the surrounding space collapsed. The everlasting old man's expression changed slightly. He took a step in the air and immediately retreated over 10 steps. He narrowed his eyes at Chiu Chou. You've actually reached the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm? Chiu Chou completely ignored the everlasting old man's words. He took a step and instantly arrived before the black egg. With a loud roar, he clenched his hand into a fist. Countless strands of golden light surged out as he punched out. Immediately, the sky changed color, the air boiled, and space collapsed. Bang! Chapter 501. The everlasting old man's death thump. Thump! Thump! More than 10 meters away, Chiu Chou stomped on the ground and barely managed to stabilize himself. His gaze became extremely gloomy. He didn't expect the strange black egg in front of him to be so hard. His full-strength attack didn't leave a single mark on the black egg. Instead, he was forced back by the recoil. Chiu Chou's situation was also seen by everyone present. Immediately, an uproar arose. Everyone looked at the giant egg in the middle of the field with extremely serious gazes. I didn't expect it to be the resentful ghost curse talisman. This is the everlasting old man's painstaking work. It's said that the everlasting old man occasionally makes an extremely strange talisman. The everlasting old man has studied talismans for so many years, but he only made one resentful ghost curse talisman. Today, he actually used it on Zhuowen. This Zhuowen is really unlucky. I don't know how he offended the everlasting old man. Under the effect of the resentful ghost curse talisman, this kid is finished no matter how heaven-defying he is. Countless people in the field burst into discussion. Among them, the 5 great geniuses' expressions changed. They had heard of the resentful ghost curse talisman before. It was said that even an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator would find it difficult to get out if they were trapped inside. Qing Lian, do you know why I didn't help this Zhuowen before? This everlasting old man isn't easy to deal with. This resentful ghost curse talisman is very strange. Although I can resist it, the price is too high. Luo Xing explained in a low voice. Although Zhuowen was a rare genius, it was impossible for Luo Xing to take such a big risk for someone who was not even a member of their Jade Lady Celestial Court. Qing Lian stared blankly at the black egg in the distance. A line of clear tears streamed down her face. She lowered her head in silence, but her heart felt like it was being shattered. Chiu Chou, don't waste your energy. The outer layer of the resentful ghost curse talisman is extremely hard. Even an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator might not be able to break it. You can wait here for 3 days. 3 days later, the black egg will dissipate on its own. At that time, you can collect this little demon's corpse. The everlasting old man said coldly. Chiu Chao's eyes spat fire as he stared at the everlasting old man with gritted teeth. He had obviously heard of the resentful, ghost, curse talisman before. It was said that Chiu Chou had spent over a decade traveling through various cemeteries in Muqin County to absorb the yin qi within them. It was extremely powerful. The most terrifying thing about this talisman was that it was filled with endless negative emotions. It was formed by the combination of the resentment of billions of vengeful souls. Even an ultimate five-wheel emperor would be deeply affected if he fell into it. He might even be driven mad. Aside from the boundless resentment, there was also the terrifying yin qi that the Wuji old man had accumulated over the years. Even an ultimate emperor realm cultivator might not be able to last 3 days with this amount of yin qi, let alone Zhuowen, who had yet to reach the ultimate emperor realm. Everlasting old man, you old bastard. Marquis Lu has already made a rule that the leaders of organizations cannot fight within the Qi Tower. Now that you've openly attacked Zhuowen, just wait for Marquis Lu's wrath. Guyu Tian arrived at this moment. His face paled when he saw that even Chiu Chou was unable to do anything to the strange black egg. He pointed at the everlasting old man and cursed. Zhuowen was the hope of their Rotan armor city. Guyu Tian's mood was evident now that he had been killed just like that. An ant-like existence dares to curse me? The everlasting old man's face darkened when he saw Guyu Tian speak rudely to him. Who was Guyu Tian? He was only the city lord of a low-level city. He wasn't even an ultimate emperor realm cultivator, yet he dared to be cursed at by the everlasting old man. He must be tired of living. The everlasting old man snorted coldly and waved his right hand. A powerful force swept out, turning into a huge palm that was dozens of meters long. It directly pressed down on Guyu Tian. Boom! However, when the huge palm was only a few meters away from Guyu Tian, it was instantly shattered by a powerful force. It shattered into countless streams of energy that scattered in all directions. The everlasting old man's face paled slightly. He groaned and retreated more than 10 steps. Whoosh! 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 5 figures instantly appeared in the air. They were the magnates of the 5 superpowers. Their leader, Lu Nantian, had an extremely ugly expression. Especially when he saw the black egg that had appeared in the open space, his eyes darkened to the extreme. He hadn't expected the everlasting old man to use the resentful, ghost, curse talisman against Zhuowen. Although the resentful, ghost, curse talisman wasn't much of a problem for him, he was currently in the mountain of trials. The ancient seal here had an extremely strong suppressive effect on someone as powerful as him. Therefore, he could only use the strength of a 5th will emperor realm cultivator. With this kind of strength, it was barely enough to break through the outer shell of the resentful ghost curse talisman. Lu Nantian was truly enraged when he thought about how a talented spiritual energy genius like Zhuowen had fallen in front of him. Coldly staring at the everlasting old man, Lu Nantian slowly walked towards the old man. An aura like that of a primordial beast burst out as he coldly said, "Everlasting old man, didn't I tell you to stop just now? Why didn't you stop? Do you not put me in your eyes?" Boom! The aura within Lu Nantian's body exploded. In an instant, countless streams of air flowed with him as the center, forming astral winds around him. There were faint signs of space distorting. Just his aura alone was already so terrifying. This Lu Nantian was indeed worthy of being the #1 expert in Muqin County. The everlasting old man was covered in cold sweat. His throat trembled as he said, "Marquis, it's not that this old man didn't listen to your orders. It's just that this Zhuowen killed 3 geniuses of our Tyrant Chu city in the dark forest. This old man couldn't swallow this kind of blood feud, so I lost my rationality and attacked." As he spoke, the everlasting old man stole a glance at the expressionless Su Chong behind Lu Nantian. He knew that Su Chang was probably going to help him out. At this moment, Su Chang's eyelids twitched. Feeling the terrifying aura and violent emotions from Lu Nantian, Su Chang knew that the importance this Lu Nantian attached to Zhuowen was beyond his expectations. Frowning slightly, Su Chang revealed a silly smile and said in a clear voice, "Brother Lu, that Zhuowen killed 3 geniuses, nurtured by the everlasting old man without permission, causing Tyrant Chu City to miss the 3rd floor of the Origin Qi Tower. This enmity is quite big, so it's understandable that he lost his rationality in anger." Hearing this, the Lu Nantian's footsteps paused, and he said indifferently, "It's understandable, but this everlasting old man didn't just kill Zhuowen, he also disobeyed this lord's orders. So he can also die for me." As he spoke, the Lu Nantian took a step forward and his aura surged to the extreme. His glass-like right hand shuttled through space and reached for the everlasting old man's neck. Ah! The everlasting old man also didn't expect that the Lu Nantian would actually attack him for Zhuowen. A trace of regret appeared in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and took out a talisman. With a flash of light, it turned into a tortoise-shell phantom in front of him. After releasing the talisman, the everlasting old man didn't even look to see if the tortoise-shell phantom could stop the Lu Nantian. He took a step forward and rushed toward Su Chang. He knew that only Su Chang could save him now. Looking at the everlasting old man rushing towards him, Su Chang's eyelids twitched. The current situation was somewhat out of his control. He didn't expect that the Lu Nantian would want to kill Zhuowen. After all, that Zhuowen was dead for sure. It wasn't worth it to kill a dead genius. "Lord Su Chang, hurry up and save me." As he fled toward Su Chang, the everlasting old man hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Su Chang. He knew that with Su Chang's face, it was completely possible to save him. Lu Nantian would not attack Su Chang. Narrowing his eyes, Su Chang gently transmitted his voice, "Come to me. This king will protect you. The Lu Nantian won't go against our Marquis of Baichuan for Zhuowen. It's not worth it." Hearing Su Chang's transmission, the everlasting old man's eyes lit up. He knew that with Su Chang taking action, the Lu Nantian wouldn't attack him anymore. Therefore, he sped up and came to Su Chang's side. When the everlasting old man arrived in front of Su Chang, his aura was somewhat chaotic. However, his eyes were filled with desire. Just as he was about to speak, a thick arm suddenly grabbed his neck and lifted him off the ground. You, the everlasting old man looked at Su Chang in disbelief. He was even a little puzzled. He didn't expect Su Chang to attack him. "Everlasting old man, you've done well. You can die in peace now that you've killed Zhuowen. However, don't worry. This king won't treat your Chu Ba Cheng unfairly. However, you must die, because only a dead man can keep a secret forever." Using a secret sound transmission technique, Su Chang transmitted these words to the everlasting old man's ears. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he exerted force with his right hand. A powerful force burst out, and the everlasting old man's eyes bulged as his neck was crushed by Su Chang. His head was separated from his body. Boom! At this moment, the Lu Nantian had just broken through the tortoise shell and was about to chase after the everlasting old man. However, he saw the everlasting old man's corpse, and his gaze paused. "Haha, Brother Lu, the everlasting old man attacked a junior in the Vitality Pagoda. It's a disgrace to let such a scum live. This Su will take the risk to get rid of him for Brother Lu. Brother Lu, you won't blame me for being a busybody, right?" Su Chang clapped his hands, and a simple and honest smile appeared on his face. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, looking at the everlasting old man's decapitated corpse and Su Chang's sudden attack, the Lu Nantian frowned slightly. He felt that there was something fishy about the everlasting old man suddenly attacking Zhuowen. However, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Waving his hand, the Lu Nantian said dispiritedly, "This guy who doesn't follow the rules has been killed." It saves me the trouble of having to do it myself. Now that the white stairs to heaven has been consolidated, let's head to the third floor of the Vitality Pagoda. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as L.V. Nanchan's words left his mouth, the restless geniuses on the platform were like a swarm of locusts that covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards the white stairway. As for Zhuo Wen, who was trapped in the black egg, no one paid any attention to him. Chapter 502. Zhongling Mountain Whoosh. Whoosh. Countless air-piercing sounds could be heard. Soon, the originally crowded platform became extremely deserted. L.V. Yitao slowly stood up at the center of the bottom of the worldly monolith and said indifferently, "Let's go too." If nothing unexpected happens, the 5 inheritances on the 4th floor should belong to the 5 of us. Upon hearing this, Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Su Tianliang, and Zhu Qi nodded their heads. Geniuses like them were participating in the Yuan Energy Tower battle precisely for the ancient inheritance on the 4th floor. As for the 3rd floor, it might be extremely difficult for others, but for the 5 of them it was a piece of cake. Whoosh! L.V. Yitao stomped his foot and directly entered the white staircase. From the beginning to the end, he did not even glance at Zhuo Wen, who was trapped in the huge black egg. With his strength and achievements, only the other 4 great geniuses could catch his eye. Although Zhuo Wen was in the limelight, in his eyes it was just a flash in the pan. He didn't treat Zhuo Wen as an opponent at all because, in his eyes, Zhuo Wen wasn't even qualified to be his opponent. Following L.V. Yitao's departure, Luo Xing's group of 4 looked at each other and nodded. They executed their movement techniques and followed the white staircase to enter the 3rd level of the Origin Qi Tower. At this point, all the geniuses on the platform had entered the white staircase. The only one who hadn't entered was Zhuo Wen, who was still trapped in the black egg. On the platform, Lu Nantian and the other faction leaders silently looked at the huge black egg in the center. They sighed in their hearts. No one had expected that Zhuo Wen, the rising star, would fall here. Among them, Lu Nantian was the most helpless one. Originally, he planned to pay a sufficient price to get Zhuo Wen into the house of Marquis Qin. However, now that something like this had happened, he was afraid that Zhuo Wen would not be able to survive. The ancient seal on the 3rd floor of the tower is even stronger than the 2nd floor. Without an identity token, if we enter the 3rd floor, our strength will be suppressed to an extremely terrifying level. We might even suffer a backlash from the seal. So let's wait here for the result. After that, Lu Nantian waved his right hand. The sky and earth tablet that stood in the middle of the platform suddenly shattered. Countless rays of golden light shot out from the shattered tablet, filling the sky with golden light. It was as if the entire sky had been plated with a layer of gold. Soon after, everyone discovered that as the golden light flowed, a blurry image gradually appeared within it. However, as the golden light swiftly flowed, the image also became increasingly clear. In the center of the screen was a tall mountain whose peak could not be seen. At a glance, one could only see the mountainside of the mountain. This was because above the mountainside there was a strange black fog. Even someone as strong as Lu Nantian could not see through the fog. In front of the mountain, there was also a huge square. At the end of the square was a white staircase to heaven. At this moment, countless geniuses had already gathered in the square like a swarm of locusts. Moreover, there was an endless stream of cultivators behind them. This mountain is called Zhongling Mountain. It is a royal tier spirit treasure. It is said that it was left behind by an emperor realm expert in ancient times. It is specially used to suppress the terrifying beasts below Zhongling Mountain. Lu Nanchan's voice mightily resounded between heaven and earth. Through the void, it also spread to the 3rd floor, so the geniuses in the screen could also hear it. When Lu Nantian mentioned that Zhongling Mountain was actually a royal tier spirit treasure, a terrifying uproar suddenly erupted from the crowd. One had to know that above earthly tier spirit treasures were heavenly tier spirit treasures, and above heavenly tier spirit treasures were mighty royal tier spirit treasures. Even Lu Nantian, the number one expert of Muqing County, did not possess such a treasure. Perhaps only the imperial family of the Qing Xian Empire could possess such a treasure. Zhongling Mountain has 1,000 staircases, and each staircase leads directly to the peak. There is a pressure in the mountain that surrounds the entire mountain. From the inside to the outside, the higher you go, the stronger the pressure is. The rules are very simple. Everyone can choose a staircase and climb it. There is no time limit. The final number of steps you have climbed will be ranked in order. The top 100 will obtain the qualifications to enter the 4th floor of the Vitality Tower. As he spoke, Lu Nantian waved his right hand. The white fog that originally lingered at the bottom of Zhongling Mountain immediately dispersed, revealing a winding path. At the end of the path were layers upon layers of stairs. Your identity token is an important item. It is the key to enter and exit the Vitality Tower. If you are unable to withstand the pressure in Zhongling Mountain, feel free to crush your identity token. At that time, you will be teleported out by the power of the Vitality Tower. Now, the trial of the 3rd floor has officially begun. If you are able to enter the 4th floor and obtain the ancient inheritance, this is your only chance. As soon as Lu Nantian's words left his mouth, there was a commotion in the square on the screen. 5 terrifying auras suddenly burst out from the square. Following that, 5 figures with powerful auras instantly chose one of the paths and directly ascended the stairs. These 5 people were the 5 geniuses: Lve Tao, Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Qin Ye, and Zhu Qi. As the 5 geniuses took the lead and entered, the other warriors in the square went crazy. They all chose an uninhabited path and quickly entered Zhongling Mountain. At the bottom of Zhongling Mountain, as long as someone chose a path, it would basically be covered by fog again. This meant that this path had already been chosen by someone, obstructing the other warriors. Therefore, the other warriors that entered Zhongling Mountain would not take the same path. When all the warriors in the screen had entered Zhongling Mountain, the screen suddenly shattered, once again transforming into an endless golden light. The golden light frantically condensed in the air, finally transforming into a giant golden tower. The giant golden tower held up the heavens and shook the earth. It had a total of 1,000 levels and was covered with golden words. Every level had golden words. If one looked carefully, the golden words on every level were the name of a warrior. First place, Lve Tao, 105 steps. Second place, Luo Xing, 95 steps. Third place, Zhu Qi, 90 steps. Fourth place, Qin Batian, 80 steps. Fifth place, Su Tianliang, 79 steps. Sixth place, Ling Wushuang, 51 steps. 105 th place, Qing Lian, 30 steps. 1,000 th place, Zhuowen, 0 steps. Although there were at least a few steps that overlapped when 1,000 warriors entered, the Golden Pagoda had the ability to automatically determine the strength of the warriors. After combining their strengths, the Golden Pagoda was able to accurately rank the warriors on the same steps. First place is indeed Lve Tao. It hasn't been long, but he's already reached 105 steps. No wonder he's the number 1 genius of the House of Marquis Qin. The 5 great geniuses are indeed far ahead of the other geniuses. The difference between them and the other geniuses is quite obvious. In just a short while, the 5 of them are far ahead of the other warriors behind them. That's right. Lve Tao, Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Su Tianliang, and Zhu Qi are simply too strong. Out of the 1,000 geniuses, how many people can compare to these 5? I'm afraid that only Ling Tian City's number 1 genius, Ling Wushuang, might be able to keep up with the 5 of them. Actually, there's one more person who's not inferior to Ling Wushuang. It's that Zhuowen. With his mental energy at the peak of the 4th grade, he's probably even stronger than Ling Wushuang. It's a pity that he died under the sneak attack of the Limitless Elder. When the people on the platform mentioned Zhuowen, they couldn't help but look towards the black egg not far away. Then they all shook their heads. They knew that Zhuowen really didn't have a chance to enter the third level of the Origin Qi Tower. Perhaps he had already died. Guyu Tian's expression was extremely dispirited at this moment. He silently stared at the black egg with a bitter smile on his face. Where's this place? Why is it so dark? Slowly waking up, Zhuowen stared at the pitch-black environment around him. His face was full of confusion. He remembered that he was being chased by the Limitless Elder. After seeing the Limitless Elder use a strange black talisman, he fell into darkness. He didn't remember what happened next at all. Boy, you're in a bad situation now. Suddenly, a tired voice sounded in his ears. Turning his head, he saw Xiao He standing on his shoulder with a tired face. At this moment, Xiao He's claws were constantly releasing ink-black energy. This energy formed a black barrier around Zhuowen's body. At this moment, Zhuowen discovered that outside the black barrier, there were actually countless human faces flashing. The faces were ferocious and terrifying. They bared their fangs, and mournful wails and howls constantly sounded in his ears. These are vengeful spirits. In order to kill you, the Limitless Elder even used the vengeful ghost curse talisman. This strange talisman is refined from hundreds of millions of vengeful spirits and countless yin qi. It's extremely vicious. With your strength, it's very difficult to resist the attacks of these vengeful spirits. While waving her little claws to maintain the black barrier, Xiao He's face was full of fatigue as she explained. Seeing Xiao He like this, Zhuowen also knew that it was Xiao He who blocked the attacks of these vengeful spirits for him while he was unconscious. His face couldn't help but reveal a moved expression. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen calmly said, "Xiao He, how long have I been unconscious?" 2 days. These 2 days have been torture for this lord. However, the vengeful ghost curse talisman has a time limit as well. As long as you can hold on for 3 days, these vengeful spirits will disperse on their own, Xiao He said in a deep voice. Crack! A clear voice suddenly sounded while Little Black was speaking. Immediately, Zhuowen's pupils shrunk as he discovered that the surface of the black barrier around him had begun to be covered with cracks. The ferocious, vengeful spirits outside had become even crazier as they tirelessly bombarded the black barrier. Kid, this lord can't hold on any longer. My origin energy is pretty much depleted. In 10 more breaths, I'll fall into a deep sleep. You can only rely on yourself for the rest. As long as you can hold on for a day, the power of the vengeful ghost curse talisman will disperse on its own and you will be saved. Xiao He's voice became even deeper and more tired. With a swish, she turned into a black streak of light and disappeared into the depths of Zhuowen's forehead. On the other hand, Zhuowen's face was extremely grave as he fearfully stared at the countless vengeful spirits outside the barrier. Bang! Chapter 503. Immovable Wisdom, King O. Countless vengeful spirits swarmed toward Zhuowen as if they did not care about their lives at all. At the same time, the surrounding yin qi accompanied the vengeful spirits as they rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen patted his storage pouch and instantly took out the boundless astral sword. At the same time, he pulled out the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear from his back and pushed the jade stone body tempering secrets to the extreme. His entire body was covered in bloody flames while his eyes turned dark gold. With a shake of his right hand, countless spear shadows rushed out and annihilated the nearby vengeful spirits. However, the vengeful spirits were too densely packed. The spear shadows alone were unable to completely block the attack of the vengeful spirits. Many vengeful spirits passed through the gaps between the spear shadows and rushed towards Zhuowen. With a cold snort, the countless sword lights around his body flickered. The vengeful spirits near him were directly blasted into pieces by the boundless astral sword. Even if the vengeful spirits broke through the defense of the boundless astral sword, The bloody flames around Zhuowen were enough to block their attacks. To be honest, these vengeful spirits were extremely weak. Zhuowen could wipe out a large number of them with a wave of his hand. However, what gave Zhuowen a headache was the yin qi that accompanied the vengeful spirits. This yin qi was like maggots in the bones and was extremely difficult to deal with. Once Zhuowen's weapon came into contact with the yin qi would adhere to the surface of the weapon and enter Zhuowen's arm through the weapon, causing Zhuowen's arm to go numb and his movements to become much slower. What a strange yin qi! Feeling the numbness in his arm, Zhuowen frowned. This yin qi was extremely troublesome. Although it didn't affect him much right now, if it accumulated, his arm might be greatly affected. Ascending dragon style. With a low roar, Zhuowen swung his arm. The tyrannical dragon scale bone spear let out a resonant dragon roar. The void shattered and a huge dragon head appeared, instantly dispersing the surrounding vengeful spirits. However, there are truly too many vengeful spirits, and they were practically innumerable. They formed a dense mass that filled one's field of vision, causing one's scalp to go numb. Time ticked by. Zhuowen had endured the countless vengeful souls for half a day. Due to the yin energy, Zhuowen's arm had gone numb and he could not even lift it. Damn it! Zhuowen's arm stiffened slightly as countless vengeful spirits broke through the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear's defense. Fortunately, he still had the everlasting sword astral blade to hold on. Otherwise, Zhuowen would have been drowned by the endless vengeful spirits. What should we do? There's still half a day left. That's too long. I can't hold on for half a day in my current state. Xiaohei, what should I do? At this moment, Zhuowen's heart was in a mess. His voice trembled slightly. This was the first time he had felt so helpless. When he continuously called out to Xiaohei in his sea of consciousness, he was met with a long period of silence. Is she really asleep? Noticing that Xiaohei did not respond at all, Zhuowen smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself. Boom! 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 Another batch of vengeful spirits broke through the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear and entered the range of the everlasting sword astral blade. Instantly, the pressure on Zhuowen became extremely great. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as his gaze became extremely anxious. Was he, Zhuowen, really going to die here? I won't die. Heaven reversing, sword dance 9 consecutive styles, shatter everything for me. Gritting his teeth, Zhuowen desperately urged the everlasting sword astral blade. Instantly, the 108 swords buzzed and surrounded Zhuowen, forming a sword light domain. The vengeful spirits that approached Zhuowen were all sliced into pieces by the countless sword lights. There's only half a day left. I have to hold on. I have to hold on. The moment the surrounding sword lights appeared, the pressure on Zhuowen lessened slightly. He barely managed to block the endless, vengeful spirits. However, the sword light domain seemed to be rather strenuous against such a terrifying number of vengeful spirits. It seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Hold on. There's only half a day left. Gritting his teeth, Zhuowen constantly urged the mental strength in his Naiwen palace to maintain the sword light domain around him. Time slowly passed. 2 hours. 4 hours. 6 hours. 8 hours. 10 hours. 10 hours. 10 hours. As time passed, the sword light domain constantly shrank under the vengeful spirits' relentless attacks. The sword light domain that was originally hundreds of feet wide was now only a few feet wide. Furthermore, it was still shrinking slowly. When there was still an hour left before half a day, perhaps the surrounding vengeful spirits also knew that they wouldn't be around for long. With a shrill howl, they attacked Zhuowen even more ferociously. The sword light domain shrank at a much faster speed. Kacha! Finally, the sword light domain couldn't withstand the pressure of the countless, vengeful spirits. It shattered and turned into countless stars that floated around the void. Awoo! Zhuowen only felt a boom in his head. He almost lost the ability to think. He could only watch the endless, vengeful spirits in front of him engulf him. In an instant, Zhuowen was completely covered by the vengeful spirits. His ears were filled with ghostly wails and howls. Could it be that, "I'm going to die. If I can hold on for another hour, I can survive"? His sigh and helpless voice slowly drifted in the darkness. Zhuowen only felt as if his body was being bitten by thousands of ants. His whole body twitched, and an inhuman pain almost filled Zhuowen's entire body. The moment Zhuowen was drowned by the countless vengeful spirits, in the depths of his sea of consciousness, the rootless golden torrent suddenly moved. The golden torrent rolled violently and directly condensed into a golden figure. The golden figure had a very strange appearance. It had 4 heads and 8 arms, and its face was ferocious. It stepped on endless golden flames, and its 8 arms held 8 different weapons. The power of each weapon was very vast and boundless. It's the great spiritual mantra, the great bright mantra, the supreme mantra, the supreme mantra, the supreme mantra. It can get rid of all suffering. It's real. Hence the Prajna Pramitha mantra. That is, the mantra is, reveal the truth, reveal the truth, Pramitha, reveal the truth, Pramitha, reveal the truth, Pramitha monk, reveal the truth. Bodhisattva. The 8-armed golden figure chanted a series of obscure Sanskrit sounds, which looked solemn and solemn. The 8-armed golden figure stamped on the ground and directly stepped out of Zhuowen's mind sea. As soon as it appeared in the pitch black outside, the 8-armed golden figure began to grow bigger and bigger. 3 meters, 30 meters, 300 meters, 3,000 meters in the end. The 8-armed golden man turned into a 3,000-meter tall giant. Endless golden flames surged beneath his pillar-like feet. For a moment, the darkness of the outside world shattered under the illumination of the golden flames. The terrifying and endless vengeful spirits were directly reduced to ashes by the golden flames. Awoo! The rest of the vengeful spirits seemed to be extremely afraid of the golden flames. They screamed and hid far away, trying to avoid the attack of the golden flames. However, the golden flames were too fierce and huge. They blotted out the sky and covered the sun. In an instant, the boundless darkness was completely shattered by the golden flames. The surrounding vengeful spirits were all reduced to ashes in the span of a breath and disappeared without a trace. Zhuowen, who was originally shrouded in vengeful spirits, was finally exposed. However, at this moment, Zhuowen was in an extremely miserable state. Most of his flesh had been gnawed away by the vengeful spirits, leaving behind only ghastly white bones. He did not look like a human at all. If the golden giant had appeared a moment later, Zhuowen's bones would probably have been gnawed away. At this moment, Zhuowen's aura was extremely weak. He forced his eyes open and stared at the enormous 8-armed golden figure in the sky. For some reason, the 8-armed golden figure gave him a sense of affinity. How can one not die without being destroyed? How can one reach nirvana without suffering? Heaven and hell are always close at hand. How can one see heaven without experiencing hell? Kid, perhaps we really are fated to come from the same place. The 8-armed golden figure stared quietly at Zhuowen below. His 8 arms rapidly formed complicated seals. Immediately, the surrounding golden flames surged over and completely enveloped Zhuowen. As the golden flames invaded his body, Zhuowen groaned in pain. The extreme pain almost caused him to faint. However, miraculously, as the golden flames continued to burn Zhuowen's body, his almost shattered body actually began to slowly recover. Moreover, the surface of his skin was suffused with a golden glow, as if it was gilded. The 8-armed golden figure nodded slightly. He took a step forward and turned into a golden torrent, burrowing back into the depths of Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. He became completely still. Swish! When Zhuowen's body had completely recovered, the golden flames immediately burrowed back into the center of Zhuowen's forehead, becoming a part of the golden torrent. I've recovered. Zhuowen felt like he was in a dream as he sensed the power in his body. Who is that 8-armed golden figure? He said he came from the same place as me. Could he also be from Earth? Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he recalled the 8-armed golden figure's last sentence. He thought about the history of Earth in his mind and finally locked onto a person, or rather a powerful god. Buddhism's Akalanatha. Although Zhuowen didn't believe in Buddhism, Zhuowen still knew some of the famous gods in Buddhism. The Akalanatha was very famous and was the Buddhist god who controlled all anger. It seems like my guess was right. This Nirvana Vairocana is indeed related to Buddhism. Zhuowen muttered to himself thoughtfully after pondering for a moment. Kacha! Just as Zhuowen was immersed in his thoughts, the dark environment around him began to collapse inch by inch. 3 days had passed, and the effect of the resentful ghost curse charm had finally disappeared completely. At this time, all the leaders on the platform didn't pay attention to the golden tower in the center. Instead, their eyes were focused on the black giant egg in a more remote location not far away. 3 days have passed, and the effect of the resentful ghost curse charm has reached its end. I wonder if Zhuowen is still alive? Aren't you being too wishful thinking? That Zhuowen probably died without a complete corpse. After all, the spirits in the resentful ghost curse charm are extremely ferocious. Among them, Su Chang also noticed the black egg that was about to collapse not far away. A subtle sneer flashed through his eyes. He wanted to see how Zhuowen died with his own eyes. Perhaps when the black giant egg breaks, I will only see a pile of bones. Zhuowen, this is the consequence of offending the house of Marquis of Baichuan. Su Chang muttered to himself in his heart as he stared at the black egg with anticipation. Kacha!